Picture yourself standing at the mouth of a cavern so deep and dark that the outside world seems to vanish. The air is cool and heavy, carrying the scent of damp earth and ancient stone. You take a single step forward, crossing a threshold into a realm of profound silence and shadow. This is not merely a geological formation, it is a gateway. For countless individuals across the millennia, this was the first step of a life-altering journey, a descent into the unknown for the sake of spiritual rebirth and hidden knowledge. These subterranean sanctuaries were the stages for some of history's most profound and secretive ceremonies, where the very fabric of a person's identity was unraveled and rewoven. We are about to embark on an exploration of 50 mysterious caves used in ancient initiations, places where ordinary people were transformed into priests, warriors, and mystics. The concept of initiation is as old as humanity itself, a universal thread in the tapestry of human culture. From the sun-scorched deserts of Egypt to the misty highlands of the British Isles, our ancestors repeatedly sought out the earth's hidden chambers to conduct their most sacred rites. Why caves? There is something inherently powerful about leaving the familiar world of light and descending into the belly of the earth. It is a powerful metaphor for death and resurrection, a symbolic journey that every initiate had to undergo. Within these echoing halls, surrounded by the raw power of the planet, individuals faced their deepest fears, received esoteric wisdom, and emerged forever changed. They were reborn not as who they were, but as who they were meant to become, their old selves symbolically left behind in the darkness. This video is your personal guide into these hidden chambers of transformation. We will traverse the globe and journey through time, uncovering the secrets of 50 specific sites where these powerful rituals unfolded. We will explore the haunting cave of the Sibyl, where ancient Greeks sought prophecies that could shape the fate of empires. We will venture into the subterranean chambers used in Eleusinian mysteries, where participants experienced revelations so profound they were forbidden, on pain of death, from ever speaking of them. We will decipher the cryptic symbols left on walls, understand the psychological power of the rituals, and piece together the experiences of those who entered as seekers and emerged as something entirely new. So prepare to descend with us into the depths of history and mystery, as we unlock the stories held in the silent stone of the world's most enigmatic initiation caves. Our journey into the heart of ancient initiation begins not in a man-made temple, but high on the slopes of Mount Parnassus in Greece, at a site that pulses with raw, untamed power, the Korycian Cave. While most visitors to Delphi focus on the famous temple of Apollo below, few make the arduous climb to this vast, cavernous space, which was sacred to a very different kind of god. This was the domain of Dionysus, the god of ecstasy, wine, and liberation, and his wild companion Pan, the god of the untamed wilderness. To enter the Korycian cave was to step directly into their realm, leaving the rational, ordered world of Apollo behind for something more primal and chaotic. The cave itself is immense, one of the largest in Greece, with a cavernous main chamber that could hold thousands of people, creating a natural amphitheater for ceremonies that were anything but orderly. Archaeological excavations within this echoing darkness have uncovered a treasure trove of clues about what transpired here. The floor was littered with ritual vessels, thousands of terracotta offerings, and small, carved idols, silent testaments to the countless pilgrims and initiates who sought communion with the divine. But these were not the formal, polite prayers offered at the temple down the mountain. The rituals here were intense, visceral, and aimed at breaking down the individual's ordinary consciousness. Initiates, likely fueled by potent wine or other psychoactive substances sacred to Dionysus, would have engaged in frenzied dancing, drumming, and chanting deep within the earth. The goal was ekstasis, a Greek word meaning to stand outside of oneself, a trance-like state where the initiate's soul was believed to temporarily leave their body, allowing for direct contact with the god. Imagine the sensory overload within that stone womb, the thunderous echo of drums reverberating off the walls, the press of bodies moving in a collective frenzy, the thick smell of earth, sweat, and ritual fires. In this heightened state, surrounded by the symbolic darkness of the underworld, the initiate would undergo a symbolic death of their old, mundane self. This was not a gentle process. It was a controlled dismantling of the ego, a necessary chaos that paved the way for spiritual rebirth. By surrendering to the madness of Dionysus in the belly of the mountain, they hoped to be remade, emerging from the cave with a new, liberated identity, unshackled from societal constraints and filled with the god's own boundless creative energy. The Koreshian cave, therefore, stands as a powerful prototype, a place where the journey into the dark was not about finding answers, but about losing oneself to find something infinitely greater. But from the wild, ecstatic rites of Dionysus, we travel to a site where the mystery was governed by a profound and solemn secrecy, a place so revered that to reveal its secrets was a crime punishable by death. Just a short distance from the bustling heart of ancient Athens, in the town of Eleusis, lay the Plutonian, a sacred cave sanctuary dedicated to Hades, also known as Pluton, the lord of the underworld, and his queen Persephone. This was not a cave for public worship. It was the beating heart of the Eleusinian mysteries, the most famous and influential secret religious rites of the classical world. For nearly 2,000 years, from the Bronze Age well into the Roman era, a diverse cross-section of society, from slaves and peasants to emperors and philosophers like Plato and Cicero, underwent a powerful initiation here, all sworn to an eternal silence that, remarkably, was never broken. We know the profound impact these mysteries had, but the precise details of what occurred within the sacred precincts remain one of history's most tantalizing enigmas. The Plutonian itself was more than just a cave. It was a meticulously crafted sacred landscape designed to immerse the initiate in the core myth of the cult. The cave was believed to be the very spot where Hades had emerged from the depths to abduct the goddess Persephone, dragging her into the underworld and thus bringing winter to the world. Her subsequent return each spring symbolized the eternal cycle of death and rebirth. For initiates, entering this cave was to symbolically cross the threshold into the underworld itself. The journey to Eleusis was a multi-day procession from Athens, a physical and mental pilgrimage that prepared them for the transformation to come. After ritual purifications in the sea and periods of fasting, the candidates would gather in the Great Telesterion, or Hall of Initiation, but the Plutonian cave was the dramatic focal point for the most crucial, secret part of the ceremony, known as the epopteia, or final vision. What exactly was this vision? The ancient sources, out of respect or fear, give us only cryptic hints. We know the rites involved a powerful reenactment of the myth of Demeter, Persephone's mother, and her desperate search for her lost daughter. It is believed that the hierophants, or high priests, used a combination of sacred objects, possibly stored and revealed from within the cave, along with dramatic performances, controlled lighting in the pitch-dark hall, and potentially even the use of a psychoactive substance in the sacred Kykean drink. The combination of sensory deprivation, emotional intensity, and perhaps a chemically altered state of consciousness would have culminated in a breathtaking, awe-inspiring revelation. Initiates spoke of being seized by a powerful terror and a blissful awe simultaneously, of witnessing a brilliant light in the darkness, and of seeing the very goddess Demeter herself. This was not a lesson learned intellectually. It was a truth experienced directly in the soul, a visceral understanding of the promise that life continues beyond physical death. The impact of this experience on an individual and on Greco-Roman civilization as a whole cannot be overstated. To have journeyed into the symbolic underworld and returned, to have faced the terror of death and been shown a path beyond it, was utterly transformative. Initiates lost their fear of dying. They were called mistai, which means those who have closed their eyes, but they emerged with their inner vision open to a profound spiritual reality. This personal liberation had a societal effect as well. The Eleusinian mysteries fostered a unique sense of shared humanity and universal hope, cutting across class, gender, and nationality. In a world fraught with uncertainty and the shadow of mortality, the promise of Eleusis that life and joy follow despair as surely as spring follows winter offered a comfort that state religions could not provide, shaping philosophical thought and providing a bedrock of spiritual solace for centuries. From the profound, universal hope of Eleusis, we travel to the heart of the Roman Empire, where a different kind of mystery captured the devotion of soldiers, merchants, and bureaucrats. Tucked away beneath the bustling streets of ancient Rome and preserved today under the Basilica of San Clement lies a remarkable relic of a powerful secret faith, a Mithraeum. This was not a natural cavern but a meticulously constructed artificial cave, a long, narrow, subterranean chamber designed to mimic the sacred grotto where the god Mithras performed his central defining act. Walking into this windowless space, an initiate would be immediately enveloped in an atmosphere of calculated mystery. The air would be cool and still, lit only by the flickering flames of oil lamps, casting dancing shadows across benches that lined the walls where the faithful would recline for their ritual meals. The entire space was an immersive theater for a complex spiritual drama accessible only to men, and its entire design centered on a single, powerful image that confronted you at the far end of the hall. This focal point was the tauroctony, a vivid sculpture or painting depicting Mithras in the act of slaying a great cosmic bull. The scene is charged with symbolic meaning that scholars are still deciphering today. Mithras, often shown in his distinctive Phrygian cap, turns his face away from the bull as he plunges his dagger into its neck, an act not of cruelty but of sacred sacrifice. From the dying bull's blood and seed springs all of creation, plants, animals, and the very cycle of life. A dog and a snake lap at the flowing blood, while a scorpion attacks the bull's genitals, each creature representing constellations in the night sky. This was not merely a story, it was a celestial map and a cosmological principle. The bull's death was a necessary act of creation, and the initiate's journey was about understanding his own role within this divinely ordered universe. To comprehend this mystery was to align one's soul with the cosmic forces Mithras commanded. Becoming a full member of this cosmic brotherhood was no simple matter. It required a demanding progression through 7 distinct grades of initiation, each one symbolized by a planet and protected by a specific deity from the Roman pantheon. The journey began with the lowest rank, the Corax or raven, under the protection of Mercury. Ravens were the messengers of the cult. Next came the nymphs or bride, a curious title for an all-male order, perhaps symbolizing a spiritual marriage to the god, followed by the miles, the soldier, who swore a sacred oath of allegiance to Mithras. The 4th grade was the Leo, the lion, a fiery stage associated with ritual purification by honey. Then came the Perses, the Persian, honoring the god's eastern origins, the Heliodromus, the courier of the sun, who represented the sun god himself in rituals, and finally, the pinnacle of the order, the Pater or father, who guided the entire community under the protection of Saturn. Each promotion was a dramatic ritual ordeal, designed to test the initiate's courage, faith, and knowledge. We can only piece together what these initiation rites involved from scattered archaeological clues and references in texts. They were almost certainly physically and psychologically challenging, intended to strip away the initiate's former identity and rebuild him as a new man. A candidate might be blindfolded, hands bound with chicken guts in a simulation of death, and forced to endure terrifying noises and confrontations. He might be presented with a crown on a sword, only to be instructed to push it away, declaring that Mithras alone is his crown, a powerful rejection of worldly Roman authority in favor of divine loyalty. Another ritual involved being sprinkled with water, while another, for the Leo grade, involved having his tongue and hands anointed with honey to make his prayers sweet and his actions pure. These were transformative trials, a form of spiritual boot camp that forged an unbreakable bond among those who endured them. For the men of the Roman Empire, particularly those in the high-stress, transient lives of the military or imperial administration, the Mithrium offered something the vast, impersonal state religion could not: an intimate, exclusive community bound by a shared secret and a shared purpose. In a world where social status was everything within the Mithrium, a common soldier could, in theory, sit alongside a centurion, united by their devotion to the same savior god. Their shared ritual meals, recreating the feast Mithras shared with the sun god after his cosmic victory, reinforced this powerful sense of brotherhood. The mystery of Mithras promised more than camaraderie. It offered a clear path to salvation. By aligning oneself with the invincible sun god and participating in the mystery of the bull's sacrifice, the initiate believed his immortal soul would be guided safely through the 7 planetary spheres after death, ascending to a blessed eternity. This was a faith of order, hierarchy, and guaranteed triumph, perfectly suited to the disciplined, masculine world of Rome, providing a personal spiritual anchor within the sprawling machinery of the empire. Our journey now leads us to the sun-drenched coast of Italy, to a place where the boundary between the living world and the realm of the dead was said to be as thin as a whisper, the legendary cave of the Sibyl at Cumae. This was no wild, natural grotto like the Coruscian cave, nor a hidden, members-only chamber like the Mithrium. This was a place of immense public renown, a site of pilgrimage for centuries, where the very fate of Rome was believed to be foretold. Carved with astonishing precision into the volcanic rock, the approach to the Sibyl's sanctuary is a long, trapezoidal corridor, dark and oppressive, sloping downward into the hillside. As you walk this stone passage, the daylight fades behind you, and the sound of your own footsteps echoes, creating a palpable sense of descending into another world. At the end of this corridor, you would not find a vast chamber, but a series of smaller, cross-vaulted rooms where the most powerful woman in the ancient world awaited those who sought her counsel. This woman was the Cumaean Sibyl, a prophetess of Apollo who was believed to live for 1,000 years. Her role was not just to predict the future, but to act as a medium, a channel for the god's divine wisdom. Consulting her was a form of spiritual initiation in itself, a process that demanded rigorous preparation from the seeker. A general contemplating war, a statesman founding a new colony, or even an emperor seeking legitimacy would have to undergo purification rites and offer sacrifices before being granted an audience. The seeker would then present their question, and the Sibyl, in a trance-like state induced by inhaling volcanic vapors rising from fissures in the cave floor, would deliver her prophecies. Her words were not clear, simple statements. They were chaotic, ecstatic utterances, often riddles and cryptic verses that her priests would then interpret and transcribe onto oak leaves. These scrambled leaves were presented to the seeker, who had to gather them in the correct order to decipher the god's message, a final test of their worthiness and intent. The profound significance of this cave was immortalized for all time by the Roman poet Virgil in his epic masterpiece, the Aeneid. In the 6th book, Virgil casts the Cumaean Sibyl as the essential guide for his hero, Aeneas, who must descend into the underworld to speak with the spirit of his deceased father. The cave is explicitly described as the gateway to this journey. Aeneas arrives, performs the necessary sacrifices, and pleads with the Sibyl for access to the land of the dead. She agrees, but only after delivering a grim warning of the terrible wars and trials he will face in Italy, famously stating that his path will be, "Easy is the descent to Avernus." But to recall your steps and escape to the upper air, this is the task, this the difficulty. This literary depiction cemented the cave of the Sibyl in the Roman imagination, not just as a place of prophecy, but as a literal and spiritual portal to the afterlife, a place where a heroic initiate could gain wisdom from the past to shape the future. Beyond its legendary and literary fame, the Sibyl's guidance was believed to have shaped the very foundations of Roman state religion. The most famous artifacts associated with her were the Sibylline books, a collection of prophetic acrostic poems that she allegedly sold to the last king of Rome, Tarquinius Superbus. The story goes that she offered 9 books of prophecies for an exorbitant price. When Tarquin refused, she burned 3 and offered the remaining 6 for the same price. He refused again, and she burned 3 more, finally selling the last 3 for the original sum. These 3 books were then entrusted to a special priesthood in Rome and were consulted only in times of extreme crisis such as plague, invasion, or political upheaval on the command of the Roman Senate. The directives found within these books led to the introduction of new gods and the establishment of major religious festivals, directly influencing Roman policy for centuries. The cave at Cumae, therefore, was not merely a curiosity. It was the wellspring of a state-sanctioned divine authority, a place where the chaotic voice of the god was translated into the ordered rituals of an empire. Now, let's leave the structured world of Roman cults and prophetic gateways and travel back to the very dawn of Western civilization, to the rugged island of Crete. Here, amidst the stark beauty of the Lassithi Plateau, we find a cave that was believed to be the very cradle of the gods, the Psychro Cave, also known as the Dictaean Cave. According to ancient legend, this was the secret hiding place where the Titaness Re brought her newborn son, Zeus, to protect him from his father, Cronus, who devoured all his children. In this echoing, stalactite-filled chamber, the infant god was nurtured by the goat Amalthea and protected by the Curetes, divine warriors who clashed their shields to mask his cries. For the Minoans and later the Mycenaean Greeks, this was not just a story. It was a foundational truth etched into the landscape, making the cave a place of immense power where the boundary between the human and divine was whisper-thin. The very act of descending into this cave was a symbolic return to the womb of the earth, to the origin of cosmic order itself. The journey into the Psychro Cave was a physical and spiritual ordeal. Unlike the man-made corridor at Cumae, this was a descent into a truly primal space. The upper chamber is vast and easily accessible, but the true sanctum lies below, reached by a steep, slippery, and treacherous descent that even today requires careful navigation. For a Minoan initiate, likely an adolescent on the cusp of adulthood, this climb down into the damp, absolute darkness, lit only by flickering torches, would have been terrifying. This perilous descent was a core part of the ritual, a powerful metaphor for the symbolic death the young person had to undergo. Just as the infant Zeus was hidden away from a deadly threat, the initiate was leaving behind the safety and identity of childhood, facing the darkness of the unknown to be spiritually reborn into their adult role within the community. The echoing drip of water, the strange, imposing shapes of the rock formations, and the overwhelming sense of being deep within the earth would have worked in concert to dismantle their childhood worldview, preparing them for a profound transformation. While the exact details of Minoan initiation rites are lost to time, the staggering archaeological finds within the Psychro Cave provide compelling evidence of its long-standing sacred function. Excavations have uncovered thousands of votive offerings, a tangible record of centuries of desperate hopes and profound gratitude. These were not casual trinkets, they were precious objects deliberately given to the gods. Archaeologists have found exquisite bronze and clay figurines of male and female worshippers, their arms raised in a gesture of adoration or supplication. They have uncovered delicate double-headed axes or labrys, the powerful symbol of Minoan religious authority. There were also weapons, fine bronze swords and daggers likely offered by young men completing warrior initiations, ceremonially laying down their arms as they transitioned from one stage of life to another. These objects weren't just left, they were ritually deposited in crevices and small pools, given to the cave itself as if feeding its power, creating a direct physical link between the human community and the divine presence believed to reside there. The rituals performed here were almost certainly tied to the core Minoan concern with the natural cycle of life, death, and regeneration. The cave, as the birthplace of Zeus, a god who himself represented a new, stable cosmic order overthrowing the chaos of his father, was the perfect setting for rites of passage that ensured the continuity of the community. A young man might undergo trials of endurance or skill, proving his worth as a future protector and hunter. A young woman might participate in ceremonies invoking fertility, not just for the land but for her future family. The central, unifying experience for all initiates, however, was the symbolic death of their old, dependent self. By confronting the darkness of the cave and emerging back into the light, they were reenacting the journey of the young god and demonstrating their own readiness to be reintegrated into society as a fully formed adult, with all the responsibilities, privileges, and spiritual understanding that new status entailed. Their old childhood identity was left behind in the darkness, and they returned to the world reborn, ready to uphold the structures of their culture, just as Zeus upheld the order of the cosmos. Leaving behind the birthplace of Zeus, we journey forward in time to the twilight of the Roman Empire and a cave that embodies a very different kind of transformation, not one of ritual ordeal but of divinely protected slumber. On the outskirts of the ancient city of Ephesus in what is now Turkey lies the Cave of the Seven Sleepers. Its story begins with persecution. During the reign of the 3rd century Emperor Decius, known for his ruthless campaigns against Christians, 7 young men of high standing refused to renounce their faith. Facing death, they fled the city and took refuge in this small hillside cave. When their hiding place was discovered, the emperor, in a twisted act of mercy, ordered the cave's entrance to be sealed with massive stones, condemning the youths to a slow and agonizing death by starvation and thirst. But according to the legend, that is not what happened. Instead, God placed them in a deep, miraculous sleep. They slumbered untouched by time for nearly 2 centuries. The world outside changed dramatically. Rome became Christian under Emperor Theodosius II. Then, one day, a landowner opened the cave, perhaps to use it as a stable for his animals. The sunlight streamed into the darkness, and the 7 youths awoke, believing they had only slept for a single night. Still fearing capture, one of them ventured into Ephesus to buy bread. But the city was different. The coins he offered, bearing the likeness of the long-dead Decius, were seen as ancient relics, causing an uproar. The youth was brought before the city's bishop, and the incredible truth was revealed. They had been preserved by God through generations, a living testament to the resurrection of the dead. After giving their testimony to the astonished bishop and the people, the 7 young men peacefully died, their mission complete, and were buried in the cave that had been their tomb and their sanctuary. This powerful narrative of faith, divine protection, and miraculous awakening resonated deeply with early Christians. The cave swiftly transformed from a simple refuge into a major pilgrimage site. For new converts and believers facing their own trials, a journey to this cave was a profound act of spiritual initiation. To stand in that sacred space was to physically connect with a story that confirmed the core tenets of their faith, that God could preserve the faithful against all odds, and that the promise of resurrection was not just a future hope but a demonstrated reality. Pilgrims would touch the stones, pray where the sleepers had lain, and leave behind terracotta oil lamps and small crosses, their own votive offerings seeking protection and affirmation. In a world still fraught with uncertainty, the cave served as a powerful, tangible anchor for belief, initiating pilgrims into a deeper, more personal understanding of divine power. The symbolism woven into this legend is profoundly rich. The cave itself represents a tomb, a place of death, echoing the cave where Jesus was buried. The long sleep is a metaphor for physical death, and the awakening is a direct parallel to bodily resurrection. But on a more personal level, the story speaks to the spiritual journey of every believer. It describes a state of spiritual slumber, a life without faith from which one can be awoken by divine grace. The act of being sealed in the cave symbolizes the trials and isolation a believer might face, while the breaking open of the entrance represents liberation and enlightenment. For an initiate, the story was a blueprint. Through steadfast faith, even in the face of persecution or despair, one could undergo a symbolic death to an old way of life and awaken reborn into a new, eternal existence. What makes the Cave of the Seven Sleepers particularly remarkable is its significance beyond Christianity. It holds a revered place in Islamic tradition as well. The story is recounted in the Quran in the 18th surah, known as the Cave or Al-Kahf. Here, the companions of the cave, along with their dog, are presented as powerful proof of God's ability to resurrect the dead. The Quranic version emphasizes the themes of divine mercy, the certainty of the hour of judgment, and the importance of unwavering faith in the one God. This shared veneration meant that long after Ephesus faded and its great temple of Artemis fell to ruin, the cave remained a sacred destination for Muslim pilgrims too. For centuries, people of both faiths have visited the site, finding in its quiet chambers a universal message about the power of faith to transcend time and even death itself. The cave stands not just as a Christian relic, but as a rare, shared sanctuary in a world often divided by belief, a testament to a story so powerful it crossed continents and religions. But to find a cave that fundamentally redirected the course of world history, we must travel to the stark and majestic landscape of the Arabian Peninsula, to a mountain known as Jabal al-Nur, the Mountain of Light. Near its summit, accessible only by a strenuous and rocky climb, is a small, unassuming crevice in the mountain face known as the Cave of Hira. In the years leading up to his prophethood, this secluded grotto was the favored retreat of a man named Muhammad, a respected merchant from Mecca known for his integrity and contemplative nature. Troubled by the social injustices and rampant idolatry of his society, he would periodically withdraw from the bustling city below, seeking solitude and clarity in the cave's profound silence. He would spend nights in deep meditation, reflecting on the unity of God and the mysteries of creation. This was not an initiation ritual prescribed by a tradition. It was a personal, self-directed spiritual quest, a purification of the soul in preparation for a burden he could not yet even imagine. It was during one of these retreats, in the month of Ramadan around the year 610, that the solitary silence of the cave was shattered by a presence of overwhelming power. The angel Gabriel, or Jibril in Arabic, appeared to the 40-year-old Muhammad and commanded him, "Iqra," recite. Terrified and bewildered, Muhammad, who was unlettered, replied that he could not recite. The angel embraced him tightly and repeated the command twice more, and suddenly the first words of divine revelation flowed from Muhammad's lips. "Recite in the name of your Lord who created man from a clinging substance. Recite, and your Lord is the most generous who taught by the pen taught man that which he knew not." This moment, this direct, overwhelming encounter with the divine was the ultimate initiation. In an instant, Muhammad the thoughtful seeker was irrevocably transformed into Muhammad the messenger of God, the conduit for what would become the Quran. He had descended into the cave a man searching for truth. He emerged bearing the truth itself, charged with a mission that would forever change the world. The experience was so physically and spiritually overwhelming that Muhammad fled the cave in fear and trembling, convinced he had been visited by a malevolent spirit or had lost his mind. He rushed home to his wife, Khadijah, who became his first believer and source of immense comfort. She wrapped him in blankets as he shuddered, and it was her unwavering faith that steadied him, assuring him that God would not abandon a man of his good character. This personal, human support system is a crucial part of the initiation narrative, grounding the cosmic event in a relatable, emotional reality. The revelations would continue for the next 23 years, but the Cave of Hera marks the absolute beginning, the moment the finite human vessel was cracked open to receive the infinite divine word. It represents the ultimate paradigm of spiritual initiation, a complete surrender of the self to a higher purpose, a willing acceptance of a role that eclipses individual desire. Today, the Cave of Hera stands as one of the most sacred sites in Islam. While not a site for formal pilgrimage or prayer in the way the Kaaba in Mecca is, it is a place of profound visitation and deep reflection for millions of Muslims who make the arduous climb. To stand in that small, cramped space is to connect with the raw, foundational moment of the faith. Pilgrims sit where the Prophet sat, gazing out from the cave's mouth over the same barren, beautiful mountains he contemplated. They reflect on the themes of that first revelation, the emphasis on knowledge, learning, and the creative power of the one God. The cave is a powerful physical reminder that transformative truth often emerges not from centers of power and noise, but from places of quiet humility and sincere seeking. It signifies that divine guidance often arrives when the human heart is most prepared to receive it, having turned away from the distractions of the world to listen for a whisper in the silence. From the stark silence of a prophet's retreat in Arabia, we now journey to a lush, horseshoe-shaped gorge in western India, where an entirely different vision of spiritual dedication was carved directly into the face of a cliff. The Ajanta Caves are not merely caves, they are a breathtaking monastic complex, 30 rock-cut sanctuaries created over centuries, beginning around the 2nd century before the Common Era. Unlike natural caverns used for ritual, this was a monumental act of creation, where generations of monks and artisans painstakingly hammered and chiseled entire worlds out of solid basalt rock. The location itself was chosen for its profound isolation and natural serenity, perched high above the Waghora River. For a novice monk traveling the ancient trade routes that connected India to the world, arriving at Ajanta was the first step in a radical reorientation of life, a voluntary withdrawal from the bustling material world below into a silent, disciplined community dedicated solely to the pursuit of enlightenment. These caves served two distinct but interconnected purposes reflected in their architecture. The first type were chaitya grihas or prayer halls. These are awe-inspiring spaces, long and rectangular with a vaulted ceiling, designed to mimic the interior of a wooden structure, complete with carved wooden ribs on the ceiling. At the far end of each hall stands a magnificent stupa, a solid, dome-shaped monument representing the Buddha in his transcendental form. Walking into a chaitya griha was a sensory experience designed for collective veneration. The air would be cool and still, scented with incense and flowers. The only light would come from the single, large horseshoe-shaped window carved into the facade, casting a dramatic beam that illuminated the stupa, creating a focal point of spiritual power around which the community would process and meditate. The echoing chant of sutras in this man-made cavern would have been a powerful, unifying sound, binding the monks together in their shared purpose. The second type of structure were the viharas, the residential monasteries. These were the true heart of the monastic initiation process. A vihara typically consists of a central square hall, a courtyard for communal gathering, and small, Spartan, individual cells carved into the walls where each monk slept and engaged in personal meditation. For a new initiate, receiving his own cell was a significant moment. It was a space of utter simplicity and solitude, containing only a stone bed and perhaps a small niche for a lamp. Here, in the profound quiet broken only by the distant sounds of the river or the chanting from the hall, the novice would begin the intense internal work of mastering his own mind. The physical act of living inside a mountain, surrounded by the work of generations of devoted practitioners, was a constant, tangible reminder of the path he had chosen, a path away from worldly distraction and toward inner peace. But the most astonishing feature of Ajanta, what truly sets it apart as a teaching tool of unparalleled beauty, are the frescoes that cover the walls and ceilings of these caves. These are not mere decorations, they are a vast, vibrant visual library of Buddhist thought, a cinematic depiction of the Buddha's teachings designed for a largely non-literate society. The artists used a sophisticated technique, applying pigments onto a carefully prepared layer of clay and cow dung mixed with rice husks, creating scenes of such lifelike grace and emotional depth that they feel alive even today. The paintings primarily depict two kinds of narratives: scenes from the historical Buddha's life, his birth, enlightenment, first sermon, and final nirvana, and most extensively the Jataka tales. The Jataka tales are a collection of over 500 stories chronicling the previous lives of the Buddha before he was born as Prince Siddhartha. In these tales, he appears in various forms, as a noble king, a cunning merchant, a brave monkey, a self-sacrificing deer, or even a majestic elephant. Each story is a moral parable illustrating virtues like compassion, generosity, honesty, and wisdom. For a young novice sitting in his cell or walking through the halls, these frescoes were his primary textbook. An elder monk would use these vivid images as a starting point for lessons, explaining how the monkey king sacrificed his life to save his tribe, or how the gentle deer persuaded a human king to give up hunting. The images served as psychological anchors, making complex philosophical concepts like karma and self-sacrifice immediately understandable and emotionally resonant. The very walls of his home were teaching him how to live. This immersive environment made Ajanta far more than a remote monastery. It was a dynamic spiritual university that thrived precisely because of its location along busy trade routes. Merchants traveling between the interiors of India and the ports of the Arabian Sea would stop here not just for rest but for spiritual sustenance. They would donate funds for the excavation and decoration of new caves, earning religious merit, and in return, the monks would offer blessings for their safe and profitable journeys. This symbiotic relationship ensured a flow of wealth and ideas, making Ajanta a cosmopolitan center where art and spirituality flourished. A novice monk, therefore, was not completely cut off from the world. He was at a crossroads, witnessing the interplay between the material pursuits of the merchants and the spiritual pursuits of his order, a living lesson in non-attachment. The silence of his cell was underscored by the constant reminder of the world he had renounced, making his inner journey all the more potent and his commitment all the more profound. While Ajanta presented a unified Buddhist vision carved in seclusion, a few hundred miles to the west at the Ellora Caves, we witness an astonishing explosion of interreligious dialogue literally etched into a 2-kilometer-long basalt cliff face. Here, over a period of more than 4 centuries, from the 6th to the 10th century, generations of monks, artisans, and patrons from 3 distinct faiths, Buddhism, Hinduism, and Jainism, created a staggering 34 rock-cut monuments, all in close proximity. This is not a site of isolated traditions but a remarkable spiritual neighborhood, a testament to a period in Indian history where these paths coexisted, competed, and inspired one another. The journey for an initiate or pilgrim at Ellora would have been one of comparative spiritual discovery, moving from the serene Buddhist viharas to the cosmically charged Hindu temples, and finally to the exquisitely detailed Jain halls, each complex offering a different portal to the divine. The southernmost group of caves, dating from the earliest period, are the 12 Buddhist caves. For a monk arriving here after the decline of Ajanta, these caves would have felt familiar yet distinctly evolved. The viharas are grander, often featuring multi-storied facades and elaborately carved pillars. The iconography had also matured. Instead of the symbolic stupa, many of these caves now house magnificent, larger-than-life sculptures of the Buddha in teaching poses, along with a pantheon of bodhisattvas, compassionate beings who delay their own nirvana to help others. Cave 10, the Carpenter's Cave, is a spectacular chaitya griha where the architects created the illusion of a wooden beam sealing entirely from stone. The central stupa here is crowned by a towering, serene statue of the seated Buddha. The initiation for a monk in this environment was one of deepening philosophical understanding, moving from the narrative lessons of the Jataka tales at Ajanta toward the more complex metaphysical doctrines of Mahayana Buddhism, all within halls that themselves demonstrated the impermanence of even solid rock. But the undisputed, breathtaking centerpiece of Ellora, and arguably the most spectacular rock-cut structure on Earth, is Cave 16, the Kailasa Temple. To call it a cave is a profound understatement. This is not a chamber carved into a mountain. It is an entire, freestanding temple complex meticulously excavated out of a single, massive block of basalt. The scale of this endeavor is almost incomprehensible. It is believed that workers, using only hammers, chisels, and picks, removed an estimated 200,000 tons of rock from the top down over generations to create this monument. The result is a replica of Mount Kailash, the mythical abode of the god Shiva, standing in all its glory in the open air, yet entirely surrounded by the excavated cliff face. For a Hindu devotee arriving for initiation, the very sight of Kailasa would have been a transformative shock, a physical manifestation of faith that defied logic and nature. The temple complex is a microcosm of the Hindu cosmos. The main temple, crowned with a pyramidal tower, is flanked by a monumental gateway, subsidiary shrines, life-sized stone elephants, and elaborate friezes depicting scenes from the great Hindu epics, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. The entire structure is oriented to facilitate a ritual circumambulation, a pradakshina, around the sacred central shrine. An initiate's journey here was a symbolic ascent of the cosmic mountain. First, they would descend the man-made canyon to reach the temple's base, representing the descent into the material world. Then, they would begin the ritual climb up the temple's multiple levels, each step bringing them closer to the innermost sanctum, the Garbhagriha, which housed the sacred lingam of Shiva. This arduous physical path mirrored the spiritual journey of the soul leaving the outer world of illusion, navigating the challenges of existence, and finally achieving union with the supreme consciousness. The temple itself was the initiation, its very architecture a three-dimensional guidebook to enlightenment. The sculpture panels at Kailasa serve as a dramatic and visceral textbook for this spiritual journey. The most famous of these is a massive relief depicting Shiva's cosmic dance of destruction and creation, and another showing the demon king Ravana shaking Mount Kailash itself. In the latter, a serene, unshakable Shiva calmly presses the mountain down with his toe, subduing Ravana's ego with effortless grace. For an initiate, this was not just a story, it was a direct lesson. Ravana, despite his immense power and devotion, was trapped by his own arrogance. The message was clear: the spiritual path requires the annihilation of the ego, and even the most powerful forces of the material world are as nothing before the calm presence of the divine. To witness these stories carved with such dynamism and power in the shadow of the mountain they depicted would have burned their meaning directly into the initiate's consciousness. Completing the spiritual triad at Ellora are the 5 Jain caves to the north, dating from the 9th and 10th centuries. While sharing the rock-cut technique with their Buddhist and Hindu neighbors, the Jain caves embody a distinctly different aesthetic and spiritual ethos. If Kailasa is about cosmic power and dramatic narrative, the Jain digs are about extreme austerity, meticulous detail, and serene purity. The most remarkable of these is Cave 32, the Indra Sabha, or Court of Indra, a 2-storied complex that mimics the plan of the Kailasa temple but on a more intimate, refined scale. The pillars are intricately carved with voluptuous maidens and floral motifs, and the ceilings are adorned with remnants of exquisite paintings depicting the celestial realms. The atmosphere is one of quiet, disciplined contemplation. For a Jain initiate, the path to spiritual liberation, or moksha, involved a rigorous asceticism and a strict doctrine of non-violence, or ahimsa, toward all living beings. The iconography in these caves reflects this. The walls are lined with large, meditative statues of the Tirthankaras, the spiritual conquerors who have achieved liberation. Their faces are frozen in a state of perfect, passionless tranquility, their bodies in the Kayatsarga, or standing meditation posture, a symbol of rejecting the physical body and its attachments. The initiation here was one of extreme self-control and philosophical refinement. An initiate would learn to see the divine not in a cosmic dancer, but in the absolute stillness of a soul that has overcome all karma. The proximity of these three traditions at Ellora created a unique dynamic. A pilgrim could, in a single day, experience the compassionate bodhisattva ideal of the Buddhists, the ecstatic union with a personal god in the Hindu caves, and the serene, self-reliant path of the Jains, seeing three profoundly different, yet equally valid, answers to the fundamental human questions of existence. Yet from the vibrant spiritual crossroads of Ellora, we can trace another artery of ancient exchange, following the legendary Silk Road as it snakes through the merciless Taklamakan Desert. Here, at a critical oasis known as Dunhuang, we find a sight that would have stirred the heart of any weary traveler or devout pilgrim: the Mogao Caves, also revered as the Caves of the Thousand Buddhas. Carved into a long, sandstone cliff face, this was not merely a monastery but a sprawling spiritual complex of nearly 500 caves, serving as a divine caravanserai for the soul. For merchants, monks, and missionaries traveling between China and the West, Dunhuang was the last major stop before embarking on, or the first sanctuary after surviving the perilous desert journeys. The caves were a living library of Buddhist art and practice, a place where spiritual initiates could find guidance, merchants could seek protection for their voyages, and diverse cultures could merge into a single, breathtaking devotional expression. The creation of the Mogao Caves was itself an act of profound devotion spanning a millennium from the 4th to the 14th century. According to legend, it began with a vision. In the year 366, a wandering monk named Lazun saw a vision of 1,000 golden Buddhas shining on the cliff face. Taking this as a divine sign, he carved the first meditation cave into the rock. This initial act sparked a chain reaction of patronage and piety that would continue for centuries. Local rulers, wealthy merchants, and traveling pilgrim monks all financed the excavation and decoration of new caves, each one serving as a merit pit, an investment in spiritual good fortune. For a new initiate, a monk arriving from India or a Chinese novice taking his vows, the very process of helping to carve a cave or paint its walls was a form of meditation and initiation, a physical offering that cemented their commitment to the path. Stepping inside one of the larger caves was to enter a three-dimensional mandala, a cosmic diagram designed to guide the meditator toward enlightenment. The architecture evolved over time, but the most spectacular are the central pillar caves. In these, a massive, square pillar extends from floor to ceiling in the center of the chamber. This pillar served multiple symbolic purposes. It represented Mount Meru, the cosmic axis of the Buddhist universe, and it provided a physical path for ritual circumambulation. An initiate would walk in meditation around this pillar, their journey mirroring the orbit of celestial bodies around the cosmic center. The walls and ceiling surrounding them were a total immersion in Buddhist cosmology, covered from floor to vaulted ceiling in brilliantly colored paintings depicting every aspect of the doctrine, from the gentle parables of the Buddha's past lives to the complex celestial realms of Pure Land Buddhism. The true treasure of Mogao, and a direct window into the spiritual curriculum of its initiates, was discovered in one small, unassuming cave, Cave 17, later known as the Library Cave. For centuries, this chamber had been walled up and forgotten until its accidental rediscovery in the early 20th century by a Taoist monk. Behind the sealed door, explorers found a hoard of breathtaking significance, a small room packed floor to ceiling with tens of thousands of manuscripts, silk paintings, and textiles, all meticulously preserved by the dry desert air. This was not a random collection of discarded texts. It was a curated monastic library, likely sealed for safekeeping around the 11th century as threats to the region grew. For historians, it was a time capsule. For the initiates of Mogao, this library was their spiritual lifeblood. The diversity of the library cave's contents reveals the incredible intellectual and spiritual exchange happening at Dunhuang. There were thousands of Buddhist sutras, of course, copied meticulously in Chinese, Tibetan, Sanskrit, and even lesser-known Central Asian languages like Sogdian and Khotanese. These texts were the core curriculum for monastic training, studied and chanted by novices under the guidance of their masters. But the library also contained Manichaean texts, Zoroastrian scriptures, Nestorian Christian prayers, and secular contracts, dictionaries, and poetry. This incredible fusion shows that an initiate at Mogao was not isolated in a single doctrinal bubble. They were at a crossroads of the world's beliefs, exposed to a vast symphony of spiritual ideas, all of which informed the unique religious landscape of the Silk Road. A young monk could study the precise philosophical arguments of an Indian sutra, then contemplate a vibrant silk banner depicting the Western paradise, absorbing the teachings through both intellect and sublime beauty. This cultural synthesis is most vividly displayed in the cave's magnificent wall paintings, which served as a visual guide for initiates who might not be able to read the complex text. The artistic styles are a direct map of the trade routes. Early caves show a strong influence from Gupta India, with graceful, sensual bodhisattva figures. Later, as the Tang dynasty embraced the Silk Road, the art becomes distinctly Chinese, with elegant courtly figures, flowing drapery, and expansive landscapes. Central Asian influences are clear in the vibrant color palettes, the depiction of foreign merchants with round eyes and heavy beards, and even the musical instruments played by the celestial musicians that adorn the ceilings. One of the most famous and poignant painting genres is the Jataka tales, stories of the Buddha's previous lives. A single cave might feature dozens of these small, comic strip-like narratives circling the main chamber, allowing an illiterate pilgrim or a young novice to read the stories of the Buddha's immense compassion and sacrifice simply by walking along the walls. The ultimate goal for a meditator in these caves was to achieve a state of visionary union, and the art was engineered to facilitate this. The most powerful caves feature giant statues of the Buddha or the future Buddha, Maitreya, that dominate the space. Seated in the darkness, with only the flickering light of a butter lamp illuminating these colossal, serene faces, an initiate would engage in deep visualization practices. They would use the paintings as a focus, reconstructing in their mind's eye the intricate details of a pure land, until the boundary between the painted paradise and their own inner vision began to dissolve. In this state, the initiate wasn't just looking at a painting of a celestial Buddha. They were striving to stand in that Buddha's presence, to receive teachings directly from the visualized deity. The cave was a controlled environment, a spiritual laboratory where the senses were filled with sacred imagery and sound, all designed to catalyze an inner transformation, guiding the seeker from a state of worldly confusion to one of transcendent clarity. The caves of the 1,000 Buddhas stand, therefore, as a monumental testament to the power of art and faith combined, a divine navigational chart for the human soul carved at the edge of a vast and formidable desert. Our journey along the ancient spiritual pathways now brings us to the banks of the Yi River in central China, to a site of such staggering scale and devotion that it feels like an entire mountain range has been sculpted into a permanent prayer. The Longmen Grottos are not a single cave, but a vast collection of over 2,300 caves and niches, housing more than 100,000 Buddhist statues, all painstakingly carved directly into the limestone cliffs that rise above the flowing water. This monumental endeavor began in the late 5th century under the Northern Wai dynasty, when the capital was moved to the nearby city of Loyang, and continued in explosive bursts of creativity for over 400 years, reaching its zenith during the cosmopolitan Tang dynasty. To stand before this cliff face is to witness the evolution of Chinese Buddhist art and belief, with each cave serving as a stone sutra, each statue a frozen moment in a devotee's journey toward enlightenment. The very act of creating these grottos was a profound form of spiritual initiation in itself. Patronage came from every level of society. Emperors and empresses commissioned colossal projects to demonstrate their divine mandate to rule and to accumulate immense karmic merit. The most magnificent of these, Fengxian Temple, is an open-air altar carved into the cliff, featuring a central figure of the cosmic Buddha Vairocana that stands over 55 feet tall. His serene, all-knowing face, gazing with sublime compassion across the river, is a masterpiece of Tang artistry, but these imperial projects were just the pinnacle. Wealthy aristocrats, government officials, and powerful monastic communities funded larger caves, while commoners, even entire villages pooling their resources, carved out small, humble niches and dedicated single statues. For these countless individuals, the financial contribution and the physical labor of the artisans they hired were acts of faith, a tangible participation in the creation of a sacred landscape that would aid in their own spiritual transformation and that of all beings. Within this forest of stone deities, the caves functioned as active monastic centers where formal initiation and ordination ceremonies took place. While the exact rituals are lost to time, we can reconstruct their essence from the cave's architecture and inscriptions. A novice monk preparing for ordination would have first undergone a period of intense study and purification. His final vows would likely have been administered within one of the larger, more important caves, such as Guyang Cave, the oldest and richest in inscriptions at Longmen. In this hallowed space, surrounded by thousands of carved images of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, the atmosphere would have been thick with sanctity. The aspirant would prostrate himself before the main altar, take refuge in the three jewels: the Buddha, the Dharma, the teachings, and the Sangha, the monastic community, and formally receive the monastic precepts from his master. This ritual death to the secular world and rebirth into a spiritual life was witnessed not only by the human community but by the stone Sangha, the countless enlightened beings who seemed to observe the ceremony from the very walls. The iconography within the grottos served as a detailed and evolving roadmap for this spiritual transformation. The progression of styles from the Northern Wai to the Tang dynasties mirrors a shift in Buddhist philosophy and devotional practice. Early Wai statues, like those in the Binyang caves, are elegant and slender, with the Buddha figures often depicted with elongated faces, serene, enigmatic smiles, and flowing robes, reflecting a more transcendental and philosophical ideal. These figures represent a distant, almost abstract state of perfection to be aspired to through disciplined meditation and asceticism. As one moves into the Tang dynasty caves, the artistic expression transforms dramatically. The figures become more robust, lifelike, and powerfully present. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas have fuller, more compassionate faces and substantial, earthy bodies, their drapery clinging to forms that seem to breathe. This shift embodies the Mahayana Buddhist ideal of the Bodhisattva who remains accessible in the world, embodying a compassion that is immediately relatable and tangible to the devotee. This vast array of statues can be understood as representing various stages along the path to enlightenment, a visual encyclopedia of spiritual progress. Small, repetitive images of the seated Buddha, carved by the thousands, often represent devotional acts aimed at accumulating merit and cultivating a focused mind. Larger, more complex scenes depict the historical Buddha, Shakyamuni, and key events from his life, serving as moral and inspirational exemplars for initiates. Then there are the magnificent bodhisattvas like the graceful Avalokiteshvara, the embodiment of compassion, who are not yet fully enlightened but have foregone their own final nirvana to aid all suffering beings. An initiate would learn to identify these figures and understand their place in the cosmic hierarchy, seeing in them not distant gods but advanced fellow travelers whose qualities of wisdom and compassion they themselves were striving to cultivate. Finally, the colossal figures like the Vairocana Buddha in Fengxian Temple represent the ultimate goal, the Dharmakaya or truth body, the formless, cosmic Buddha nature that pervades all of reality. The initiate's journey was a movement from identifying with the small, dedicated statues toward an awe-filled recognition of this vast, all-encompassing reality. Journeying north from the cosmopolitan splendor of Longmen, we arrive at a site born from a very different political and spiritual crucible, the Yungang Grottos. Nestled in the cliffs of the Wazhu Mountains in northern China, these caves represent one of the earliest and most magnificent flowerings of Buddhist art in the country, a project of pure imperial will. Unlike the diverse patronage at Longmen, Yungang was primarily the brainchild of the Northern Wei dynasty, a people of Turkic origin who ruled northern China in the 5th century. The Northern Wei emperors, particularly the fervent Emperor Wencheng, sought to legitimize their rule in the eyes of their largely Han Chinese subjects. They did this by presenting themselves not just as political leaders, but as living Buddhas, and Yungang was their ultimate propaganda tool and spiritual capital. The very first caves, known today as the 5 Taniao Caves, are a direct expression of this ambition. Each one houses a colossal Buddha statue, and it is widely believed that each of these monumental figures was carved to represent one of the first 5 Northern Wei emperors, transforming the worldly rulers into timeless divine beings and forever linking the fate of the dynasty with the flourishing of the Buddhist faith. For a monk or a pilgrim arriving at Yungang in its heyday, the experience was designed to be overwhelming. The site consists of over 50 major caves and more than 51,000 statues, a dense concentration of divine power carved directly into the living rock. The scale was intended to inspire a specific kind of Orshendao, or the way of the gods, a concept in Chinese architecture meant to use overwhelming scale to humble the human visitor and elevate the spirit. The journey through the grottos was not random. It was a carefully choreographed spiritual procession that mirrored the path to enlightenment itself. A pilgrim would typically begin at the eastern end of the complex with the earlier, more massive and iconic caves, moving westward toward the later caves where the artistry became more syncretized, more intricate, and reflective of a deeper, more integrated philosophical understanding. This physical walk was a symbolic progression from the initial, awe-struck encounter with raw divine power toward a more nuanced, internalized comprehension of the Buddha's teachings. At the heart of this initiation experience were the colossal Buddhas themselves, most famously the majestic figure that presides over Cave 20. Originally protected by a wooden facade that has long since vanished, this Buddha now sits exposed to the open air, his serene gaze looking out over the centuries. Carved from the cliff face, he stands over 45 feet tall, his broad shoulders and powerful chest reflecting the strong Central Asian and Gupta to Indian influences that characterized the early phase of Yungang. His face is round and full, with a gentle, introspective smile and elongated earlobes symbolizing his renunciation of worldly wealth. His hands are in the Dhyana Mudra, the gesture of meditation, a picture of unshakable calm. For a novice monk standing at his feet, this figure was not merely a representation of a god. It was the ultimate object of meditation. The initiate's task was to still his own mind, to quiet the internal chatter, and to strive to merge his own consciousness with the imperturbable serenity embodied in that stone visage, to see the universe from the perspective of the enlightened one. But these caves were far more than just halls for solitary statues. They functioned as immersive three-dimensional mandalas, entire cosmological maps carved in stone. The walls and ceilings of many caves, particularly the later ones, are so densely covered with carvings that there is scarcely an inch of blank space. Every surface teems with life. Thousands of miniature seated Buddhas create mesmerizing patterns. Celestial Apsara's musicians fly gracefully through carved clouds, and elaborate friezes depict scenes from the Buddha's life and his previous incarnations. This overwhelming visual field served a crucial pedagogical purpose for initiates. In a time before widespread literacy, these images were the scriptures. A master could lead his disciples through a cave and use the carvings as illustrations for his sermons, pointing to a specific panel to explain a complex concept like karma or the nature of compassion. The very act of navigating this controlled chaos of sacred imagery trained the mind to find order and meaning, to see the underlying unity in the apparent diversity of forms, a direct metaphor for the path to enlightenment. The artistic evolution visible across the grottos tells a fascinating story of cultural and spiritual assimilation. The earliest caves, like the Taniao caves, are monumental and powerful, with Buddhas whose features and draped robes clearly show their debt to the art that traveled the Silk Road from Gandhara and Gup to India. They are foreign, majestic, and imposing. However, as one moves through the complex, a distinct shift occurs. The figures become slimmer, their robes evolve into the more flowing, elegant styles of the Chinese scholar official class, and their expressions become more refined and inwardly contemplative. This transformation was no accident. It reflected the Northern Wei court's deliberate policy of Sinicization, adopting Chinese customs, dress, and bureaucratic systems to solidify their control. For the Buddhist initiate, this artistic journey mirrored their own path. It showed that the profound truths of Buddhism, which originated in a distant land, could be translated, adapted, and made deeply resonant within a Chinese cultural context. The foreign Buddha was becoming a Chinese Buddha, and in doing so was becoming more accessible to the heart and mind of every seeker who entered these sacred caves. From the vibrant, statue-filled grottos of China, our journey takes a dramatic turn to a stark and arid landscape, the sun-baked limestone cliffs overlooking the Dead Sea. Here, in a place of profound desolation, a small, devout Jewish community known as the Essenes chose to separate themselves from what they saw as a corrupt and doomed world, establishing a communal settlement at a place called Qumran. It was in the absolute silence and seclusion of the caves pocking these cliffs that one of the most significant archaeological discoveries of the 20th century would be made, a discovery that would open an unprecedented window into the initiatory practices and mystical beliefs of a long-vanished sect. The story of the Dead Sea Scrolls is not just about the texts themselves, but about the rigorous spiritual journey required to join the community that penned them and the desperate act of preservation that kept their secrets safe for 2,000 years. The Essenes were not casual believers. They were an apocalyptic group living in the 2 centuries leading up to the destruction of the Second Temple in the year 70, who believed they were the true sons of light, preparing for a final cosmic war against the sons of darkness. To join this elect community was to undertake a radical and demanding initiation process, a multi-year path of purification and probation designed to test an applicant's commitment to the utmost. A prospective member would first present himself to the community's leader, the Guardian, at the Qumran settlement. If deemed sincere, he was allowed to live at the site as a postulant, but he could not yet touch the communal food or property. He was given a copy of the community's strict rules and began a period of intense study, learning the complex laws of purity and the sect's unique interpretations of scripture. This initial stage was a weeding out process, separating the casually curious from the genuinely devoted. After this first year, if the candidate proved diligent and his spirit was judged favorably, he advanced to the next stage. He was now permitted to participate in the community's ritual purifications, the frequent immersions in the stone-lined mikvat or ritual baths that are a defining feature of the Qumran ruins, but he was still barred from touching the pure food of the full members. His personal property was recorded by the guardian, but it remained his own. He then underwent a second year of probation, delving deeper into the sect's secret teachings and continuing to demonstrate his obedience to the community's rule. The entire process was one of systematic detachment, stripping away individual will and personal ownership, preparing the initiate for a life of absolute communal sharing and divine service. The final, culminating step came at the end of the second year. The entire community would assemble and the candidate would be subjected to a formal vote. If he was accepted, he underwent a profound transformation in status. He now swore a binding oath, witnessed by all, to return to the law of Moses as interpreted by the sect's leader, the teacher of righteousness. His property was finally surrendered, merged completely with the common treasury of the community. Most significantly, he was now allowed to partake of the pure meal, a sacred communal eating event that symbolized his full incorporation into the covenant. This meal was more than just sustenance. It was a foretaste of the messianic banquet they believed was soon to come. The ritual immersion that followed this meal sealed his new identity. He was no longer an outsider. He was a son of the covenant, a purified vessel ready to receive the community's deepest mysteries. What were these mysteries? The contents of the Dead Sea Scrolls, carefully copied and stored in clay jars within the Qumran caves, provide our answer. This incredible library, discovered by a Bedouin shepherd boy in 1947, contained every text that guided the Essenes' spiritual lives. There were, of course, biblical manuscripts, copies of the books of Isaiah, Deuteronomy, and Psalms that predated any other known Hebrew versions by 1,000 years. But the most revealing scrolls were the sect's own compositions. The community rule laid out the laws and initiation process in meticulous detail. The War Scroll described their expected final battle, a 40-year war where angels and men would fight side by side against the forces of evil. The Temple Scroll presented a divine blueprint for a perfect future temple, vastly different from the one standing in Jerusalem, which they considered defiled. These texts were not for public consumption. They were the guarded curriculum for the initiated. They contained secret calendrical systems, detailed angelology, and mystical interpretations of prophecy that set them apart from the Pharisees and Sadducees, the other major Jewish sects of the era. A full member of the community would spend his days in a rhythm of work, prayer, and study, poring over these very scrolls to align his life perfectly with what he believed was God's hidden plan for the end of days. The caves themselves, located a short but arduous walk from the main settlement, served as their scriptorium and secure library, a place to preserve their most precious writings safe from the elements and from the prying eyes of a hostile world. The ultimate act of preservation came as that hostile world closed in. Around the time of the First Jewish-Roman War, as legions marched through Judea, the community at Qumran faced extinction. Seeing their end approaching, they undertook a deliberate, desperate measure. They gathered their sacred library, hundreds of scrolls, and carefully packed them into clay jars, sealing them to protect against the desert air. They then carried these jars into the surrounding caves, hiding them in crevices and cavities, trusting the desolate landscape to guard their secrets. The settlement was destroyed, and the Essenes vanished from history, but their hidden library survived, silently waiting in the darkness for nearly 2 millennia. The discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls did more than just confirm the existence of this ascetic community. It revolutionized our understanding of Second Temple Judaism. The scrolls reveal a period of intense spiritual ferment and diversity, a world alive with messianic expectation and mystical speculation. They show that concepts like a dualistic struggle between light and darkness, the expectation of a messianic figure, and a strong emphasis on ritual purity were not inventions of later religions, but were vibrant currents within Judaism itself. The Qumran caves, therefore, preserved not just parchment and ink, but the very heartbeat of a mystical tradition that saw itself as the guardian of a cosmic truth, a tradition whose rigorous initiation process was designed to create human beings pure enough to witness the final dawn of God's kingdom on earth. But from the stark desert isolation of Qumran, we journey to a site that represents the very opposite of separation, a place that has been a continuous focal point of connection, pilgrimage, and reverence for three of the world's great monotheistic faiths. Nestled in the heart of the ancient city of Hebron in the West Bank lies the Cave of Machpelah, known in Hebrew as the Cave of the Patriarchs and in Arabic as the Sanctuary of Abraham or the Ibrahimi Mosque. This is not a remote, hidden cavern but a massive, imposing Herodian-era structure, a complex built directly over what tradition holds is the world's most ancient family tomb. For thousands of years, this site has served as a profound spiritual anchor, a place where faith is intimately tied to ancestry and where pilgrims have sought to initiate or reaffirm their own connection to a divine covenant passed down through generations. The foundational power of Machpelah stems from its role as the burial place of the patriarchs and matriarchs of the Jewish people. According to the Book of Genesis, the cave was purchased by Abraham as a burial site for his wife, Sarah. This was no casual transaction. It was a deliberate, legally binding acquisition of a permanent foothold in the land God had promised him. Abraham, the first Hebrew, was a stranger and a sojourner, and in securing this cave, he established the first tangible, eternal link between his descendants and this territory. In the chapters that follow, we learn that Abraham himself was buried here by his sons Isaac and Ishmael. Later, their son Isaac and his wife Rebekah were laid to rest in the cave, followed by their son Jacob and his wife Leah. The gathering of these foundational figures in one location transformed Machpelah from a simple tomb into the spiritual nucleus of the Israelite nation, the physical proof of the covenant between God and the family of Abraham. For a Jewish pilgrim, a journey to Machpelah was and is a form of initiation into this ancestral legacy. It is a walking back through time to stand at the literal feet of one's origins. In Jewish mystical tradition or Kabbalah, the patriarchs represent the fundamental spiritual attributes of kindness, strength, and beauty, known as the Sephirot of Chesed, Jevorah, and Tiferet. To visit their tombs was not merely an act of remembrance, it was an opportunity to connect with and internalize these divine qualities. A pilgrim would come to pray at the cenotaphs, the large, beautifully adorned structures that mark the traditional locations of the graves deep within the cave below. They would pour out their hearts, seeking the intercession of these righteous ancestors, believing that prayers offered at this specific, sanctified ground carried a unique potency. The act of pilgrimage itself, often undertaken for festivals or personal milestones, was a ritual of reaffirmation, a way of consciously stepping into the stream of a history and a promise that began in that very cave. This sacred significance is profoundly echoed in Islam, where the site is venerated as the sanctuary of Abraham or Al-Haram al-Ibrahimi. In the Quran, Abraham or Ibrahim is celebrated as a paramount prophet and the perfect model of submission to God, a Hanif. He is not seen as the founder of a separate religion, but as the spiritual ancestor of all who profess pure monotheism. The cave is revered as the burial place of key prophets, Ibrahim and his wife Sarah, their son Isaac and his wife Rebekah, and their grandson Jacob and his wife Leah. The presence of these figures creates a powerful bridge between the faiths, anchoring Islamic tradition in the same foundational narratives. For Muslim pilgrims, the site, with its majestic mosque, is a place to honor these great prophets and to connect with the deep, abiding legacy of Ibrahim's unwavering faith. The architectural splendor of the mosque, with its minarets and vast prayer halls, speaks to centuries of Islamic custodianship and devotion, layering another dimension of sanctity onto the ancient stones. The very structure that stands over the cave today is a testament to its enduring importance across empires and epochs. The massive rectangular enclosure with walls built from enormous, finely dressed stones is a characteristic masterpiece of Herod the Great, constructed in the 1st century before the Common Era. Herodian architecture, seen also at the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, was designed to inspire awe and to make a bold statement about the permanence and power of Jewish sovereignty. By building such a formidable complex over the cave, Herod was legitimizing his own rule by connecting it to the most ancient and revered figures in the nation's history. This complex was later transformed into a Byzantine church, then a Crusader church, and finally, after the Muslim conquest, into the grand Ibrahimi mosque that stands today. Each successive civilization, recognizing the site's inherent power, did not destroy the previous structure but built upon it, creating a unique architectural palimpsest of faith. The experience of a medieval or modern pilgrim arriving at this complex is one of navigating both physical and spiritual layers. You approach a building that feels more like a fortress than a tomb, its sheer scale immediately imparting a sense of gravity. Inside, the space is divided, reflecting the complex contemporary realities of the site, with sections designated for Muslim prayer and for Jewish worship. Yet, despite these divisions, the underlying unity of reverence remains. In the Jewish section, you might see worshippers pressed against the stone cenotaph of Abraham, their prayers a low, fervent hum. In the mosque during prayer times, the space fills with rows of devout Muslims prostrating in unison. The atmosphere throughout is thick with devotion, a palpable energy generated by millennia of uninterrupted human yearning. For the individual seeker, being in this space is to participate in a continuous chain of devotion that stretches back to the very beginnings of monotheistic belief. What makes the cave of Machpelah so uniquely powerful in the landscape of initiation caves is its tangible connection to the idea of covenant, a binding, eternal agreement between the divine and a family that would become a nation. Unlike the transformative, personal ordeals in the caves of Mithras or the mystical revelations at Eleusis, the initiation offered here is one of lineage and belonging. A pilgrim does not come to be personally shattered and reborn in a new form, but to be firmly and comfortingly placed within a story much larger than themselves. They come to affirm their identity as a child of the covenant, as a spiritual descendant of Abraham and Sarah. It is an initiation into continuity, a ritual act that solidifies one's place in a historical and spiritual continuum. The cave serves as the ultimate physical proof that the promises made to the ancestors are not abstract, but are rooted in a specific, tangible place on this earth, a place where heaven and earth, the past and the present, are understood to meet. This enduring power explains why, despite centuries of conflict and political turmoil, the cave of Machpelah continues to draw countless souls, each seeking their own moment of connection at the threshold of history. This profound connection to ancestry naturally opens into a deeper, more mystical dimension of the cave of Machpelah. Beyond its role as a physical tomb within Jewish esoteric tradition, the cave is envisioned as nothing less than a spiritual vortex, the very gateway to the Garden of Eden. Kabbalistic teachings describe it as the entrance to the Me'arat HaMachpelah, which can be translated not just as the doubled cave, but as the cave of the couples or even the cave of the connection. This name holds profound symbolic weight. The doubling refers to the patriarchs and matriarchs buried there in sacred pairs, but on a cosmic level, it represents the cave's function as a point where the upper and lower worlds meet, where the physical and spiritual realms intertwine. Ancient midrash, or interpretive commentary, even suggests that Adam and Eve, the original couple, were also buried here, positioning Machpelah as the ultimate origin point for all human souls and the threshold back to primordial perfection. In the Zohar, the foundational text of Kabbalah, the cave is depicted as a portal to a network of subterranean tunnels leading directly to the Garden of Eden. It was believed that the souls of the righteous departed would gather here, drawn to the immense spiritual light emanating from the patriarchs before continuing their journey to the afterlife. For a Kabbalistic initiate, a pilgrimage to Hebron was not merely about honoring the dead. It was a daring spiritual exercise. They would come to meditate at the cenotaphs, each one corresponding to a specific sephirah or divine emanation on the Kabbalistic tree of life. Abraham represented chaste or boundless loving kindness. Isaac represented Jevurah, the strength and judgment necessary to contain that love, and Jacob represented Tiferet, the perfect harmony that balances the two. By engaging in specific prayers and meditations at these specific points, the mystics sought to align their own soul with these divine attributes, effectively using the cave as a transformer to elevate their own consciousness and draw down spiritual energy into the world. This mystical reputation made Machpelah a powerful destination for medieval pilgrims, whose travelogues are filled with accounts of supernatural encounters and profound spiritual awakenings. The 12th century Jewish traveler Benjamin of Tudela recorded not only the imposing Herodian structure but also the local belief that if one were to place a lit candle at the cave's sealed entrance on a Friday evening, they would return after the Sabbath to find it still burning, a tangible sign of the eternal life and divine presence residing within. Other accounts speak of pilgrims hearing the echoes of prayers or faint chanting emanating from deep below the stone floor, as if the patriarchs themselves were conducting an eternal service. For these travelers, the arduous and often dangerous journey to Hebron was an initiation in itself, a test of faith that culminated in a direct sensory experience of the sacred. To stand in that hallowed space was to feel the thinness of the veil between the living and the dead, to have one's personal faith confirmed by the overwhelming weight of history and holiness concentrated in a single location. This understanding of the site as a place of spiritual initiation and connection extends powerfully into the traditions of the other Abrahamic faiths. For Christians, particularly during the Crusader period when the complex was transformed into the Church of St. Abraham, the cave served as a powerful reminder of the shared roots of their faith with Judaism. Pilgrims saw in the patriarchs not only historical figures but types or precursors of Christ, with Abraham's willingness to sacrifice Isaac prefiguring God's sacrifice of his own son. A Christian knight receiving his spurs in a ceremony near the cave was being initiated into a chivalric order that saw itself as the spiritual heir to the covenant, defending the holy places associated with these foundational fathers of the faith. In Islamic Sufism, the mystical dimension of Islam, the sanctuary holds a similarly elevated status, known as the Haram al-Khalil, or the Sanctuary of the Friend, referring to Abraham as the friend of God. It became a site for Sufi seekers to engage in spiritual retreat and contemplation. Sufi traditions hold that the cave is a place where prayers are especially accepted, a spot where the divine presence, or sakina, rests powerfully. A Sufi initiate might spend days in solitary prayer and remembrance of God near the cenotaphs, seeking to annihilate their own ego in the presence of these great prophets who perfectly submitted their will to the divine. The site serves as a physical anchor for the concept of Tawhid, the absolute oneness of God, a truth embodied by Ibrahim, who, according to the Quran, rejected idolatry and dedicated his life to the one Creator. For a Sufi, being at the Ibrahimi Mosque is an initiation into the timeless chain of prophecy and a deepening of one's own personal, intimate connection with the divine. This layering of mystical and initiatory practices across Judaism, Christianity, and Islam creates a unique spiritual resonance at Machpelah that is almost unparalleled. It is a place where a Kabbalist seeks to unify the Sephirot, a Crusader affirms his sacred duty, and a Sufi seeks union with the divine friend, all drawn to the same nexus of spiritual power. The cave does not represent a single moment of dramatic personal transformation like the ordeals at Eleusis, but rather a continuous, gentle initiation into a lineage. It is about plugging into a current of faith that has been flowing for millennia. To visit is to consciously step into that stream, to have one's own spiritual identity confirmed and contextualized by the immense, silent witness of the past. The Cave of the Patriarchs, therefore, ultimately initiates the pilgrim into a state of belonging, offering the profound realization that their individual search for meaning is part of an ancient, unending conversation between humanity and the divine, a conversation that began at this very threshold. But for a glimpse into the very roots of the Christian initiation ritual itself, we travel from the ancestral tomb of the patriarchs to the rolling hills west of Jerusalem, to a site that whispers of a radical new beginning. In the late 1990s, archaeologists investigating a cave near the modern kibbutz of Saba made a discovery that sent ripples through the world of biblical archaeology. This was no grand, decorated sanctuary, but a humble, water-filled grotto that appeared to have been meticulously adapted for a very specific purpose. The cave's walls were adorned with crude but unmistakable early Christian symbols, including a striking figure of a man holding a staff and what appears to be a lamb, a clear depiction of the Good Shepherd, one of the oldest Christian artistic motifs. Alongside this were carved crosses and Greek letters. The combination of these symbols with the cave's unique hydrological features pointed to a single, compelling conclusion. This was a site used for baptismal rites, and its location and timing have led many scholars to identify it as the Cave of John the Baptist. The cave itself is a natural karst formation, but it was dramatically engineered by human hands to serve its sacred function. A large, plaster-lined immersion pool was dug into the floor, fed by a natural spring that would have provided a constant flow of fresh, living water, a crucial element for ritual purity in Jewish tradition from which John's baptism emerged. A channel was carved to drain excess water, and steps were carefully hewn into the stone, allowing a person to descend into the chest-deep pool and ascend again. This was not a place for a simple sprinkling. It was designed for full-body immersion, a powerful physical enactment of spiritual death and rebirth. The entire setup, hidden away from public view in the Judean wilderness, reflects the ethos of John's ministry as described in the Gospels, a call to repentance and transformation away from the corrupting influence of the city, in a place of stark simplicity and raw encounter with the divine. John the Baptist's ministry was at its core one of national and personal initiation. He stood in the tradition of the Hebrew prophets, calling the people of Israel to prepare for the imminent coming of God's kingdom. His baptism of repentance in the Jordan River was a transformative ritual. For a Jew to undergo this baptism was a profound statement. It meant acknowledging that their ancestral identity alone was not enough. They needed a personal, moral turning, a cleansing of the heart to be ready for the Messianic age. The Saba Cave, located in the wilderness near John's known area of activity, offers a tangible, intimate setting for this kind of intense spiritual preparation. Imagine a small group of seekers gathered in the dim, damp cavern, the air cool and heavy. One by one, they would descend the steps into the purifying waters, emerging gasping into the flickering lamplight, their old lives symbolically washed away, their identities reoriented toward a new and urgent hope. The archaeological evidence suggests this cave's significance did not end with John's lifetime. The Christian symbols, which stylistically date to the 3rd or 4th century, indicate that long after John's death, the cave was venerated and used by early Christian communities. It likely became a secret pilgrimage site for Jewish Christians living in and around Jerusalem. For these believers, John was not just a prophet but the forerunner who had baptized Jesus himself, inaugurating his public ministry. To be baptized in a cave associated with John was to physically connect with that foundational moment. It was an act of spiritual imitation, a way of participating in the same movement of repentance and renewal that had prepared the way for Christ. The pilgrimage to this remote cave would have been a powerful act of devotion, a way to seek their own spiritual renewal by walking in the footsteps of the last and greatest of the prophets. Further strengthening this interpretation are the discoveries of thousands of pottery shards from small juglets known as unguentaria found outside the cave's entrance. These vessels were commonly used in the ancient world for holding precious oils or perfumes. In a Christian baptismal context, they would have held the consecrated oil used for anointing immediately after the immersion, a practice documented in early Christian writings. The sheer volume of these broken vessels suggests a long and sustained pattern of use by many pilgrims over generations. Each broken juglet represents a single initiation, a moment where a person was anointed with the Holy Spirit, sealing their new identity in Christ. The cave, therefore, stands as a rare and precious bridge, connecting the Jewish ritual of repentance preached by John to the Christian sacrament of baptism that would become the primary rite of initiation for billions. It embodies the entire arc of spiritual transformation, from the first stirrings of conscience in the wilderness to the formalized embrace into a new community of faith. From the humble baptismal grotto near Jerusalem, our path now leads us across the Mediterranean to a stark, sun-bleached island that has become synonymous with the end of the world itself. The island of Patmos, a rugged outcropping in the Aegean Sea, feels both isolated and charged with a strange energy. It was here, around the end of the 1st century, that a man named John the Evangelist, an exiled elder of the early Christian church, was forced to dwell in a small, shallow cave on the island's slopes. According to ancient and enduring tradition, this unassuming hollow in the rock was the very spot where the heavens tore open, granting John a series of overwhelming, terrifying, and glorious visions that he would later dictate to his disciples, forming the final book of the Christian New Testament, the Book of Revelation, also known as the Apocalypse. The Cave of the Apocalypse is therefore unique among all initiation sites. It is not a place where a human ritual was performed to invoke the divine, but rather the location of a direct, unsolicited divine invasion into the human realm, a place where prophecy itself was born. The cave's physical appearance is surprisingly modest, which only amplifies its profound spiritual power. Unlike the vast, echoing chambers of Coruscant or the meticulously carved halls of Ajanta, this is a simple, low-ceilinged grotto split into 2 small sections. The original rock face is still visible, rough and unadorned, a stark reminder of its raw, natural state. Yet, over the centuries, the cave has been enveloped by the magnificent monastery of St. John the Theologian, which looms on the hill above it like a fortress guarding its most precious treasure. As you step inside, you leave the brilliant Aegean sunlight for a cool, shadowy space that feels more like a sanctuary than a cavern. The air is thick with the scent of burning beeswax candles and centuries of prayer. The rough walls are now lined with icons and silver lamps, and the space is divided by a low wall, marking the exact spots tradition holds as being integral to John's experience. You see the narrow fissure in the ceiling from which the voice of God was said to emanate, and the indentation in the rock that served as the evangelist's pillow, a physical connection to the prophet's humble repose. The account of John's experience, as related in the text's prologue, sets the scene for a powerful spiritual initiation. He writes, "I, John, your brother and companion in the suffering and kingdom and patient endurance that are ours in Jesus, was on the island of Patmos because of the word of God and the testimony of Jesus. On the Lord's day I was in the Spirit, and I heard behind me a loud voice like a trumpet. This was not a quiet meditation, it was a violent rupture of his ordinary reality." The cave's natural features are believed to have played a direct role in this mystical event. The tripartite fissure in the rock overhead is said to be where he heard the voice instructing him to write on a scroll what you see, a command that symbolically tore open the boundary between heaven and earth. This crack is revered as a physical manifestation of the Holy Trinity, a permanent scar left by the divine communication. The acoustics of the small, stone chamber would have amplified every sound, from the drip of water to the roar of the visionary voice, creating a disorienting and immersive soundscape that blurred the line between internal vision and external reality. For the early Christian monks who later sanctified this space, John's exile was the ultimate model of the monastic vocation. They saw in his story a paradigm for their own lives, a withdrawal from the worldly society that had rejected him, a period of intense asceticism and isolation, culminating in a direct, unmediated encounter with God. The cave became the heart of their spiritual practice, a site for initiation into the prophetic and contemplative life. A novice monk would be brought here not to receive a structured ritual, but to learn to wait like John in patient endurance. He would pray in the same spot, fast, and seek to enter the same state of being in the spirit, hoping to quiet his own mind enough to hear the divine voice, however it might choose to speak. The initiation was one of surrendered receptivity, a training in how to become a vessel for revelation, just as the cave itself was a natural vessel that had once contained the ultimate divine message. This tradition of seeking personal revelation transformed the Cave of the Apocalypse into a major pilgrimage site, a role it fervently maintains to this day. Modern pilgrims, much like their ancient counterparts, undertake the journey to Patmos not merely as tourists but as spiritual seekers, hoping to touch the nexus of a world-changing prophetic event. The experience is often intensely personal and emotional. Many pilgrims describe a palpable shift in the atmosphere upon entering the grotto, a feeling of being in a thin place where the spiritual world feels exceptionally close. They kneel to touch the silver-encased niche that marked John's resting place. They press their ears near the legendary fissure, and they sit in silent meditation on the stone bench, their own modern anxieties and hopes echoing in a space that once witnessed the cosmic drama of seals, trumpets, and bowls of wrath. For them, the cave is a living oracle. It does not give new prophecies, but it offers a context to reinterpret the old ones, to find personal meaning in the grand, often bewildering, imagery of the final biblical book. The enduring power of this site lies in its potent combination of stark historical reality and boundless mystical interpretation. The cave is a tangible, geographical anchor for one of the most influential and debated texts ever written. It grounds the soaring, often terrifying, visions of multi-headed beasts, a great red dragon, and a new heaven and new earth in a very real, visitable location. This connection makes the apocalyptic narrative feel immediate and urgent. A pilgrim standing in that grotto is not just reading about ancient visions. They are standing in the very spot where those visions were received, forcing a confrontation with the text's central question. What does it mean to live faithfully in a world under judgment, awaiting redemption? The Cave of the Apocalypse initiates every visitor into this ongoing drama, inviting them to see their own life and times through the lens of a prophetic tradition that speaks of ultimate endings and glorious new beginnings, all emanating from a simple hole in a rock on a remote Greek island. From the prophetic isolation of Patmos, we now journey to the very epicenter of the early Christian world, to a city where the faith faced its most brutal trials and where its most enduring symbols were forged in secrecy. Beneath the soaring dome of the present-day St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican lies a hidden city of the dead, a pagan and Christian necropolis preserved for nearly 2 millennia. This is not a natural cave, but a man-made subterranean labyrinth, a sprawling Roman cemetery known as the Vatican Necropolis. In the 2nd and 3rd centuries, as Rome's emperors launched waves of violent persecution against the followers of Christ, this underground cemetery became one of the most sacred and dangerous places on earth for a Christian. Here, amidst the tombs of wealthy Roman families, the faithful would secretly gather to perform the rites that defined their new identity. worshipping just feet away from what they fervently believed was the final resting place of their Prince of Apostles, Peter himself. Entering this necropolis was an act of profound courage and an initiation in its own right. A Christian living in Rome would not approach the Vatican Hill during the day. That would be an invitation for arrest and execution. Instead, under the cover of darkness, they would navigate the narrow, funerary streets between the above-ground mausoleums, descending through a discreet entrance into one of the larger family tombs. The air would have been thick with the smell of damp earth and old incense. The walls were adorned with beautiful, if somber, pagan frescoes of mythological scenes, a stark contrast to the simple, powerful faith of those who now risked their lives to meet there. Lit only by the flickering light of small oil lamps, these tombs were transformed from places of mourning into vibrant, clandestine churches. The very act of finding the gathering, of passing unseen through a city hostile to your beliefs, was the first test of commitment, separating the curious from the truly devoted. Within these cramped, sacred spaces, two rituals formed the core of the Christian initiation experience: baptism and the Eucharist. Baptism was the once-in-a-lifetime ceremony that formally welcomed a person into the community of believers. After a long period of instruction, often lasting up to 3 years, the catechumen, or candidate, would be brought to a small, shallow pool, sometimes a simple basin or a repurposed sarcophagus liner filled with water. In that shadowy lamplight, surrounded by the silent witness of the dead, the candidate would strip off their old clothes, symbolically shedding their former pagan life. They would then be immersed 3 times in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, rising from the waters as a new creation, born again into the promise of eternal life. This ritual death and rebirth performed in a tomb was charged with profound meaning. It was a definitive declaration that physical death all around them in that necropolis had been conquered by Christ. The second and ongoing initiation was the celebration of the Eucharist, or the Lord's Supper. This was the heart of every clandestine gathering. The community would huddle closely together, their whispers echoing off the stone walls. A presiding elder or bishop would take a loaf of bread and a cup of wine, and following the command of Jesus at the Last Supper, would pronounce them to be his body and blood. For these early Christians, this was not a mere symbol. It was a mystical participation in the very life of Christ. In a society where they were socially ostracized and physically hunted, sharing this sacred meal created an unbreakable bond of fellowship and solidarity. It was their spiritual sustenance, the food that gave them the courage to face the lions in the arena or the executioner's sword. Partaking in the Eucharist in the catacombs was a radical act of defiance, affirming that their true citizenship was not in Rome but in the kingdom of heaven. The entire spiritual power of this underground worship was magnified exponentially by its proximity to a specific, unassuming patch of earth. Tucked against the red wall of a simple 2nd century tomb, archaeologists have found a small, humble monument erected around the year 160. This troglodytic shrine was built directly over a 1st century Roman burial ground, and beneath it, bones were discovered in the 20th century that, after extensive analysis, were declared by the Vatican to be those of Simon Peter, the fisherman from Galilee. For the early Christians who secretly built that first memorial, this was the ultimate spiritual anchor. To celebrate the Eucharist just a few feet from the tomb of the man who had walked with Jesus, who had been entrusted with the keys to the kingdom, and who had, according to tradition, been martyred upside down on the nearby Vatican Hill, was to feel an electric connection to the very foundations of their faith. This physical connection to Peter transformed the Vatican necropolis from a mere hiding place into a living reliquary and a powerful symbol of hope. Worshipping near his tomb was a tangible reminder that their faith was built on the witness of the apostles, men who had seen the risen Christ and had given their lives to spread his message. In a time of intense persecution, when the Christian movement seemed fragile and doomed to be crushed by the might of the Roman Empire, gathering at Peter's grave was an act of stunning confidence. It proclaimed that the gates of hell would not prevail against the church, that the blood of the martyrs was the seed of the faith. These hidden ceremonies, sustained week after week and year after year in the darkness beneath the earth, provided the spiritual and communal resilience that allowed Christianity not only to survive the flames of persecution, but to eventually emerge triumphant, transforming the Roman Empire itself and changing the course of human history. Yet while the Vatican necropolis offers a sacred glimpse into the worship at Peter's tomb, it represents only a fraction of a much larger, more intricate phenomenon. Spreading like a hidden root system beneath the city of Rome itself are the legendary catacombs, an estimated 300 miles of subterranean galleries carved through soft volcanic tuff rock. These were not secret meeting places for a few brave souls, but vast, organized public cemeteries where all Christians, rich and poor, could be buried according to their faith, in the hopeful expectation of the resurrection. For the first 3 centuries after Christ, when Christianity was an illegal and persecuted religio illicita, these silent, dark corridors became far more than just a city of the dead. They were the clandestine heart of a burgeoning spiritual revolution, a hidden world where the core rituals of the faith were both practiced and taught, and where the visual language of Christian art was first born, instructing initiates in the mysteries they were preparing to join. Navigating the catacombs was a journey into a symbolic underworld, one that mirrored the spiritual passage of the souls interred within. Visitors would descend a steep staircase, the luminaire, which admitted a single shaft of dusty light from the world above. At the bottom, they found themselves in a network of narrow, high-ceilinged galleries, where shelves were cut into the walls in long, horizontal niches called loculi. These held the bodies of the common faithful, wrapped simply in linen shrouds and sealed with plaster or marble slabs. For wealthier families, small rooms known as cubicula were carved off the main passages, serving as private burial chapels for entire households. The atmosphere was one of profound stillness, the air cool and heavy, the silence broken only by the muffled sounds of the city far overhead. This descent from the vibrant, pagan world of the living into the quiet, ordered realm of the Christian dead was a powerful physical metaphor for the initiate's own journey, leaving behind the old life and descending into the darkness of faith, soon to emerge into a new understanding illuminated by hope. It was within these cubicula, the small family chapels, that the most vital work of the early church took place. Far from the eyes of Roman authorities, these chambers were transformed into secret classrooms and sanctuaries. The walls, once bare rock, were covered with a startling burst of artistic expression, the first Christian frescoes. These were not merely decorative, they were a carefully coded visual catechism for converts who were often illiterate and needed to learn the stories and symbols of their new faith. The artists drew heavily from the Old Testament, selecting narratives that resonated with their own persecuted community and prefigured the salvation offered by Christ. One of the most common images is of Jonah. In these frescoes, we see him being thrown from the ship, swallowed by the great sea monster, and then, miraculously, resting peacefully under a gourd vine. For a Christian initiate, this was a direct symbol of Christ's own death, 3 days in the tomb, and resurrection. It was a powerful promise that God could deliver them from the belly of despair, even from death itself. Other recurring images formed a foundational lexicon of hope. The story of the 3 youths in the fiery furnace, saved by a 4th figure who looked like a son of the gods, assured believers that divine protection was with them even in the midst of persecution. The figure of the Good Shepherd carrying a lamb on his shoulders was perhaps the most beloved of all. It depicted Christ not as a distant judge, but as a gentle, caring protector who would seek out and rescue every single lost soul. Scenes of Moses striking the rock to bring forth water pointed directly to the life-giving power of baptism. For a catechumen studying these images by the flickering light of an oil lamp, the walls of the catacombs became a living Bible. An elder would explain how Daniel in the lion's den symbolized God's power to shut the mouths of their political and spiritual adversaries, and how the raising of Lazarus was a concrete promise of their own future resurrection. This visual instruction was a crucial part of their initiation, embedding the core narratives of salvation directly into their imagination. The culmination of this period of instruction was the sacrament of baptism, a rite that was sometimes performed deep within the catacombs themselves. While full immersion pools were rare underground, archaeologists have identified chambers with basins and funerary fonts that could have been used for the ceremony. The ritual was profoundly physical and symbolic. The candidate, after years of preparation, would strip off their outer garments, representing the shedding of their old, sinful self. They would then be anointed with oil and led down into the water, often in a space surrounded by the tombs of the faithful departed. As they were immersed 3 times in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, they were enacting a symbolic death, burial, and resurrection with Christ. Emerging from the water, they were clothed in a new white garment, marking them as a fully initiated member of the Christian community, reborn into a new life. The setting was intentional and profound. Their new spiritual birth took place in the heart of the city of the dead, a bold declaration that through this ritual, the power of physical death had been definitively broken. Following their baptism, the new Christians were immediately led to their first celebration of the Eucharist, the communal meal that stood at the very center of Christian identity. These celebrations were held in the larger cubicula or in small, underground basilicas known as hypogae. A stone slab serving as an altar would be placed over the tomb of a revered martyr, creating a powerful link between the sacrifice of Christ on the cross, the witness of the martyrs, and the worship of the living community. The shared bread and wine, understood to be the body and blood of Christ, forged an unbreakable bond among those who partook. In a world where they were socially marginalized and legally outlawed, this sacred meal created a new family, a new citizenship. It was their spiritual sustenance, providing the courage to face the very real possibility of joining the martyrs whose relics lay beneath their feet. The catacombs were thus the ultimate safe house, a spiritual refuge that offered not just physical hiding from persecution, but the profound consolation of a shared faith, a promised resurrection, and a direct, tangible connection to the cloud of witnesses who had gone before them in hope. Now we descend from the sacred tombs of early Christians into a more modern, yet equally chilling underworld, one not of hope and resurrection, but of a stark and artistic confrontation with death itself. Far beneath the bustling streets and grand boulevards of Paris lies a hidden city of a different order, the catacombs of Paris. This is not an ancient burial ground created for the dead, but a massive, modern solution to a pressing urban crisis. By the late 18th century, the cemeteries of Paris, particularly the famous Les Innocents, were overflowing, creating horrifying public health hazards. In a monumental engineering feat, the city decided to relocate its dead, transferring the bones of an estimated 6 million people into a network of abandoned limestone quarries that snaked beneath the city. But this vast ossuary, with its meticulous, almost decorative walls of stacked femurs and skulls, would soon transcend its practical origins, becoming a powerful and eerie stage for a very different kind of initiation in the age of enlightenment and secret societies. The sheer scale and artistry of the ossuary are what first strikes the visitor. This is not a haphazard bone dump, it is a curated, macabre gallery. Miles of dark, damp tunnels are lined with bones arranged in startlingly precise patterns. Long bones form the core of the walls, while rows of skulls create grim friezes and decorative crosses. At various points, pillars of vertebrae and altars of skeletal remains remind the living of their ultimate fate. The atmosphere is cold, silent, and heavy with the weight of millions of silenced lives. Plaques bearing poetic and philosophical reflections on mortality are placed at intervals, with one of the most famous greeting visitors at the entrance, a red. Say Isai el Empire de la Mort, stop, this is the empire of death. This deliberate artistic arrangement transforms the catacombs from a simple repository into a memento mori on an industrial scale, a physical manifestation of the philosophical concept that to truly live, one must first consciously confront the reality of death. It was this overwhelming, tangible presence of mortality that drew secret societies of the 18th and 19th centuries to these subterranean halls. Groups like the Rosicrucians, Freemasons, and other mystical orders saw in the Paris catacombs the perfect setting for their most profound initiation rituals. For these esoteric traditions, the journey toward enlightenment was understood as a series of symbolic deaths and rebirths. The neophyte or candidate for initiation would be led blindfolded through the dark, twisting passages, their physical disorientation mirroring their spiritual uncertainty. The cool, damp air and the profound silence, broken only by the echoing drip of water and their own nervous footsteps, would heighten their senses and strip away their ordinary sense of self. This journey was a deliberate reenactment of the ancient archetype, the descent into the underworld, leaving the world of the living behind to seek hidden wisdom in the realm of shadows. The culminating moment of such a ceremony would often take place in one of the ossuary's larger chambers, a space transformed by flickering torchlight into a surreal and solemn temple. The blindfold would be removed, and the initiate would be confronted with a breathtaking and terrifying sight: walls composed entirely of the silent, staring faces of the dead. This was the ultimate test, a direct, visceral confrontation with their own mortality. In this charged atmosphere, the presiding officer of the lodge would deliver a lecture on the themes of death, equality, and the transient nature of earthly existence. The message was clear: before the glittering honors of the world, before wealth, status, or power, every human being is reduced to the same fundamental state. The skull of a king was indistinguishable from that of a pauper in these quiet galleries. This symbolic death of the ego was the necessary precursor to spiritual rebirth. The initiate had to willingly die to their old, prideful, and worldly self to be reborn as a new, humble seeker of eternal truths. For a group like the Rosicrucians, who blended Christian mysticism with alchemical and Kabbalistic symbolism, the catacombs represented the alchemical vessel itself. In their worldview, the process of spiritual transformation was often described using the language of alchemy. The base lead of the unenlightened soul had to be subjected to the blackening, or negrido, a state of decomposition and putrefaction, before it could be purified into the spiritual gold of the enlightened adept. The catacombs, filled with the physical results of decomposition, were the ultimate symbolic representation of this necessary first stage. By voluntarily entering this realm and meditating upon it, the initiate was actively participating in their own spiritual negrido, dissolving their attachments and confronting the shadow aspects of their own psyche, all under the silent witness of millions. It was a harrowing but essential purification. This practice directly continued the ancient traditions of underground transformation we have explored across the globe, but with a distinctly modern philosophical twist. The rites performed in the Coruscant cave used ecstatic frenzy to break down the self. The Mithraic initiations employed dramatic ordeals. The early Christian baptisms in the catacombs enacted a ritual death and rebirth through water. The secret societies in the Parisian ossuaries were engaging in the very same archetypal process, but their tool was intellectual and symbolic confrontation. They used the sheer, overwhelming evidence of physical decay to force a philosophical and spiritual crisis, a profound shift in consciousness. The initiate did not emerge speaking in tongues or filled with divine madness, but with a sober, unshakable understanding of life's fragility and a renewed, solemn dedication to pursuing that which is eternal and incorruptible. The light of wisdom, virtue, and spiritual truth that persists even when the body has long since returned to dust. The Paris catacombs stand, therefore, as a powerful and eerie bridge, connecting the ancient, visceral rites of the cave to the more cerebral, yet equally transformative, initiations of the modern esoteric world. But our journey through the caverns of initiation would be incomplete without venturing back to the very dawn of human consciousness, to a time when art and spirituality were born together in the deep, silent dark. Let us travel now to the rolling hills of northern Spain, to a place that revolutionized our understanding of our ancient ancestors, the Cave of Altamira. Discovered in the late 19th century, its ceiling was initially dismissed as a modern forgery because the paintings were too sophisticated, too vibrant, and too beautifully executed to be the work of so-called primitive cavemen. But they were genuine, a breathtaking gallery created by Paleolithic artists over 14,000 years ago. The ceiling is a monumental panorama of the prehistoric world, dominated by a magnificent herd of bison. These are not simple stick figures, they are dynamic, powerful creatures rendered in vivid shades of red and black, their forms masterfully using the natural contours and bumps of the rock to create a stunning sense of volume and movement. They appear to breathe, to shift in the flickering torchlight, a frozen stampede of profound artistic genius. For decades, archaeologists saw sites like Altamira as simple, prehistoric art galleries, perhaps created for sympathetic hunting magic or as a form of decorative storytelling. But a deeper look at the cave's specific features suggests a far more profound purpose. This was not a place for casual daily life. Evidence indicates it was used sporadically, and its entrance eventually collapsed, sealing it for millennia like a time capsule. The most spectacular paintings are not in an easily accessible antechamber, but deep within the cave's interior, in places that are difficult to reach and would have been plunged into absolute oppressive darkness. To create these masterpieces, the artists had to work in this Stygian blackness, relying on the faint, dancing light of stone lamps fueled by animal fat. The very act of entering this deep space was a significant undertaking, a deliberate departure from the familiar world of sunlight and a descent into a realm of potent mystery. This was not a living room, it was a sanctuary. Many researchers now posit that Altamira served as a sacred space for shamanic initiation rituals, a pivotal location for rites of passage within small, nomadic hunter-gatherer bands. In such societies, the transition from childhood to adulthood was not a gradual process but a dramatic, life-altering event. An adolescent would be led into the cave's profound darkness, a place utterly separate from the known world. The sensory experience would have been overwhelming and deliberately disorienting. The air is cool and still, the silence so profound that you can hear your own heartbeat. But if someone in that darkness began to chant, to drum, or to play a simple flute, the cave's remarkable acoustics would come alive. Sound would reverberate, echo, and distort, creating an immersive, otherworldly soundscape that could easily blur the lines between reality and perception. In this state of sensory deprivation mixed with rhythmic auditory stimulation, the initiate's mind would have been highly susceptible to entering an altered state of consciousness. Imagine the scene. A young person on the cusp of adulthood is taken deep into the earth. They are surrounded by the looming, seemingly living forms of the great animals their society depended upon for survival. A shaman or elder might guide them, using drumming and chanting to shift their consciousness. In this trance-like state, the painted bison on the ceiling might appear to move, to breathe, to transform into the very spirit of the animal. This visionary experience was likely understood as a journey to the spirit world, a place where the initiate could communicate with the ancestors and the powerful forces of nature. By confronting the symbolic power of the bison in this heightened state, the youth was not just learning about hunting. They were forging a spiritual connection with the prey, understanding the sacred cycle of life and death that sustained their people. They were internalizing the soul of the herd. The evidence for this shamanic interpretation is woven into the very fabric of the cave. The paintings are not randomly placed. They are often positioned in areas with the most dramatic acoustics or on ceilings that force the viewer to look up in a posture of awe and submission. Furthermore, many of the images show a fascinating blend of human and animal characteristics, classic shamanic motifs representing transformation and the journey of the soul. A figure might have a bison's head or a bird's claws, symbolizing the shaman's ability to cross the boundary between the human and animal realms. For an initiate, witnessing or being guided to envision such a hybrid being would have been a powerful lesson in the fluid nature of existence and their own potential to access hidden realms of knowledge and power. The cave itself was the ultimate teaching tool, its darkness a canvas for the mind, its echoes the voice of the spirits, and its magnificent art a permanent record of the visionary landscape they were expected to navigate. Emerging from this ordeal, the individual was reborn no longer a child, but a fully fledged member of the tribe, one who had faced the spiritual darkness and returned with a new understanding of their place in the delicate and sacred web of life. If the painted ceiling of Altamira feels like a sacred cathedral, then the complex known as Las Coques, discovered in southwestern France in 1940, is nothing less than a sprawling, multi-chambered university of the spirit. Often called the Sistine Chapel of prehistory, Las Coques' art is even more prolific and compositionally sophisticated, created around 17,000 years ago. The cave is a labyrinth of connected galleries, each with its own distinct character and artistic theme, suggesting a deliberate and meaningful pathway rather than a random collection of images. For a Paleolithic adolescent on the verge of adulthood, being led into this underground network was likely the culmination of their early life, a ceremonial journey designed to prepare them not just for the physical act of hunting, but for the profound spiritual responsibilities that came with it. This was not a passive tour, it was an active, transformative ordeal where the very walls seemed to breathe with the life force of the world upon which their community depended. The journey of initiation at Las Coques would have begun with a descent into the Hall of the Bulls, an overwhelming space that immediately established the power and majesty of the animal kingdom. Here on the vast, curved walls are some of the largest known prehistoric paintings, enormous aurochs, stags, and horses that seem to surge across the rock face in a dynamic, swirling procession. The scale is deliberately imposing. The largest bull stretches over 17 feet long, a figure so immense that the artist had to construct scaffolding to reach the ceiling. For a young initiate standing in the flickering torchlight, this chamber was a sensory avalanche. The shadows cast by the flames would have made the animals appear to move, their legs churning in a perpetual, powerful motion. This was the first lesson. The world is filled with forces far greater than you. The initiate was being humbled, their childhood sense of self beginning to erode before this display of raw, primal power that they would soon have to engage with, respect, and ultimately master for the survival of everyone they knew. Leaving the overwhelming grandeur of the Hall of the Bulls, the initiate's path would then lead them into the more constrained and symbolically charged axial gallery. This passage is a narrow, twisting corridor that descends deeper into the earth, and its art is even more concentrated and intense. The walls are a dense tapestry of animals, but here the compositions tell clearer stories. We see a sequence of horses, their heads lowered as if drinking, and a dramatic scene of a bison, its entrails spilled, confronting a bird-headed man next to a rhinoceros. This famous shaft scene is one of the most debated images in all of prehistoric art. It appears to depict a narrative, a hunting accident, a shamanic trance, or a mythic battle. For the initiate navigating this claustrophobic passage, the imagery was a direct instruction in the dangers and sacred nature of the hunt. The bison, even in its death throes, possesses immense power, while the bird-headed figure suggests a state of transformation, a human spirit moving between the animal and human realms. This gallery was teaching the complex, intertwined relationship between life, death, and the spirit world. The culmination of this underground pilgrimage was likely the deepest and most difficult to reach part of the cave, the chamber of the felines and the shaft. Reaching these areas required crawling through treacherous, low tunnels, a physical ordeal that mirrored the psychological journey. The chamber of the felines is covered in engravings of powerful, dangerous predators like lions, animals that were not primary prey but represented pure, untamed power and danger. This was a place of ultimate respect for the forces that could end a human life. Finally, the shaft itself is a sheer 16-foot drop into a small, secluded cavity containing the powerful scene of the birdman and the bison. To stand here was to be at the absolute heart of the mystery. The combination of physical exertion, sensory deprivation, and the potent, enigmatic imagery would have been overwhelming, perfectly designed to induce an altered state of consciousness in the young person. It was within this heightened state that the true initiation occurred. The cave was not merely a picture book, it was an interactive spiritual machine. The acoustic properties of each chamber are remarkable, with specific areas resonating powerfully with drumming or chanting. A shamanic guide could use these echoes to create a disorienting soundscape, making it seem as if the voices of the animal spirits were emerging from the rock itself. In the flickering, unreliable torchlight, the painted figures would appear to shift, run, and even turn to look at the initiate. This was not an illusion, it was a carefully engineered visionary experience. The young hunter was learning to see with more than their eyes. They were learning to perceive the spiritual essence of the animals, the numen or life force that their people believed had to be honored and appeased for a hunt to be successful and for the cosmic balance to be maintained. Emerging from the darkness of Lascaux, the initiate was reborn. They returned to the sunlight not as a child, but as a hunter-warrior, a fully conscious member of their community. They now carried within them the memory of the sacred herd, the power of the predators, and the mysterious union of human and animal represented by the birdman. They understood that killing a bison was not merely a physical act of procurement, but a sacred transaction within a spiritual ecosystem. The cave had imprinted upon them the gravity of their new role. Their successful hunt would now be a ritual repetition of the mythic drama they witnessed in the shaft, conducted with respect and gratitude. Lascaux, therefore, stands as one of humanity's most elaborate and profound early institutions, a place where art, architecture, and ritual fused to guide the young across the treacherous and essential threshold from childhood into a spiritually aware adulthood, ensuring the survival of both the tribe's body and its collective soul. But the story of prehistoric initiation does not end with Lascaux. For a glimpse into the very origins of this profound human practice, we must travel to the Ardèche region of southern France, to a limestone cliff overlooking a prehistoric river valley. Here in 1994, 3 speleologists made a discovery that would rewrite the timeline of human artistic and spiritual achievement, the Chauvet Cave. Sealed by a rockfall for over 20,000 years, its pristine floor was a time capsule from an impossibly distant past, preserving the footprints of its ancient visitors and the ashes of their fires. Radiocarbon dating revealed the stunning truth: the oldest paintings in Chauvet were created around 36,000 years ago, making this one of the oldest and most sophisticated known sanctuaries in the entire world. This was not a place of casual habitation. Every piece of evidence points to a site reserved for something far more significant, a sacred space where our earliest ancestors engaged in rituals that may have laid the foundation for everything that followed. The moment you step beyond the cave's narrow entrance, you enter a realm of profound silence and darkness, a world deliberately separated from the everyday. The cave floor itself tells a powerful story. Archaeologists found no evidence of long-term settlement, no middens of daily waste. Instead, they discovered something more telling: the preserved footprints of a single, small child, walking deliberately through the cavern alongside the tracks of a large wolf or dog. Did the animal accompany the child, or were their journeys separated by centuries? the mystery only deepens the sense of a personal, intentional pilgrimage. Scattered throughout the chambers are the remains of over 200 hearths, small fires lit not for warmth or cooking, but to illuminate the darkness for a specific purpose. The charcoal from these fires was used to create the very art on the walls, and their strategic placement suggests they were used to highlight specific paintings, turning the cave into a dynamic, flickering theater of shadow and light. The entire environment was meticulously curated for an experience that was both visual and visceral, and what these ancient firelights revealed was an artistic achievement of breathtaking power and sophistication. The artists of Chauvet were not primitive doodlers, they were masters of their craft. They used the natural contours of the rock to give their subjects volume and life, creating a stunning sense of movement and three-dimensionality. They employed sophisticated techniques like shading and perspective, and they sometimes scraped the walls clean to create a fresh, smooth canvas. The gallery is dominated by animals that were rarely hunted for food, creatures that embodied danger, power, and mystery. Here we find not just herds of horses and bison, but a stunning bestiary of predators, cave lions with their muscles coiled in tension, a pride of them seemingly advancing across a wall, woolly rhinoceroses locked in combat, and a magnificent panel of 4 massive cave bears, one of them seemingly sniffing the air, his form merging perfectly with a natural bulge in the rock. This was not a simple menu of prey, it was a portrait of the most formidable and spiritually potent forces in their world. The purpose of this magnificent art gallery, hidden so deep within the earth, almost certainly transcended mere decoration. Many researchers propose that Chauvet served as a primary location for shamanic initiation rites, a university of the spirit for the youth of a Paleolithic clan. The journey into the cave was a physical and psychological ordeal. To reach the deepest and most spectacular chambers, like the magnificent end chamber, an initiate would have had to navigate more than 400 yards of total darkness, moving away from the safety of the world they knew. In this profound blackness, illuminated only by the flicker of a handheld lamp, the senses would have been heightened to an extraordinary degree. The sound of dripping water would echo like a drumbeat, and the shadows cast by the fire would make the painted animals seem to breathe, twitch, and come alive. This controlled, sensory-rich environment was perfectly designed to induce an altered state of consciousness, to open the mind of the initiate to visionary experience. Within this sacred space, the artwork itself functioned as a spiritual teaching tool. The dominance of powerful, dangerous animals suggests that the initiates were being instructed in the nature of the spiritual forces that governed their world. Confronting the image of a charging rhinoceros or a stalking lion in the unpredictable torchlight was a way to face primordial fear in a controlled setting. It was a symbolic rehearsal for the real dangers of life, a lesson in courage and respect. Some panels show sequences of animals, like the famous horses' heads that seem to shift and move, possibly representing the fluid nature of the spirit world or teaching the initiates how to perceive the life force within all creatures. Other walls feature mysterious red dots and hand stencils, perhaps the signatures of the initiates themselves or marks of spiritual connection left by those who had undergone the ritual before them. The cave was an immersive textbook, its lessons written not in words, but in awe-inspiring images that bypassed the intellect to speak directly to the soul. The ultimate goal of this profound descent was a psychological transformation as critical to survival as any physical skill. By voluntarily facing the symbolic darkness and its powerful inhabitants, the initiate was undergoing a symbolic death of their childhood self. The cave was a spiritual womb where the old identity was dissolved in the face of overwhelming mystery. Emerging back into the sunlight, the individual was reborn into their adult role within the tribe. They returned with a new understanding that the world was not just a physical place of resources and threats, but a deeply spiritual landscape where humans participated in a sacred relationship with the forces of nature. They learned that the successful hunt required not just skill with a spear, but a spiritual connection to the soul of the animal. The Shovit Cave, therefore, stands as a monumental testament to the dawn of human spirituality, a place where art, ritual, and the raw power of the underground environment coalesce to forge fully conscious human beings, capable of facing the immense challenges of the Ice Age world with courage, reverence, and a newly awakened sense of their place in the cosmos. Leaving behind the primal masterpieces of Shovit, our journey through time brings us to a coastline where the Mediterranean sun meets ancient mystery. On the dramatic Andalusian coast of southern Spain, not far from the modern city of Malaga, lies the Cave of Nerja. This is not a single, hidden chamber but an immense subterranean cathedral, a sprawling network of galleries stretching for almost 3 miles, making it one of the largest cave systems in all of Europe. While its discovery by 5 local teenagers in 1959 was a modern event, the story it tells is profoundly ancient. From the moment you step into its vast, echoing halls, you are walking in the footsteps of countless generations, a place where evidence of human activity spans an astonishing timeline from the Paleolithic era right through to the Neolithic and even the Chalcolithic periods. This was not merely a shelter, it was a place of enduring sanctity, a spiritual anchor for communities over thousands of years, and it holds compelling clues to its potential role as a stage for transformative Neolithic initiation rites. When we think of the Neolithic period, we often picture a revolutionary shift in human existence, the dawn of agriculture, the domestication of plants and animals, and the establishment of settled village life. With this new way of living came new spiritual needs and anxieties. No longer were people purely nomadic hunters following migratory herds. They were now tied to the land, dependent on the cyclical patterns of seasons, rainfall, and the fertility of their crops and livestock. This profound change likely transformed the purpose of a place like Nerja. For earlier Paleolithic groups, caves were often about the sacred drama of the hunt. For Neolithic people, the focus may have shifted toward ceremonies that ensured community prosperity, marked the passage of seasons, and initiated the young into the secrets of this new, settled, and agriculturally dependent world. The archaeological evidence found deep within Nerja strongly supports this idea of sustained ceremonial use. Excavations have uncovered not just the bones of hunted animals, but also the remains of domesticated species like sheep and goats, mixed with an abundance of marine shells from the nearby coast. This combination is particularly telling. It suggests that rituals here involved feasting, where the community gathered to consume both the bounty of their herds and the fruits of the sea, perhaps as offerings to deities of fertility or the harvest. Even more evocative are the discoveries of human remains. In the shadowy depths of the cave, archaeologists have found skeletons, some arranged in ways that suggest deliberate burial, while others appear more scattered, possibly indicative of excarnation, a practice where bodies were left exposed to the elements or carrion birds as part of a death ritual before the bones were gathered and interred. For an initiate, being led past the remains of their own ancestors would have been a powerful, sobering lesson in mortality and the cycle of life and death that governed their agricultural world. Perhaps the most mesmerizing feature of the Nerja cave system, and one that would have profoundly shaped any ritual held within it, is its phenomenal acoustics. The cave is a natural amplifier. The large, open chambers with their soaring, vaulted ceilings and labyrinthine passages create a complex soundscape where even the softest whisper can be carried, distorted, and reflected into an ethereal echo. A single footstep can resonate like a distant drumbeat. A chanted phrase can transform into a layered chorus, seeming to emanate not from human throats but from the very spirit of the cave itself. Researchers in the field of archaeoacoustics have studied these properties extensively, suggesting that specific chambers were likely chosen for rituals precisely because of their sonic qualities. Imagine a group of Neolithic elders guiding a group of adolescents through the darkness. As they entered one of these resonant chambers, the elders might begin to chant, their voices amplified and multiplied by the stone, creating an overwhelming, disorienting, and awe-inspiring soundscape that blurred the line between the human and the divine. This auditory manipulation would have been a powerful tool for altering consciousness, helping to impress upon the initiates the sacred truths of their culture and making the ritual experience utterly unforgettable. Adding to this atmosphere of profound mystery are the cave's enigmatic artworks. While Nurja does not feature the vibrant, multicolored bestiaries of Altamira or Lascaux, its paintings possess a unique and haunting quality. Many of the images are abstract series of dots, zigzag lines, and strange geometric shapes whose meanings are lost to time. However, the most famous and debated paintings in Nurja are much more recent and utterly baffling. In a secluded section of the cave, there are depictions of seals. At first glance, this might not seem unusual, but the dating of these paintings has caused a major stir in the archaeological community. Initial analysis suggested they could be as old as 42,000 years, which would have made them the first known works of art by modern humans, potentially even predating the masterpieces of Chauvet. While this extreme date is still debated, it highlights the deep antiquity of human expression in this cave. For a Neolithic initiate, these images of marine creatures, painted by hands separated from them by countless generations, would have served as a tangible link to a deep and sacred past. They were a permanent part of the cave's spiritual fabric, a visual testament to the long lineage of ritual that the initiates were now joining. Ultimately, the Cave of Nurja presents a magnificent palimpsest of human spiritual endeavor. It was a place where the old world of the hunter-gatherer met the new world of the farmer, and where rituals evolved to meet the changing needs of the human soul. A young person's initiation here would have been a multisensory immersion into the core beliefs of their community. They would have processed through vast, echoing halls where sound itself seemed alive. They would have witnessed the solemn evidence of feasts and the silent, resting places of their ancestors. They would have beheld cryptic symbols and ancient paintings whose full meanings were perhaps known only to the shaman or priestly class. This entire, carefully orchestrated experience was designed to dismantle their childhood identity and reassemble them as a full-fledged adult member of the tribe, one who understood the sacred contract between their people, the land they cultivated, and the mysterious forces that governed their world. The Cave of Nurja stands not as a relic of a single moment, but as a testament to the enduring human need to use the Earth's deepest, darkest spaces to illuminate what it means to be part of a culture, a history, and a cosmos far greater than oneself. While the caves of Europe and the Mediterranean reveal ancient rites of personal transformation, the Maya of Mesoamerica engineered entire cosmologies around their sacred caves, creating a spiritual technology designed to negotiate with the very forces of life and death. Nowhere is this more breathtakingly evident than at the legendary city of Chichen Itza, where the Grand Castillo Pyramid does not merely point to the heavens, but is fundamentally anchored to a dark and watery underworld. Directly north of the main pyramid, a fissure in the limestone bedrock leads down into a flooded cavern known as the Balam Ku, or Cave of the Jaguar God. This was no accidental feature. For the Maya, the earth was alive, and caves like this one were the living breath of the mountain, the entrances to Xibalba, the feared and revered realm of the dead. A royal initiate preparing for leadership would not ascend the pyramid stairs toward the sun first, but would first be required to make a perilous descent into this symbolic belly of the earth, embarking on a journey that mirrored the nightly passage of the sun god through the dangerous depths of the underworld before his triumphant rebirth at dawn. These descents were far more than simple acts of bravery. They were meticulously choreographed rituals of communication with divine powers. The journey itself was harrowing. The entrance to the Balamku is narrow, requiring a crawl on hands and knees, immediately stripping away any royal privilege or worldly status. The initiate would then descend a steep, slippery mud slope into a claustrophobic labyrinth of tunnels, many of which are partially or completely submerged in cold, stagnant water. The air grows thick and humid, and the only light comes from flickering torches that cast dancing, monstrous shadows on the damp walls. This physical ordeal was a direct reflection of the Maya creation myth, the Popol Vuh, in which the hero twins themselves had to navigate the treacherous, water-filled house of tests in Xibalba, outwitting the gods of decay and disease. For the human initiate, this dark passage was a symbolic death, a necessary dissolution of their mortal self so that they could be reborn with the spiritual authority needed to rule. The profound sanctity of these caves is irrefutably confirmed by the staggering archaeological treasures left within them. In the 1950s, explorer Victor Segovia Pinto investigated a previously sealed tunnel system beneath the Temple of the Sun at Chichen Itza, a site now known as the Cave of the High Priests. His findings, and those of later archaeologists like Guillermo de Anda, have been nothing short of extraordinary. The chambers were not empty, they were veritable storehouses of ritual wealth. Dozens of beautifully painted ceramic vessels, some depicting the maize god's own rebirth, were found carefully arranged. There were ornate jade beads, shell necklaces from distant coasts, and intricately worked obsidian blades, objects of immense material and spiritual value. These were not abandoned possessions, but deliberate offerings or mayaj, given to appease and nourish the chaotic gods of the underworld, particularly the rain deities known as the Chocob, who are believed to reside in these watery depths. Each object was an act of diplomacy, a plea for balance and a bid to secure the life-giving rains and a stable cosmos for the people above. Yet the most sobering and powerful evidence speaks to the ultimate cost of this spiritual negotiation: human sacrifice. Within the sacred cenotes, the natural sinkholes that served as the most dramatic cave portals, and in the dry chambers of other underworld passages, archaeologists have uncovered the remains of those chosen as offerings. The most famous is the sacred cenote at Chichen Itza, where dredging operations have recovered the bones of over 200 individuals, mostly men and children. Isotopic analysis reveals that many were not locals but brought from distant regions, perhaps as tributes or captives from rival city-states. These individuals were not killed in a back alley. Theirs was a state-sanctioned, cosmologically critical death. They were the ultimate mayaj, the most precious offering a king could make. By sending a living person into the depths of Xibalba, the Maya believed they were sending a powerful messenger to the gods, a permanent ambassador who would carry their community's pleas directly to the divine court, a transaction meant to ensure the very continuation of the world. For the Maya king, the successful completion of this underworld journey was the definitive source of his political and spiritual power. Emerging from the cave, having survived its physical dangers and witnessed its sacred contents, he was no longer just a man. He was now a Kayuhul Ajor, a holy lord, a being who had communed with the ancestors and the gods of the earth. He had faced the lords of Xibalba and returned, just as the maize god and the hero twins had done in the mythic past. This personal triumph legitimized his right to rule in a way that mere lineage could not. It proved he possessed the spiritual fortitude to serve as the primary conduit between the human realm and the supernatural one. When he later climbed the steep staircase of the Castillo Pyramid to preside over public ceremonies, his people saw not just a ruler, but a living bridge between the world of the living and the realm of the gods, a leader whose very body had become a testament to the enduring cycle of death and rebirth that governed their universe. But to truly grasp the visceral reality of the Maya's relationship with the underworld, we must journey deep into the jungles of modern-day Belize, to a place where the sacred and the skeletal are frozen in time. This is the Acton Tunashil Muknal Cave, a name that translates poetically to Cave of the Stone Sepulchre. Entering this cave is not like walking into a museum. It is an active, physical pilgrimage that begins with a literal plunge. To reach the entrance, you must swim across a cool, turquoise pool, the cave's mouth yawning before you like a dark, stone throat. From that first moment, you are completely immersed in the element the Maya associated with the underworld water. The journey continues, wading through subterranean rivers, squeezing through narrow passages, and scrambling over slick boulders, all under the constant, echoing drip of water from ancient stalactites. This arduous, mile-long trek is not a modern inconvenience. It is a faithful reenactment of the physical and psychological gauntlet that every Maya initiate or priest would have had to endure, a tangible reflection of the perilous journey into Xibalba described in their myths. After navigating this watery, claustrophobic approach, you finally emerge into the cathedral-like space that gives the cave its profound power, the main chamber. Here, the darkness is absolute until your guide's lamp illuminates a scene that is both breathtaking and haunting. The entire chamber floor is a glittering tapestry of calcified beauty. Over centuries, mineral-rich water has dripped onto every surface, encasing pottery, artifacts, and even human remains in a sparkling, crystalline shroud of travertine. This is not a disordered burial site, it is a meticulously arranged ceremonial landscape. The chamber is littered with the shattered remains of countless ceramic vessels. These were not casually discarded, they were killed, deliberately broken to ritually release their spiritual essence, much like breaking a seal. These pots were offerings, containers for sustenance, food, drink, and perhaps even blood given to nourish the gods and ancestors residing in this sacred space. The sheer volume of broken pottery speaks to centuries of devoted pilgrimage, a continuous conversation with the otherworld conducted in this silent stone hall. It is among this glittering field of artifacts that you encounter the cave's most famous and poignant residents, the skeletal remains of at least 14 individuals. These are not formal burials, but bodies left in the positions where they perished, now partially fossilized by the cave's slow geological alchemy. The most renowned of these is the Crystal Maiden, the complete skeleton of a young adolescent, perhaps between 16 and 20 years old. She lies on her back, her bones shimmering with a thick, brilliant coating of calcite crystals, as if dressed in a gown of diamonds. The serene, almost beautiful presentation of her remains belies a much darker truth. Analysis of her skeleton reveals that she likely died from a violent blow to the head, almost certainly a ritual sacrifice. She was not a princess, but a chosen offering, a Mayaj of the highest order. Her presence here, transformed by the cave into a glittering monument, embodies the core Maya belief in the cycle of life, death, and regeneration. Her physical death in this sacred space was believed to activate a spiritual transaction, releasing a powerful life force that would sustain the gods and, by extension, ensure the continuity of the world above. The rains would fall, the crops would grow, and the cosmic order would be maintained. The initiation rites that took place in this chamber were far more than a simple prayer service. They were intense, multisensory dramas designed to transport participants to the threshold of the divine. We can piece together the experience from the archaeological evidence. A young priest or noble initiate would have been led through the terrifying, water-filled approach, his senses heightened by fear and disorientation. Upon reaching the main chamber, illuminated only by the flickering light of torches made of resinous wood, he would have witnessed a scene of powerful symbolism. The shaman or high priest might have performed auto-sacrifice, drawing blood from his own tongue or genitals using stingray spines or obsidian blades, the droplets falling onto bark paper that was then burned, the scented smoke carrying the essence of the offering to the spirits. The rhythmic chanting and the pounding of drums would have echoed cacophonously in the cavern, mimicking the chaotic sounds of Xibalba. The initiate would have been surrounded by the physical remains of those who had become permanent ambassadors to the gods, a sobering reminder of the ultimate cost and responsibility of his new role. This entire, carefully orchestrated ordeal was a form of ideological boot camp, forging a new spiritual and political elite. the cave's challenging access was not an obstacle to be overcome, but an essential component of the ritual. Each swim through dark water, each squeeze through a narrow passage, and each climb over a slippery boulder was a test of faith and courage, stripping away the initiate's worldly identity and preparing him for a symbolic death and rebirth. By surviving the journey and witnessing the sacred deposits and human sacrifices, the initiate underwent a profound transformation. He emerged from the cave of the stone sepulchre not as the same person who entered, but as someone who had faced the lords of death and returned. He was now a validated vessel of spiritual authority, a person who understood the delicate and bloody balance required to keep the cosmos in motion. His experience in the glittering darkness of Acton Tunishil Mucknell legitimized his right to lead, proving he possessed the strength to serve as the vital link between his community and the powerful, often terrifying, forces that governed their existence. Yet this profound belief in the underworld as a source of both danger and divine power finds perhaps its most enigmatic expression not in a cave of water and bone, but in one of shimmering mineral prophecy. Hidden within the dense rainforests of Belize lies another sacred chamber, known today as the Cave of the Crystal Skull. Unlike the water-filled journey to Acton Tunishil Mucknell, entering this space was likely a privilege reserved for the most elite spiritual specialists, the shamans and seers who served as the living antennae for their people, tuning into frequencies from the spirit world. The cave's modern name stems from a remarkable archaeological discovery. A single, perfectly carved crystalline quartz skull, resting in the darkness as if left by its owner only yesterday. This was no mere ornament. In the Maya worldview, crystal and other translucent stones like jade were not just precious materials. They were seen as frozen breath, solidified light, and physical manifestations of the life force itself. They were vessels for Siechulul, or soul essence, and were believed to hold the power of vision, allowing a skilled practitioner to see through the veil of ordinary reality into the hidden layers of the cosmos. The ceremonies conducted in this hallowed space were almost certainly centered on achieving altered states of consciousness for the purpose of divination and communion. We can envision an initiation where a novice shaman, after rigorous fasting and purification, is led deep into the silent, dry chamber. The air would be still and cool, a stark contrast to the humid jungle outside. The only light would come from a single torch or a carefully tended fire, its flames causing the crystalline surfaces of offerings to glitter like captured stars. Here, the elder shaman would guide the initiate through a vision quest. They might have used psychoactive substances brewed from local plants like the morning glory seed or certain types of mushrooms to catalyze a trance state. As the substances took effect, the flickering light would play across the facets of the crystal skull, its depth seeming to swirl with moving shadows and nascent forms. The initiate's task was to focus their entire being on this object, to peer into its crystalline lattice until the boundaries of their own mind dissolved, and they could perceive the faces of ancestors, hear the whispers of gods, or receive cryptic glimpses of future events, droughts, wars, or bountiful harvest. The offerings found within the cave, particularly the crystal skull and various jade artifacts, were not payments to the gods but tools of spiritual technology. Jade, with its cool, green transparency, was synonymous with water, vegetation, and life itself. It was the stone of centrality and the very substance of the primordial sea from which the world was born. To offer jade in a cave was to return a piece of that life force to its primordial source, reinforcing the cycle of regeneration. Crystal quartz, however, was the ultimate medium of sight and communication. The Maya believed that the otherworld was not a distant place, but a layer of reality superimposed upon our own, usually invisible. A crystal, with its clarity and its ability to refract light, was a literal lens into this parallel dimension. The carefully carved skull form is especially significant. For the Maya, the head was the seat of consciousness and the conduit for the soul. A skull was not a symbol of death so much as a symbol of enduring consciousness, freed from the perishable body. A crystal skull, therefore, was the perfect instrument, a vessel of eternal perception, a consciousness made of stone, through which a living shaman could project their own awareness to commune directly with the ancestors and deities who resided in this timeless subterranean realm. Ultimately, the Cave of the Crystal Skull served as one of the most refined interfaces in the Maya world between the human and the divine. It was a spiritual workstation where the chaos of Xibalba was filtered and focused into a clear, receivable signal. The shaman who successfully completed his initiation here became a way, or a spiritual co-essence, a human who could transform into an animal companion spirit and travel across the cosmic layers. His journeys into the cave were rehearsals for the soul's journey after death and missions of critical importance for his community. By entering this sanctum, he was plugging into a cosmic network, downloading information vital for the survival of his people. He would emerge from the darkness not with mere stories but with directives: where to hunt, when to plant, which alliances to forge, or which ceremonies were needed to appease an angry god. In this way, the Cave of the Crystal Skull was not a place of morbid death worship, but a vital center of life-sustaining intelligence, where the clarity of crystal provided the vision needed to navigate the uncertain currents of the present and secure a fertile future for all. Our journey now takes us to the humid, green highlands of Guerrero, Mexico, to a site that predates even the mighty Maya and represents the very wellspring of complex civilization in Mesoamerica. Here, nestled in a limestone cliff face, are the Oxtatitlán Caves, a series of rock shelters whose walls are adorned with some of the most ancient and spiritually potent paintings in the entire Americas. Created by the Olmecs, the so-called mother culture of the region, these images are not primitive sketches but sophisticated theological statements. They offer a breathtaking window into the shamanic initiation rites that formed the core of spiritual life for this early society, establishing symbolic patterns and ritual practices that would echo for millennia, influencing every civilization that followed, from Teotihuacan to the Maya and the Aztecs. To stand before these paintings is to witness the moment a uniquely Mesoamerican worldview was first codified in art, a worldview where the boundaries between the human realm and the animal spirit world were fluid and permeable. The most powerful and iconic of these images is found in a cavern known as the Gruta Principal. Here, painted in vivid shades of red, black, and white, is a monumental figure that archaeologists designate as Painting One. It depicts a magnificently costumed individual seated majestically upon the gaping, open maw of a fantastical monster, often interpreted as a hybrid earth toad or a caiman, a primal creature of the underworld. The figure wears an elaborate headdress and a cape adorned with the diamond pattern of a jaguar's pelt, and in one hand he grasps a serpent-like object. His posture is not one of fear, but of supreme authority and calm control. This is not a simple portrait of a ruler. It is a detailed depiction of a shaman in the midst of a profound visionary experience. The monster's mouth represents the entrance to the spirit world, the cave within the cave. For an Olmec initiate, this painting was a visual manifesto. It illustrated the ultimate goal of their spiritual quest, to achieve a state of power so absolute that one could literally sit atop the chaotic forces of the underworld, taming them and harnessing their energy for the benefit of the community. This theme of mastering primordial power is intimately linked to the most defining spiritual concept in Olmec religion, the transformation into a word jaguar. Throughout the Oxtatitlán Caves, we find recurring imagery of figures with distinctly blended features, human bodies combined with the snarling muzzle, fangs, and clawed hands of the jaguar. This was not a belief in literal shape-shifting, but a sophisticated theological idea. The jaguar was the ultimate symbol of raw, untamed power in the Mesoamerican world. It was the apex predator of the jungle, the creature that moved with equal authority in the trees, on the land, and crucially in the dark of night. It was the lord of the underworld, which was conceived not as a place of punishment, but as a source of fertility, water, and ancestral power. An Olmec shaman sought to channel this potent feline energy, to merge his own consciousness with the jaguar's spirit in order to access the wisdom and life force residing deep within the earth. The initiation rituals that facilitated this transformation likely took place within the very caves where these images were painted. We can reconstruct the experience from the archaeological and artistic evidence. A candidate for shamanic training would have been led into the darkness of the rock shelter, away from the village and the familiar world. Through a combination of fasting, rhythmic drumming, chanting, and potentially the use of psychoactive substances derived from local plants or toads, the initiate would enter a deep trance state. In this altered consciousness, surrounded by the looming, powerful images of human jaguar hybrids painted on the walls, the boundaries of their own identity would begin to dissolve. The flickering torchlight would make the painted figures seem to move, and the initiate would feel the presence of the jaguar spirit stirring within them. This was a symbolic death of their ordinary human self, a necessary disintegration that allowed for a rebirth as a new composite being, a person who had integrated the chaotic, powerful essence of the natural world and could now act as a bridge between the human community and the spirit realm. The legacy of these Olmec cave rituals is immeasurable. The patterns of thought and symbolism established at Oxtitlan became the bedrock of Mesoamerican spirituality. The concept of the shaman king, a ruler who derived his political authority from his ability to communicate with the spirit world, is directly prefigured in these paintings. The figure seated on the monster's maw is a clear prototype for later Maya kings who depicted themselves standing over or subduing cosmic monsters, and for Aztec emperors who donned jaguar skin costumes to lead their warriors into battle. The visionary journey into a cave to access supernatural power became a central trope. The Maya, as we saw, refined this into a complex negotiation with the lords of the underworld. The legends of the Aztecs recount how their patron god, Huitzilopochtli, was born in a place called Cotepec, or Serpent Mountain, a clear symbolic parallel to the sacred, mountain-like caves of the Olmecs. Even the ball game, that quintessential Mesoamerican ritual, can be seen as a symbolic reenactment of the shaman's journey, with the ball court representing a portal to the underworld and the players embodying the heroic figures who contest the forces of darkness. The Oxtitlan caves were, in effect, the first theological seminaries of the Americas, where a vision of the cosmos as a place of dynamic transformation and spiritual power was first painted onto stone, setting a cultural template that would endure for over 3,000 years. Far from the painted chambers of the Old World, deep within the lush, cloud-shrouded mountains of northeastern Venezuela, lies a cavern that resonates with a different kind of sacred music. The Cueva del Guacharo, or the Cave of the Oilbird, is a monumental geological wonder, a limestone labyrinth stretching for over 6 miles into the heart of the earth. For the indigenous communities of the region, particularly the Chema and Kumanagoto peoples, this was not a place of fear, but a revered temple known as the House of the Ancestors. They understood that the true oracles of this sanctuary were not human priests, but the cave's most famous inhabitants, the Guacharos themselves. These remarkable birds, the world's only nocturnal, fruit-eating flying birds, provided the entire foundation for the cave's profound spiritual role, creating an environment that was uniquely suited for communing with the world beyond. The initiation rituals that took place here were intimately tied to the life cycle of the oilbirds and the powerful sensory experience they created. Young men from the community, on the cusp of adulthood, would be chosen to undertake a spiritual journey into the cave's deepest, most accessible chambers. The timing was critical. These pilgrimages often coincided with the fledgling season when the young birds were at their fattest. The journey began at dusk as thousands upon thousands of guacharos would erupt from the cave's mouth in a roaring, living river of wings and echoing cries, a nightly exodus to forage in the jungle. For the initiates, this spectacle was a powerful prelude, a demonstration of the vibrant life that surged from the darkness. After the main flock departed, the elders would lead the young men inside, guided by the dim, flickering light of torches. The atmosphere within was unlike any other. The air was thick, cool, and carried the heavy, almost greasy scent of the birds and the piles of discarded fruit seeds that littered the cavern floor. But it was the sound that defined the initiation, a constant, disorienting, and deafening cacophony of clicks, squawks, and guttural shrieks that echoed from every surface, a sound so pervasive it seemed to vibrate in your very bones. This overwhelming auditory environment was not seen as chaotic noise. It was the sacred language of the spirits. The indigenous people believed that the oilbirds were not merely animals, but the physical manifestations of ancestral souls. The incredible clicking and clattering used by the birds for echolocation in the absolute blackness were interpreted as the voices of the departed speaking from the other side. The initiation ceremony involved the initiates sitting in the profound darkness for extended periods, learning to still their own minds and listen. An elder shaman would guide them, teaching them to discern specific patterns or messages within the seemingly random chorus of clicks and cries. The goal was for the young man to receive a personal communication, a name, a warning, or a blessing from an ancestor speaking through the avian chorus. This direct auditory encounter with the spirit world was the pivotal moment of the rite, transforming the boy into a man who was now spiritually connected to the long lineage of his people. The physical darkness of the cave was just as crucial as it sounds. Venturing beyond the first chamber meant leaving behind all vestiges of the sunlit world and entering a realm of absolute, impenetrable blackness. This was a powerful metaphor for the initiate's own journey. He was leaving behind the familiar light of his childhood and descending into the darkness of the unknown, a necessary state of being where the senses were stripped away and the soul was laid bare. In this void, with his sight rendered useless, his hearing became his primary connection to the sacred. The darkness amplified every sound, making the ancestral voices seem to come from all directions at once, enveloping him completely. This sensory deprivation, combined with the guidance of the shaman, facilitated a powerful trance state, allowing the initiate to bypass his ordinary consciousness and open his mind to the spiritual messages carried on the waves of sound. His successful navigation of this psychological ordeal proved his readiness to be reintegrated into the community as a fully formed adult, one who carried the wisdom of the ancestors within him. Remarkably, these ancient traditions displayed a profound resilience, persisting long after the arrival of Spanish colonizers in the 16th century. The Europeans, of course, saw the cave and its birds through a completely different lens. They named the guacharos oilbirds for the rich, fatty oil that could be rendered from the plump chicks, a resource they eagerly exploited. For centuries, local campesinos would mount harvesting expeditions, using long poles to knock down the nests and collect the young birds to be boiled for their oil. This practical exploitation existed in a strange, parallel world to the enduring spiritual practices. The indigenous communities and mestizo descendants of the region did not abandon their beliefs, they simply went deeper. The most sacred initiation rites retreated further into the cave's unexplored passages, away from the colonial gaze, or were adapted to be performed at times when the harvesters were absent. The spiritual significance of the oilbirds as ancestral messengers was so deeply ingrained in the local cosmology that it could not be erased by a new economic reality. The cave remained, at its heart, the house of the ancestors, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, and where the voices of the past continued to speak to those who knew how to listen in the sacred dark. But from the echoing chambers of Mesoamerica and the bird-filled cathedrals of South America, our exploration now takes us to the vast, ancient continent of Australia, where the connection between land, spirit, and initiation is woven into the very fabric of existence. Here, the landscape itself is a sacred text, and natural rock shelters like those at Yuba in Kakadu National Park are not merely caves but living libraries and ceremonial classrooms. For the Australian Aboriginal peoples, these sites are part of a cosmic framework known as the Dreamtime, or dreaming not a mythical past, but a continuous, eternal present where the ancestral beings moved across the land, sang it into existence, and established the laws for all living things. An initiation into this worldview is not about learning history. It is about learning one's place within an ongoing, vibrant story that is physically embedded in the country, with caves like Yuba serving as the primary pages of this immense open-air Bible. The rock art that covers the surfaces of these shelters is the central curriculum for this lifelong spiritual education. At Yuba, the galleries are a breathtaking palimpsest with paintings layered over thousands of years, each one a chapter in the dreaming narratives. An elder guiding a young initiate would point to a painting of the rainbow serpent, a foundational creator being known by many names across different language groups, and recount its journey, shaping the rivers and waterholes as it moved. They would then point to a more recent, dynamic X-ray painting of a barramundi fish, its spine and internal organs vividly detailed, and explain the laws for hunting and honoring that creature, laws laid down by the ancestral beings themselves. The art is not decorative, it is a mnemonic device, a visual aid that anchors the story to a specific place. For the initiate, the act of touching the painted rock, of feeling the same surface their ancestors touched for generations, creates a tangible, unbroken chain of knowledge and responsibility. The cave wall becomes a blackboard, the paintings are the lessons, and the elder's voice is the living breath that animates the stories once more, ensuring they are not forgotten. The initiation rituals themselves, often called law or business, are profound ordeals that mark the transition from childhood to adulthood. These ceremonies, which can last for weeks or even months, are intensely secret and sacred, often taking place in secluded rock shelters away from the main camp. For a young boy, the process begins with his separation from his mother and the women of the community, a symbolic death of his former dependent life. He is led into the ceremonial ground where the senior men, the custodians of the law, take on the role of teachers and guides. The rituals involve a complex combination of song, dance, body painting, and the revelation of sacred objects, or churinga stone or wooden tablets incised with geometric patterns that represent the physical body of an ancestral being. The initiate may be shown rock art that was previously hidden from him, images that hold the deepest spiritual truths of his clan. This revelation is a moment of immense gravity, as he is entrusted with knowledge that he is now sworn to protect. A central and often harrowing aspect of male initiation in many Aboriginal cultures is the physical ordeal of circumcision or other forms of scarification. This is not seen as an act of cruelty, but as a necessary and sacred surgery that forever marks the individual's body as belonging to the law. The pain endured is a crucial part of the transformation, a visceral, physical demonstration of his commitment and resilience. It is a symbolic act of creation, mirroring the actions of the ancestral beings who often suffered or performed great deeds to create the world as it is. During this time, the initiate learns the sacred songs that recount the journeys of these ancestors. Each song is a detailed map describing the location of waterholes, the migratory patterns of animals, and the boundaries of the clan's territory. By memorizing these songlines, the young man is not just learning a ritual, he is downloading a survival manual and a deed of ownership for his country, encoded in a poetic and melodic form that can be accurately passed down for countless generations. These sacred spaces ultimately facilitate the transmission of an entire cosmological identity. The initiate learns that he is not an isolated individual, but a nexus of relationships connected to his family, his clan, his totemic animals, and the ancestral beings who formed his country. The cave, with its ancient art and its role as a ceremonial stage, is the fixed point around which this identity coalesces. when he emerges from the initiation ceremony, he is a different person. He is granted a new, secret name and is permitted to sit with the men and participate in the councils of the community. He has been rewired, his consciousness now aligned with the dreaming. His responsibility is now to become a custodian himself, to care for the country, to perform the ceremonies that renew its vitality, and one day, to guide the next generation of initiates through the same transformative journey, using the same rock shelters and the same timeless stories to ensure that the song of the land never falls silent. While the rock art of Yuba provides a foundational education, to truly grasp the depth of Aboriginal spiritual initiation, we must venture into the remote and dramatic landscapes of the Kimberley region in northwestern Australia. Here, the ancient sandstone plateaus are riddled with rock shelters that serve as the most sacred of ceremonial chambers, places where the very act of entering is to step into a different dimension of time and responsibility. Unlike the galleries accessible to outsiders, the most potent of these sites are known only to the traditional custodians, and their locations are guarded secrets, passed down only to those deemed ready to bear the weight of their knowledge. The journey to these caves is itself the first test, a grueling trek across sun-scorched country, through labyrinthine gorges and up precarious cliff faces, a physical ordeal that strips away the distractions of the everyday world and prepares the initiate for the profound transformation to come. Within these secluded sanctuaries, the initiate is confronted with the awe-inspiring presence of the Wandjina. These are not mere paintings, they are the powerful, self-created ancestral beings who brought the law, the language, and the seasonal cycles to the people of the Kimberley. Depicted as majestic, haloed figures with large, dark eyes, no mouths, and often surrounded by radiating lines and other symbols of weather, the Wandjina are the ultimate spiritual guides. Their lack of a mouth signifies that they do not speak in a human language. Their communication is direct, spiritual, and transferred through the very power they emanate. For an initiate, to stand before a Wandjina painting in the flickering light of a small fire is to stand in the presence of a living force. Elders teach that the Wandjina never left the earth. They returned to the rock at the end of the dreaming, and their spirit essence remains within the paintings, making the cave itself a conduit to their creative and sustaining power. The initiation process in these remote caves is an intense period of isolation and revelation, carefully orchestrated by the senior men of the community. A young boy, having been taken from his mother and the world of women and children, is brought into the cave's darkness. This separation is a symbolic death, a necessary break from his previous identity. For days or weeks, he will remain in or near the cave, subjected to a rigorous curriculum. He is taught the intricate song cycles that recount the Wandjina's journeys, songs that are also precise maps of the land, detailing every water source, animal track, and geographical feature. He learns the sacred dances that reenact the creation stories, his body becoming a vessel for the ancestral drama. Most critically, he is shown sacred objects and told the deepest meanings of the Wandjina art, meanings that are never disclosed to the uninitiated. This knowledge is not given freely. It is earned through endurance, discipline, and a demonstrated respect for the elders and the law they represent. This transmission of knowledge is not a passive lecture. It is a visceral, full sensory immersion designed to rewire the initiate's consciousness. The combination of physical exertion, sleep deprivation, a restricted diet, and the powerful, rhythmic chanting and slapstick music creates an altered state of awareness. In this heightened condition, surrounded by the towering Wandjina figures that seem to pulse with life in the firelight, the stories become more than myths. They become a direct, experiential reality. The initiate doesn't just learn about the Wandjina who brought the rain. He feels their presence in the cool, damp air of the cave and understands his future role in performing the ceremonies that will call upon them to replenish the land. The ordeal culminates in physical marks of passage, such as cicatrization, where ceremonial scars are cut into the skin, forever etching his new spiritual status onto his body, a permanent reminder of the covenant he has entered into with the ancestral beings. Ultimately, these cave initiations are the fundamental mechanism for maintaining the health of the land and the people, a concept known as caring for country. The initiate learns that he is not an owner of the land but its custodian. The Wandjina in the cave are not distant historical figures, they are active partners in a reciprocal relationship. By correctly performing the rituals, singing the songs, and respecting the laws passed down in these sacred spaces, the people ensure that the Wandjina will continue to release the life-giving rains, ensure the fertility of plants and animals, and maintain the cosmic order. When the initiate emerges from the cave, he is reborn as a man, but more importantly, he is now a living link in a chain of custody that stretches back to the dreaming itself. He carries the Wandjina's power within him, and his life's purpose is now clear: to uphold the law, to care for the country imprinted on his soul through song and story, and one day, to guide the next generation of initiates into the silent, watching presence of the ancestors in the stone. Our global exploration of sacred caves now carries us far across the Pacific Ocean to the lush green hills of New Zealand's North Island. Here, deep beneath the earth, lies a subterranean realm that feels less like a cavern and more like a living planetarium, the Waitomo glowworm caves. For the Maori people, the indigenous Polynesian inhabitants of this land known as Aotearoa, these were not merely geological curiosities or tourist attractions. They were and remain deeply sacred spaces known as honor, powerful sites for spiritual initiation, learning, and connection to the ancestors or tupuna. The very name Waitomo itself reveals this profound relationship. Wai means water and Tomo means entrance or shaft, signifying this as a sacred passage entered through water, a threshold to the underworld and the domain of the spirits. For a young Maori initiate, the journey into the Waitomo cave system was a carefully orchestrated rite of passage, a physical and metaphysical voyage supervised by tribal elders, the Komatua. The process began long before setting foot in the cave, with periods of purification, fasting, and intensive learning of sacred chants or karakia. These preparations were essential, for to enter the honor unprepared was to risk spiritual peril. The descent itself was a powerful metaphor. Leaving the sunlit world of the living, the Aumarama, the initiate would step into the cool, dripping darkness of the cave, a realm known as the Po, the eternal night and the source of all potential being. This was a symbolic death, a voluntary relinquishment of their old, unformed identity. The echoing silence, broken only by the drip of water and their own breath, served to strip away the distractions of the outer world, forcing a profound inward focus. The initial stages of the cave are a realm of pure sensory deprivation and challenge. Navigating by the dim light of a flax-wick torch, the initiate would have to wade through underground streams and navigate treacherous, slippery limestone formations. This physical struggle mirrored the internal struggle of the soul, confronting fear, doubt, and the unknown. In Maori cosmology, all beings possess a mori, a life force, and a werua, a spirit. The cave was understood as a place where one's werua could be tested and strengthened, its connection to the ancestral life force made more vivid and direct. Elders would use this environment to teach essential lessons about the world, pointing to the stalactites and stalagmites as physical representations of the slow, patient, yet unstoppable work of creation, of Ranganui the Sky Father and Papatuanuku the Earth Mother forever reaching for one another. Then, after navigating this demanding darkness, the initiate would be brought to the heart of the mystery, the glowworm grotto. Here, in the absolute blackness, the elder would extinguish the torch. For a moment, there would be nothing but impenetrable dark and the sound of the hidden river. Then, as their eyes adjusted, a breathtaking vision would slowly emerge. The ceiling of the cavern would begin to shimmer with a soft, ethereal blue-green light, as if a slice of the starry night sky had been brought underground. Thousands upon thousands of tiny glowworms, the larvae of the fungus Nat Arachnocampa luminosa, dangled their silken fishing lines, creating a mesmerizing celestial canopy. In the profound silence, this spectacle was not just beautiful, it was a spiritual epiphany. This transition from utter darkness to radiant, star-like illumination was the core of the initiation's symbolic power. The glowworms, or titiwai, became a living metaphor for the journey from ignorance to knowledge, from spiritual obscurity to enlightenment. Elders would explain that just as the glowworm creates its own light through a chemical reaction to navigate its dark world and attract sustenance, so too must the human spirit generate its own inner light, the light of wisdom or mataranga, to navigate the challenges of life and draw strength from the spiritual realm. The grotto was a tangible, observable lesson that even in the deepest darkness, there exists the potential for brilliant, self-generated illumination. The initiate learned that true sight is not merely physical but spiritual, the ability to find light and guidance within oneself and from one's ancestral lineage. Beyond the powerful metaphor of light, the entire cave system was understood as a physical manifestation of the Maori creation narrative. The underground rivers were seen as the veins of the Earth Mother, Papatuanuku. The limestone, formed from the skeletons of countless marine organisms, was a direct link to the primordial ocean of Tikor, the void of potential from which all life emerged. The journey through the cave, therefore, was a walk through the layers of creation itself. By experiencing this sacred geography firsthand, the initiate was not just learning stories, they were internalizing a cosmic map of their own existence. They emerged from the cave reborn, carrying the star-lit grotto within their mind's eye, a constant reminder of their connection to the ancestral past, their responsibilities in the present, and the luminous potential of their own awakened spirit, forever linked to the living, breathing power of the land. Leaving behind the glowing constellations of the Waitomo caves, we now ascend to a place where the earth and sky meet in a dramatic, sun-scorched tableau, the towering Bandiagara escarpment in Mali. This massive sandstone cliff, rising over 1,500 feet above the sun-baked plains, is more than a geographical wonder. It is the spiritual heart of the Dogon people, home to their ancient cliff dwellings and a network of sacred ceremonial caves that have safeguarded one of the world's most complex and profound cosmological systems for centuries. For the Dogon, these caves are not merely shelters, they are living libraries, ritual theaters, and direct portals to the very origins of existence, where the foundational knowledge of the universe is ritually transmitted to each new generation through elaborate and secretive initiations. The journey to a Dogon initiation cave is a pilgrimage in itself. Perched high on the cliff face, these sanctuaries are often accessible only by scaling precarious, hand-hewn ladders or navigating narrow, rocky ledges. This physical inaccessibility is deeply intentional. It serves to separate the sacred from the profane, ensuring that only those who are prepared and worthy can enter the realm of secret knowledge known as a Wa. As a candidate for initiation approaches the world below, the everyday life of the village seems to shrink and fade away, reinforcing the profound transition they are about to undergo. Upon entering the cave, they step into a cool, shadowy space that feels outside of ordinary time. The air is still and carries the scent of aged rock and dry earth, and the only light filters in from the entrance or from the small fires that will illuminate the sacred teachings to come. This separation from the community is the first and most crucial step in the ritual death of the initiate's old, unenlightened self. The core of the Dogon initiation ceremony is the gradual, meticulous revelation of their creation myth, a cosmic narrative of staggering complexity that rivals the detailed cosmologies of the ancient Greeks or Egyptians. Under the guidance of the Hogon, the spiritual leader, and the elders of the Awa society, the initiate is not simply told this story. It is performed for them through a combination of chant, dance, symbolic diagrams drawn in the sand, and direct reference to the cave's own features. The story begins with Amma, the one god and creator who shaped the universe from a pellet of clay. The initiates learn how Amma created the earth as a female being and how his union with her produced the first living creatures. But the central, most awe-inspiring figure in this drama is the Nommo, ancestral spirits who were sacrificed and resurrected by Amma to purify the world after a rebellion. The Nommo are depicted as amphibious, fish-like beings who arrived from the stars in a vast ark that brought the principles of civilization to Earth. This cosmic knowledge is given physical form within the cave itself through ancient paintings and carvings. The walls of these sanctuaries are adorned with symbolic art that serves as a visual aid for the teachings. The initiates are shown representations of the Sigwi, the great ceremony held only once every 60 years to commemorate the revelation of the word to humankind and the death of the first ancestor. They see intricate patterns of dots and lines that chart the celestial orbits, particularly the orbit of the star Sirius, which holds a paramount place in Dogon cosmology. For centuries, the Dogon have possessed detailed astronomical knowledge about the Sirius star system, including the existence of its dense, invisible companion star, Sirius B, information that modern astronomy only confirmed in the 19th century. The elders explain that this knowledge was given to them by the Nommo, and the cave paintings are the permanent, sacred record of that celestial gift. For the initiate, to see these charts in the flickering firelight is to understand that their spiritual tradition is not just a story, but a map of the cosmos itself. The transmission of this knowledge is not a passive lecture. It is a full sensory, physically demanding ordeal designed to sear the truths into the initiate's very being. The ceremony can last for several days, involving periods of fasting, isolation, and intense memorization. The elders use a language of symbols and metaphors, revealing layers of meaning only when they are certain the candidate is ready to receive them. A key part of the ritual involves the revelation and use of the sacred masks. The Dogon are renowned for their elaborate, towering wooden masks, which are not mere art objects but powerful ritual implements believed to contain the Nyama, or vital force, of the beings they represent. During the initiation, the candidate witnesses the dramatic appearance of masked dancers who embody the ancestors and the Nommo. The most famous of these is the Great Mask, or Imina Na, a structure so large it cannot be worn but is carried in procession, representing the ark of the Nommo that brought the seeds of life to Earth. Through this intense, immersive process, the initiate undergoes a complete transformation. The symbolic death they experienced upon entering the cave gives way to a spiritual rebirth. They emerge with a new identity, no longer a child but an adult fully integrated into the spiritual and intellectual life of their people. They are now a guardian of Awa, sworn to secrecy and charged with the responsibility of preserving this ancient knowledge. This system of initiation has proven to be remarkably resilient, acting as a powerful cultural fortress. Despite external pressures from colonialism, Islam, and the modern world, the Dogon have fiercely protected the sanctity of their cliffside caves and the rituals held within them. These practices are not a static museum exhibit. They are a living, breathing tradition that continues to define Dogon identity, ensuring that an unbroken chain of cosmological understanding, stretching back to a time when ancestral spirits descended from the stars, is passed forward, safeguarding one of humanity's most unique and profound windows into the mysteries of creation. But our journey now takes us to the southern reaches of the African continent, to a place so sacred it is known as the Mountains of the Gods. Rising abruptly from the vast, flat expanse of the Kalahari Desert in Botswana, the Tsadilo Hills are a silent, spiritual beacon. This UNESCO World Heritage Site comprises 4 main hills, and within their rocky shelters lies a cave that challenges our very understanding of the antiquity of human faith, the Cave of the Python. Here, archaeologists have uncovered evidence of ritual practice dating back an astonishing 70,000 years, making it one of the oldest, if not the oldest, known sacred site on Earth. This isn't just a cave, it is a living chronicle of human spirituality, a place where the San people, one of the world's oldest cultures, have performed initiation ceremonies for a span of time that is almost incomprehensible, connecting the present day directly to the very dawn of our modern human consciousness. The cave itself is a dramatic sandstone overhang, its walls bearing the physical and spiritual imprints of millennia. The name comes from a remarkable natural feature, a 6-meter-long, snake-like groove in the rock floor, worn smooth by the hands of countless generations. To the San, this is not a geological curiosity. It is the physical embodiment of the great python, one of their most powerful and revered creation beings. According to their oral traditions, the python slithered across the barren landscape, its body carving out the riverbeds and valleys, and it is believed to have crawled into this very cave to rest after the monumental work of shaping the world. The cave, therefore, is not merely a location for ritual, it is the python's eternal home, a direct portal to the time of the first people, when the boundaries between the animal, human, and spirit worlds were fluid and permeable. To stand in this space is to stand at the epicenter of a belief system that has endured through an ice age and into the modern era. The archaeological evidence supporting this continuous sacred use is both profound and moving. Excavations led by Professor Sheila Cowlson in the early 2000s uncovered a treasure trove of ritual objects from a layer of soil dated to 70,000 years ago. They found more than 13,000 artifacts, but these were not simple tools for survival. They were spear points, meticulously crafted from exotic materials like quartz and jasper, many of which had been brought from sources hundreds of kilometers away. Crucially, these beautifully made points were not practical hunting weapons. They were ritually killed, deliberately broken, and burned in what appears to be a consistent practice of offering. Alongside them were found carved stones, perfectly shaped to resemble the body of a python. The sheer number of these objects, their deliberate destruction, and their clear association with the snake-shaped rock formation point to a sophisticated and enduring ritual tradition, a place where our ancient ancestors returned again and again to connect with a powerful spiritual force. This ancient ritual legacy is vividly illustrated on the cave's walls, which serve as a vast canvas for San rock art spanning thousands of years. The paintings are not simply records of daily life. They are complex spiritual texts depicting the central experience of San shamanism, the trance dance and the transformation it induces. You can see intricate scenes of human figures with elongated, elastic bodies, often bending forward and clutching ritual dancing sticks, their noses sometimes bleeding, a common physical effect of the intense, rhythmic dancing used to achieve an altered state. Other figures are shown with animal features, such as the heads of antelope, representing the shaman's ability to transform into their power animal and travel to the spirit world to negotiate for things like rain, healing, or successful hunting. For a San initiate, these paintings were, and in some cases still are, a visual guide. They illustrated the journey they themselves were about to undertake, showing them the states of being they would strive to achieve and the powerful spirits, like the python, they would hope to encounter during their own visionary experiences. The core of the initiation ceremony that has been practiced here for millennia is the trance dance, a ritual that serves as the primary engine of San's spiritual life. For a young person being initiated, the process is a profound ordeal that bridges the physical and spiritual realms. The entire community gathers at the sacred cave as night falls. The women sit in a circle around a central fire, clapping and singing the powerful, complex medicine songs, the songs that are believed to contain potent spiritual energy. The men, including the initiates, dance in a circle around them, their steps stamping rhythmically into the earth for hours on end. The goal is to activate a spiritual energy known as which is said to reside at the base of the spine. Through the relentless dancing, the singing, and the concentration, this is heated up until it boils and rises up the spine, flooding the brain and inducing an altered state of consciousness known as Kia. In this state of Kia, the initiate undergoes the symbolic death and rebirth that is the hallmark of initiation worldwide. They may experience a sensation of shrinking or rising into the sky, of their soul leaving their body to travel through the spirit world. It is during this journey that they might meet the great python or other ancestral spirits, receiving personal power, healing knowledge, or a connection to a specific animal as a spiritual guide. The experience is often physically grueling. They might tremble violently, sweat profusely, or even collapse. Emerging from this state, they are fundamentally changed. They have faced the spiritual darkness and returned with new insight, having been rewired to now be able to serve as a conduit for their community's spiritual needs. They are no longer a child, but a person with a defined spiritual role, capable of drawing upon the to heal the sick, control game animals, or make rain. In today's world, the San face immense pressures that threaten the continuity of these ancient traditions. The encroachment of modern agriculture, the lure of wage labor in distant towns, and the influence of Western education and Christianity have all created powerful centrifugal forces pulling younger generations away from the old ways. Yet, remarkably, the traditions at Cedillo persist. The hills are still recognized as a profoundly sacred landscape, and elders continue to lead small groups on pilgrimages to the cave of the Python. These journeys are acts of cultural resilience. The elders use the time walking to the cave to teach the young people the old stories, the paths the first people walked, the names of the hills, and the significance of the rock art. At the cave, they may not always perform a full trance dance, but they will pray, make small offerings, and reaffirm their connection to the Python and the ancestors. The cave itself acts as a powerful anchor, a physical place that makes the abstract stories tangible and real. In a world that is changing at a dizzying pace, the enduring, silent presence of the Python rock offers a point of stability, a reminder of an identity that is rooted in a history deeper than any nation, a spiritual lineage that has weathered 70,000 years of change and continues, against all odds, to whisper its ancient truths to those who still know how to listen. While the desert sands of Egypt conjure images of towering pyramids and sun-baked temples, some of the most profound spiritual transformations were believed to occur deep beneath the earth, in natural caverns and man-made tunnels dedicated to the god of the dead himself. Scattered along the Nile Valley and deep into the western desert, caves and rock-cut sanctuaries served as the clandestine stages for the Osirian mysteries, initiation rites that promised not just a favorable judgment in the afterlife, but a glorious resurrection and eternal life. For an Egyptian initiate, these were not mere symbolic ceremonies. They were intense, immersive dramas that reenacted the most powerful story in their cosmology, the murder, dismemberment, and triumphant rebirth of Osiris. To descend into one of these sacred caves was to voluntarily enter the realm of Juat, the Egyptian underworld, and to walk the same perilous path as the god, with the ultimate goal of emerging victorious over death itself. The entire ritual was structured as a terrifying yet hopeful reenactment of the Osiris myth. The initiate, after days of purification and instruction, would be led to the mouth of the cave, often marked by a shrine or stela. As they crossed the threshold, they left the world of the living, the world of Ra the sun god, and entered the absolute, oppressive darkness of the underworld. This descent was a symbolic death, a shedding of their mortal identity. Inside, guided only by the flickering light of oil lamps, they would navigate a series of chambers or passages, each representing a different stage of Osiris's ordeal. In one chamber, they might witness a dramatic performance of the god's betrayal and murder by his brother, Set. In another, they might be confronted with a representation of his coffin, or even a relic believed to be a part of his body, connecting them directly to the god's physical suffering. The atmosphere was engineered for maximum psychological impact. The cool, still air, the echoing drip of water, the shadows dancing on walls painted with scenes of deities and demons. This was a carefully controlled nightmare designed to break down the initiates' resistance and force them to confront their deepest fear, the reality of their own mortality. The climax of the ritual was the moment of symbolic dismemberment and reconstruction, mirroring the actions of Isis and Nephthys who gathered the scattered pieces of Osiris. The exact nature of this part of the ceremony is shrouded in the same secrecy that protected the Eleusinian mysteries, but it likely involved a powerful theatrical illusion. The initiate might have been made to lie in a sarcophagus-like structure, or be surrounded by priests wearing the masks of jackal-headed Anubis and the falcon-headed Horus. Through a combination of chanting, ritual action, and perhaps the use of hidden chambers and lighting, the initiate would experience a symbolic dismantling of their own form, only to be spiritually reassembled by the power of the priests acting as the magical agents of Isis. This was the pivotal turning point, the moment of despair giving way to the dawn of hope. Having been ritually destroyed, the initiate was now prepared for the final, glorious revelation, the promise of their own resurrection, modeled on the victory of Osiris. This promise was made tangible through the ultimate reveal of the cult's most sacred objects. In the innermost sanctum of the cave, a space representing the Hall of Judgment, the initiate would be shown a statue or symbol of the resurrected Osiris, often in his form as Osiris vegetation. A mummified figure from which green shoots of wheat sprouted, symbolizing life eternally returning from death. The connection to agriculture was direct and powerful. Just as a seed must be buried in the dark earth to sprout anew, so too must the human soul descend into the darkness of the underworld to be reborn into the eternal fields of Aru. The initiate, having faced the terror of death and witnessed the triumph of the god, was now considered spiritually reborn. They emerged from the cave's darkness into the blinding sunlight not as the same person, but as an Osiris-En, a living embodiment of the resurrected god, guaranteed a place in the cosmic order and freed from the fear of final annihilation. The theological sophistication and profound emotional power of these Egyptian cave rituals did not remain confined to the banks of the Nile. Through trade, conquest, and cultural exchange, the cult of Osiris and the initiatory structure it pioneered radiated outward across the Mediterranean, becoming a foundational influence on the mystery religions that would later captivate the Greek and Roman world. The core pattern, a sacred story of a dying and rising god, a secret ritual involving a symbolic journey through suffering, and a personal promise of salvation, was a direct template. When a Greek pilgrim descended into the Plutonian at Eleusis, they were walking an Egyptian-inspired path, the emotional arc of the Eleusinian mysteries, moving from sorrow and terror to blissful awe, mirrors the Osirian journey from the grief of Isis to the joy of Osiris's resurrection. This influence is particularly striking when we look at the cult of Isis, which spread from Egypt to become one of the most popular religions in the Roman Empire. The initiation rites for the priesthood of Isis, as described in the novel The Golden Ass by Apuleius, bear the unmistakable imprint of the older Egyptian practices. The protagonist, Lucius, undergoes a voluntary, symbolic death, is guided through a visionary journey where he approaches the threshold of Proserpina, the Roman queen of the underworld, and is reborn at dawn, dressed in magnificent robes and presented to a crowd of worshippers as a reborn sun god. While the setting may have been a temple rather than a natural cave, the psychological and symbolic architecture is identical to the Egyptian model, a descent into the darkness of the self, a confrontation with death, and an ecstatic return with the assurance of divine favor and eternal life. These Egyptian mysteries, born in the silent, sacred darkness of desert caves, provided the ancient world with its first coherent blueprint for personal salvation, a spiritual technology so powerful that its echoes would shape the religious landscape of the West for centuries to come. Now, let us journey from the verdant, rain-soaked shores of New Zealand to the heart of one of the most unforgiving deserts on Earth, where a hidden cave holds the ghost of a vanished world. Deep within the vast, sun-scorched expanse of the Gilf Kebir Plateau in southwestern Egypt, a remote sandstone cavern known as the Cave of Swimmers cradles a breathtaking paradox. Its walls are adorned with vibrant, lively paintings of human figures, their limbs outstretched as if gliding gracefully through water. Yet today, this cave sits in the midst of a hyper-arid wilderness, a sea of sand and rock where the very idea of swimming seems like a mirage. This stark contrast between the art and the environment is the key to its profound mystery, suggesting that this was far more than a simple shelter. It was a sacred space where, in a greener, distant past, people underwent transformative initiations tied to the most precious and life-giving of elements. The art itself is both beautiful and enigmatic. Painted in ochre and other natural pigments, the figures are dynamic and fluid. They are not engaged in hunting or fighting, but in the act of swimming or perhaps a ritualistic dance that mimics swimming. Some appear to be diving while others float horizontally, their bodies perfectly captured in a state of buoyant motion. For a prehistoric people living in what was then a savanna-like environment with lakes and rivers, water was the absolute source of life, the difference between community survival and desolation. The act of swimming, therefore, would not have been a mere leisure activity, but a powerful symbol of being immersed in and sustained by this vital force. An initiation ceremony held within this cave would have leveraged this potent symbolism, using the imagery on the walls as a spiritual guide. We can envision a ceremony where an adolescent on the threshold of adulthood is brought into the cave. The elder or shaman would direct the initiate's gaze to the swimming figures, explaining that their journey into adulthood was akin to learning to navigate the deep waters of life. Just as a swimmer must trust the water to hold them and learn to move with its currents, the initiate had to learn to trust in the wisdom of the community and the spirits of the land, and to navigate the complex currents of social responsibility and spiritual knowledge. The paintings served as a permanent, visual sermon on the necessity of immersion, not just in water, but in the cultural and spiritual practices that kept their world in balance. The initiate's symbolic swim was a ritual of integration, a promise that by fully immersing themselves in the ways of their people, they would not sink but would be carried forward into a fruitful and meaningful life. The cave's location in what is now one of the driest places on Earth adds an almost heartbreaking layer of mystical significance to these rites. The Cave of Swimmers is a poignant fossil of a lost climate, a relic from a time between 8,000 and 10,000 years ago, known as the Neolithic subpluvial, when the Sahara was a green and habitable land. The swimmers on the wall are not depictions of fantasy. They are memories of a real world, painted by people who lived alongside lakes and witnessed the life-giving power of water every single day. This context transforms the cave from a simple ritual site into a profound memento mori for an entire ecosystem. For the initiates, the ceremonies held here may have also carried a lesson about impermanence and the sacred duty of stewardship. The elders, perhaps already sensing a shift in the climate, could have used the art to instill a deep, reverential respect for water, teaching that this vital element was a gift from the ancestors and the spirits, a gift that must be honored and protected lest it too vanish into memory. This connection to a lost world elevates the Cave of Swimmers beyond a local curiosity and links it to a universal human experience. It stands as a powerful testament to our species' drive to mark profound transitions with ritual and to root those rituals in the most powerful symbols of their environment. The swimmers frozen on the wall are more than ancient art. They are the echoes of a people's deepest hopes and fears, a prayer for life and sustenance painted in a world that was already beginning to dry up. To stand in that silent, arid cave today and look upon those graceful, swimming figures is to feel the immense weight of time and the enduring power of the human spirit to find meaning, and to seek transformation even at the edge of a vanishing paradise. Far from being merely tombs for the dead, the caves and subterranean chambers of ancient Egypt were vibrant wombs of spiritual regeneration, serving as the hidden stages where the living could enact the most profound drama of all, the conquest of death itself. While the public witnessed grand ceremonies in sun-drenched temple courtyards, the true transformative magic occurred in the deliberately concealed crypts beneath these temples and in the natural caverns that dotted the desert cliffs. These spaces were known as the Serdab, a hidden chamber, or more poetically, the Juwat, the underworld itself brought into the earthly realm. For a high priest or a select initiate, descending into this ritual darkness was not a journey of mourning, but a voluntary, sacred ordeal. They would leave behind the world of Ra, the scorching sun and manifest reality, to enter the cool, silent domain of Osiris, god of the dead and the resurrected king. This passage was a symbolic death, a necessary prelude to achieving an enlightened state and being spiritually reborn, armed with the secret knowledge of eternal life. The entire process was a meticulous reenactment of the Osiris myth, the foundational story of death and rebirth that underpinned all of Egyptian spirituality. An initiate, after days of rigorous purification, fasting, and instruction in secret hymns, would be led to the entrance of a temple crypt or a designated sacred cave. As they crossed the threshold, the heavy door sealing behind them, they were enveloped in an atmosphere of calculated terror and awe. The air was still and cool, scented with myrrh and the smell of damp stone. The only light came from the flickering flames of a few oil lamps, casting long, dancing shadows that brought the painted reliefs on the walls to life. These reliefs depicted the harrowing journey of the soul through the Juwat monstrous demons, lakes of fire, and the final judgment before Osiris. The initiate didn't just hear about these trials, they walked through them. The psychological impact was immense, a carefully engineered nightmare designed to shatter their attachment to the mortal world and force a confrontation with their own deepest fear, the reality of their own mortality. At the heart of this ritual drama was the climax, the symbolic dismemberment and reconstruction of the initiate, mirroring the fate of Osiris, who was murdered by his brother Set, cut into pieces and scattered across Egypt, only to be lovingly reassembled by his sister wife Isis. The exact methods are lost to the strict vows of secrecy that protected these mysteries, but evidence suggests powerful theatrical illusions were employed. The initiate might have been made to lie in a sarcophagus or be surrounded by priests wearing the masks of Anubis, the jackal-headed guide of souls, and Horus, the avenging son of Osiris. Through chanting, the clashing of ceremonial systems, and clever use of hidden chambers and shifting light, the participant would experience a visceral sense of their own dissolution. This was the pivotal moment of despair, the symbolic death of the ego. But from this chaos emerged order, as the presiding hierophant, embodying the magical power of Isis, would ritually reassemble the initiate, declaring them whole and sanctified. This rebirth was then cemented by the ultimate revelation. In the innermost sanctum, the most secluded part of the cave or crypt, the initiate would be shown the cult's most sacred objects. This was not a statue of a fearsome god, but often a symbol of Osiris vegetation, a wooden frame in the shape of the mummified god, filled with Nile silt and planted with seeds of barley. Having been watered throughout the ritual period, the seeds would have sprouted, creating a vibrant green form sprouting from the symbolic corpse. This powerful image drove home the core promise of the mystery. Just as a seed must be buried in the dark earth to sprout anew, so too must the human soul descend into the darkness of the underworld to be reborn into the eternal, fertile fields of Aru. The initiate emerged from the cavernous darkness, blinking in the blinding sunlight, not as the same person who entered, but as an Osiris-En, a living embodiment of the resurrected god. They had faced the terror of non-existence and returned forever changed, carrying within them the unshakable certainty that death was not an end, but a transition into a glorious, everlasting life. Yet from the sacred darkness of Egypt, we travel to a site in central Greece that took the concept of a terrifying underworld journey and transformed it into a brutal, systematic process for extracting divine wisdom. In the region of Boeotia, near the town of Lebedeia, lay the oracle of Trophonius, an incubation cave so feared that a person who consulted it was said to never smile again. This was not a place for the faint of heart or the casually curious. While the Sibyl at Cumae delivered prophecies in a trance, and the Pythia at Delphi inhaled vapors to connect with Apollo, the ritual at Trophonius required the seeker to become the sacrifice, to personally descend into the earth and be dismantled, both psychologically and spiritually, in order to receive a vision. The entire ordeal was a masterclass in applied terror, a meticulously crafted spiritual ordeal designed to break an individual down to their most fundamental essence, from which a fragmented prophecy might emerge. The preparation to even approach the cave was an extended ritual of purification and mounting dread that could last for several days. A person seeking an audience with Trophonius first had to reside in a special building dedicated to Agathos Daemon, the good spirit, and his companion Tich or Fortune. During this period, they underwent a series of baths in the nearby Hersina River, and were made to sacrifice to a long list of deities, including Trophonius himself, his children, and Apollo. But the most telling part of the preparation was the diet. The seeker was fed only the flesh of sacrificial animals, a regimen that was believed to purify the body but also heightened their physical and mental sensitivity. All of this was supervised by priests who carefully observed the sacrifices for favorable omens. If the signs were not propitious, the entire process was called off. This extended prelude served a crucial psychological purpose. It built up an immense sense of anticipation and anxiety. The seeker was being systematically detached from their normal life and prepared for a confrontation with a power that was understood to be dangerous, chthonic, and utterly life-altering. When the appointed night finally arrived, the seeker was taken to the actual oracle site, which was built around a chasm in the earth. The descent was the central, horrifying act of the ritual. The initiate was anointed with oil and then led to a narrow opening in the ground, just large enough for a single person to squeeze through. They were given a special cake of honeyed dough, a final, ritualistic offering to appease the underworld deities. Then, holding their legs, priests would lower them feet first into the dark, narrow hole. At a certain point, the seeker would feel a sudden rush as they were pulled downward, not by the priests, but by some unseen force swallowed by the earth itself. Ancient sources describe this sensation as being dragged down by a current of air, a terrifying and disorienting plunge into absolute blackness. This violent entry was the point of no return, a literal and symbolic surrender of all bodily control and entry into the domain of Trophonius, a hero who had been swallowed by the earth and transformed into a chthonic oracle. What happened next in that subterranean chamber is shrouded in the personal trauma of those who experienced it, but ancient writers like Pausanias and Plutarch provide chilling details. The initiate did not simply sit and wait for a voice. Instead, they were subjected to a full sensory assault that induced a state of profound psychological shock. In the pitch darkness, they would feel blows, hear horrific, disorienting sounds, and experience visions of such terror that they often lost all sense of their own identity. The experience was not one of gentle revelation, but of being forcibly stripped of one's sanity and composure. The prophecies themselves were not delivered as clear, spoken sentences. Some initiates reported seeing visions, while others claimed to have heard the information directly. Many emerged unable to articulate what they had learned until much later, and some never fully recovered their wits. The key was that the initiate was not a passive recipient. They were an active participant in their own psychological unraveling, and the prophecy was the fragmented, reassembled understanding they managed to piece together from the wreckage of the experience. Emerging from the cave was merely the beginning of the final stage of the ritual. The priests would seize the traumatized, often catatonic individual as they were pushed back out of the opening and immediately sit them upon a throne of Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory. Here, still trembling and likely in a state of shock, the initiate was questioned methodically by the priests about what they had seen and heard. The priests would then interpret these fragmented, terror-laced recollections and compose them into a coherent prophecy. Only after this final debriefing was the person considered to be fully returned and allowed to rejoin their family and friends. The legendary effect of this ordeal was profound and lasting. To have been down to Trophonius became a common Greek idiom for a person who was grim, serious, and withdrawn. The experience was so transformative, so deeply scarring, that it was believed to permanently etch itself onto a person's soul, leaving them with a gravity that the uninitiated could never comprehend. The Oracle of Trophonius thus stands as one of the most extreme examples of ancient initiation, a place where the quest for knowledge required the total, voluntary surrender of one's mind to the darkness, in the desperate hope of emerging with a shattered piece of divine truth. But to truly understand the kind of liberation sought within the Koreshian cave, we must step away from the image of a simple rustic festival and into the world of the Maenads, the fabled female followers of Dionysus. For these women, the journey up the mountain was an act of radical departure, a temporary but total abandonment of their prescribed roles in the rigidly structured society of ancient Greece. Leaving behind their looms, their children, and the confines of the city, they entered a state of ritualized madness known as mania. The cave itself became their sanctuary, a place where the normal rules of behavior were not just suspended but actively inverted. Within that echoing darkness, they were not wives or daughters. They were Maenads, the raving ones, and their initiation was a descent into a sacred frenzy that promised direct communion with the god himself. The rituals were wild and untamed, involving ecstatic dancing that could last for hours, the frantic beating of tympanum drums, and the waving of theosoi, the fennel wands tipped with a pine cone that were the symbol of their god. This was not mere partying, it was a carefully orchestrated deconstruction of the civilized self, a deliberate unleashing of the primal, chaotic energies that Greek culture usually worked so hard to suppress. This ecstatic worship was deeply intertwined with the more philosophical and ascetic Orphic tradition, which also found a home in the shadowy recesses of the Koreshian cave. Orphism presented a radically different vision of the human soul, teaching that our true divine nature was trapped within a physical body as a punishment for a primordial crime. The goal of the Orphic initiate was to break this cycle of reincarnation and achieve liberation. While the Maenads sought ecstatic union through frenzy, the Orphic path emphasized purification, strict vegetarianism, and the study of sacred texts. Yet both paths converged on the same core idea, spiritual rebirth. For the Orphic, descending into the cave was a symbolic reenactment of the soul's descent into the material world and the underworld. By meditating in that darkness and participating in rituals that may have involved the symbolic dismemberment and rebirth of Dionysus, who in Orphic myth was torn apart by titans and reborn, the initiate hoped to achieve a personal spiritual resurrection. They sought to remember their divine origin and, through a life of purity, ensure their soul's final escape from the prison of the body, ascending to an eternal blessed state among the gods. The very geology of the Koreshian cave acted as a powerful co-conspirator in these transformative experiences. Its immense size was the first crucial factor. The main chamber's cavernous volume could hold thousands of people, creating a vast natural amphitheater where sound behaved in extraordinary ways. The rhythmic stamping of countless feet, the piercing cries of the worshippers, and the thunderous echo of drums would have combined into an overwhelming, all-encompassing wall of noise. In such an environment, it was impossible to hold a private thought. The individual's consciousness was swallowed by the collective sound, losing its boundaries in the reverberating chaos. This sonic immersion was a powerful tool for breaking down the initiate's ego and rational mind, paving the way for the ecstatic state of ecstasis, literally standing outside of oneself. Furthermore, the cave's profound darkness, broken only by the flickering, unpredictable light of torches, would have created a disorienting strobe effect. The painted figures on the walls depicting Dionysus and his retinue of satyrs and maenads would have appeared to move and dance in the shifting shadows. This visual confusion, combined with the auditory overload, worked to dismantle ordinary perception, making the initiate highly susceptible to visionary experiences where the god himself seemed to manifest among his fervent followers. The ultimate goal for both the ecstatic Maenad and the ascetic Orphic was a profound liberation from conventional consciousness. In the everyday world, they were bound by social laws, familial duties, and the limitations of their mortal bodies. But within the Koroshian cave, through ritual, they could transcend all that. For the Maenad, this meant achieving a state of divine madness where she became one with Dionysus, possessing his power and freedom. Stories tell of Maenads gaining supernatural strength, able to tear animals apart with their bare hands in a sacred sparagmos, or ritual tearing apart of a living creature, and then consuming the raw flesh in an omophagia, a primal communion with the god's essence. For the Orphic, the liberation was more intellectual but no less profound. It was a release from the fear of death and the cycle of suffering, a clear-eyed understanding of the soul's true, immortal nature. Emerging from the cave after such an ordeal, the initiate returned to the city forever changed. They had confronted the wild darkness within and without, and having survived the encounter, they carried back with them a piece of the god's unbridled power and the unshakable knowledge that there was far more to existence than the ordered, sunlit world of Apollo's reason. Yet another legendary contender for the birthplace of Zeus lies on the opposite side of the island, a site that carries a different flavor of sacred power. High on the slopes of Mount Ida, the tallest peak in Crete, rests the Idaean Cave. While the Psychro Cave claimed the honor of the god's infancy, the Idaean Cave was celebrated as the place where the infant Zeus was hidden and raised after his birth, nurtured by the goat Amalthea and protected by the boisterous Curetes. This distinction created a fascinating spiritual geography on the island. The Dictaean Cave represented the vulnerable, secret beginning, the moment of divine salvation. The Idaean Cave, by contrast, embodied the god's maturation and strength, a place of rearing high among the clouds, closer to the celestial realm he would one day command. This competition between the two sites was not a conflict, but rather a complementary division of sacred narrative, offering pilgrims different facets of the same foundational story and drawing them to different landscapes for their devotions. The journey to the Idaean Cave was itself a more strenuous pilgrimage, a long and arduous climb into the mountainous heart of Crete, a physical trial that mirrored the spiritual ascent sought by the initiates. Within both of these hallowed grottos, a complex tapestry of initiation rituals unfolded, ceremonies that evolved over millennia but consistently centered on the theme of transition and divine favor. For a young Minoan and later a Greek initiate, the descent into the cave was a reenactment of the youthful god's own hidden journey. The darkness was not empty, it was filled with potent presence. Rituals likely involved libations poured onto specially designated altars, the offering of specially crafted figurines, and perhaps ecstatic dancing meant to invoke the protective clamor of the Curetes, whose shield clashing had shielded the infant god's cries. The goal was a symbolic rebirth into a new stage of life, infused with the strength and legitimacy of Zeus. In the historical period, these sites became central to a renowned initiation mystery cult, the Idaean Mysteries, which promised its adherents a privileged status in the afterlife. The exact rites are lost to time, but they certainly involved purifications, sacrifices, and the revelation of sacred objects or stories deep within the cavern's most secluded chambers, transforming the participant through a direct, personal encounter with the story of the god's own salvation and empowerment. The enduring power of these caves is irrefutably demonstrated by the staggering volume of archaeological treasures recovered from their depths. Excavations at both Psychro and the Idaean cave have yielded offerings that span from the early Minoan period well into the Roman era. The finds are a breathtaking catalogue of devotion across centuries. Elaborate bronze shields, perhaps symbolic of the curate's protection, were dedicated alongside delicate jewelry, elegant bronze and terracotta figurines of worshippers and animals, and countless weapons, swords, daggers, and spearheads ritually deposited by young men marking their passage into warrior status. The materials tell a story of far-reaching influence. Magnificent bronze cauldrons decorated with griffins from the Near East, Egyptian scarabs, and ornate orientalizing seals. This was not a local backwater cult, it was a pan-Mediterranean pilgrimage destination. The caves functioned as a kind of divine bank vault where the most precious objects of a person's life could be given to the earth, securing a permanent link between the human donor and the divine power of the place, a tangible prayer frozen in time. What is perhaps most remarkable is how these sacred spaces seamlessly transitioned through the tumultuous waves of cultural change that swept over Crete. They began as central sanctuaries for the Minoans, were adopted and adapted by the Mycenaean Greeks, and continued to flourish throughout the Greek classical and Hellenistic ages. Even the Romans, who revered Crete as the cradle of Jupiter, their own king of the gods, continued to patronize the sites, leaving their own offerings and inscriptions. This longevity speaks to the profound and universal appeal of the cave as a symbol of primordial origin and spiritual rebirth. The specific names of the deities may have shifted slightly, and the rituals surely evolved, but the core function of the site remained constant. It was a place where humans could connect with the raw, chthonic power of the earth and the foundational myths of their world. The caves outlived empires because they addressed a fundamental human need to stand at the place of beginnings, to participate in a story of divine survival, and to be transformed by the very darkness that once nurtured a god. Venturing north from the sun-drenched birth caves of Zeus, we find ourselves in the rugged, forested heartlands of ancient Thrace, in what is now modern Bulgaria. Here, nestled within the dramatic limestone cliffs, lies the Casta Cave, a site that shatters any lingering notion of the Thracians as mere barbarian neighbors to the Greeks. This was no simple natural grotto, it was a meticulously engineered sanctuary, a spiritual powerhouse where a sophisticated and vibrant mystery tradition flourished. The cave itself is a two-level complex, and its very layout reveals a deliberate design for ritual progression. The upper chamber, spacious and open to the sky through a large natural opening, likely served as a gathering area for preparatory rites and communal feasting. But the true heart of the mystery lay below, in the lower chamber, a deeper, more enclosed space that required a conscious descent, a literal stepping down into the realm of the sacred. This architectural division between the upper and lower worlds is a classic feature of initiation sites, physically mapping the spiritual journey from the profane to the profound. The evidence for its intense ceremonial use is etched into the very rock and scattered across the cave floor. Archaeologists have uncovered a stunning array of artifacts that paint a vivid picture of fervent devotion. The most telling finds are the thousands of ceramic fragments, representing a vast number of drinking vessels known as cantharoi. These were not everyday cups, they were specifically associated with the worship of Dionysus, the god of wine, ecstasy, and liberation. The sheer volume suggests large-scale ritual drinking, a key component of Bacchic rites aimed at breaking down the individual's ordinary consciousness. But the Dionysian connection doesn't end there. Excavations also revealed a terracotta figurine of a comic actor, a direct link to the god's domain of theater and transformation, and even more significantly, a small, exquisitely carved gem depicting the abduction of Persephone. This tiny masterpiece connects the Casta cave rituals to the core Eleusinian myth of death and rebirth, suggesting that the Thracian mysteries dealt with the same universal themes of mortality and salvation that captivated the Greek world. Yet the Thracians were not simply copying Greek models, they were adapting them into their own powerful, indigenous tradition. The cave was heavily modified to serve its spiritual purpose, demonstrating a significant investment of labor and belief. The most striking modification is a large, rectangular ritual hearth or ashara, carefully constructed in the upper chamber. This was not for cooking or warmth, but for sacrifices, the burning of offerings to appease and commune with the divine. The walls of the cave bear witness to further human intervention, with niches and platforms carved into the stone, likely used to hold cult statues, ritual objects, or lamps to illuminate the sacred dramas unfolding within. The entire space was curated, its natural features enhanced, and its layout structured to guide the initiate through a controlled sensory and psychological experience, moving from the light and community of the upper level to the isolating, transformative darkness of the lower sanctuary. So, what might an initiation have felt like within this Thracian holy site? A candidate, perhaps a warrior or a member of the tribal elite, would first gather with others in the upper chamber. Here, under the open sky, they would participate in preliminary rites offerings placed in the great hearth, their smoke carrying prayers upward, and the shared drinking of potent wine from the ceremonial cantharoi. This communal act served to lower inhibitions and forge a bond among the participants. Then, the moment of transition would come. Led by a priest or shaman, the initiate would leave the crowd and descend into the lower chamber. This physical act was laden with symbolism, leaving the world of the living, of light and community, to enter the symbolic underworld. In the damp, echoing darkness, lit only by flickering oil lamps, the atmosphere would have been thick with anticipation and dread. It was in this subterranean theater that the core of the mystery would unfold. The rituals likely involved a powerful reenactment of a divine story, perhaps the suffering and triumph of Dionysus Zagreus, a Thracian version of the god who was torn apart and reborn, or the descent of a goddess like Persephone. The initiate might be subjected to controlled trials of fear, confronted with masked figures representing chthonic spirits, or shown sacred objects that revealed the secrets of the afterlife. The combination of sensory deprivation, rhythmic chanting, and the psychological impact of the ritual drama would work in concert to induce a state of ecstasis, a standing outside oneself. In this heightened state, the initiate's old identity was symbolically shattered, allowing for a spiritual death. The ultimate goal was to emerge from the cave's darkness reborn, having faced the terror of the unknown and returned with a new, unshakable understanding of the soul's journey beyond death. The Casta cave stands, therefore, as a monumental testament to a lost European spirituality, proving that the deep, human drive for transcendent experience found powerful and sophisticated expression far beyond the well-trodden paths of Greece and Rome. But our journey through the Mediterranean now takes us from the sprawling civic temples to a far more intimate and literary sanctuary, a grotto where epic poetry and spiritual longing converge. On the rugged island of Ithaca, a place forever immortalized as the home of the hero Odysseus, lies a natural marvel known as the Cave of the Nymphs or Marmaraspilia. This is not a vast, echoing chamber like the Coruscian cave, but a more approachable, almost domestic space featuring 2 entrances and a freshwater spring within. Its profound significance, however, stems from a single, powerful source: the ancient Greeks themselves, and most notably the philosopher Porphyry in his work on the Cave of the Nymphs, believed this to be the very cave described by Homer in the Odyssey. In the epic, the swineherd Eumaeus recounts to the disguised Odysseus how the hero's father, Laertes, was gifted with a great orchard, and within it, a cave is there, pleasant and shadowy / fit for the nymphs, a place with two gates, one of smooth stone for mortals to descend and another of rough stone for the immortals to ascend. This direct literary link transformed a simple geological feature into a mythological landmark, a tangible piece of a story that shaped the Greek imagination. For a Greek traveler or a local Ithacan in the classical period, visiting this cave was an act of pilgrimage that blurred the line between myth and reality. They weren't just visiting a scenic spot, they were stepping directly into the geography of the Homeric world. According to the epic, this was the place where Odysseus, after his 20-year ordeal, first set foot upon his homeland guided by the Phaeacians. It was here he hid the magnificent treasures they had given him before revealing himself to Athena and planning his return to his palace. This narrative imbued the cave with a powerful theme of homecoming, transition, and hidden potential. For an initiate, the cave's symbolism would have been deeply resonant. Odysseus's entire journey was one of constant transformation from king to beggar, from warrior to supplicant, from a lost soul to a returned master. The cave represented the pivotal moment of that transformation, the threshold between his wandering identity and his restored self. To enter it was to symbolically reenact that crossing, to seek one's own moment of spiritual return and clarity after a period of struggle or confusion. The very architecture of the cave, as described by Homer and celebrated by later philosophers, was seen as a cosmic map. The two gates were not merely practical features, they were heavy with allegorical meaning. Porphyry, drawing on earlier traditions, interpreted them as the gate of generation and the gate of ascent. The northern, smooth gate, fit for the descent of mortals, represented the soul's entry into the material world, into the realm of generation, suffering, and incarnation. The southern, rough gate, used by the immortals, symbolized the soul's difficult but possible path of return to the divine, a journey of purification and philosophical striving. This interpretation transformed the cave from a simple story location into a sophisticated spiritual teaching tool. An initiate would physically walk through these portals, experiencing the metaphor in a visceral way. The journey into the cave through the mortal gate was a descent into the self, a confrontation with one's own worldly attachments and sufferings. The hoped-for emergence through the immortal gate represented the ultimate goal, spiritual liberation and the soul's return to its divine source. Archaeological evidence strongly supports the cave's long-standing role as an active cult site, confirming that its importance went far beyond literary tourism. Excavations within the cave have uncovered a wealth of votive offerings that span centuries. Terracotta loom weights and spools speak to a specific devotion, as these were classic offerings to the nymphs, who were patrons of women, marriage, and domestic craft. But the finds are not limited to the feminine sphere. The discovery of numerous drinking vessels or kylikes points to ritual feasting, perhaps in honor of the nymphs or of Odysseus himself, who was sometimes worshipped as a hero. Most tellingly, archaeologists have found fragments of pottery inscribed with Odysseus's name, a direct and powerful link between the cult activity within the cave and the legendary hero. These offerings were left by real people with real hopes, women praying for fertility or a good marriage, sailors seeking safe passage like Odysseus, or philosophers seeking the allegorical truth behind the myth. The cave was a living sanctuary where the epic tale was continually reanimated through personal devotion. This beautiful intersection of myth, geography, and spirituality makes the Cave of the Nymphs a perfect archetype for understanding how ancient initiation practices permeated every level of culture. It was not reserved for grand, state-sponsored mysteries like those at Eleusis. Here, the initiation was more personal, more accessible. A young person coming of age on Ithaca might be brought to the cave to hear the story of Odysseus recited within its very walls, the echoes of the bard's voice mingling with the drip of the sacred spring. They would learn that their own journey to adulthood, leaving the safety of childhood, facing trials, and returning to take their place in the community, was a smaller, personal echo of the great hero's epic cycle. The cave provided a physical anchor for this psychological process, a place where the universal human experiences of loss, struggle, and the yearning for home could be ritualized and given profound meaning. Ultimately, the enduring power of this site lies in its unique ability to make the abstract tangible. It takes the sprawling, fantastical journey of the Odyssey and grounds it in a real, visitable location. For the ancient Greeks, this was a fundamental aspect of their religious experience. Their gods and heroes were not distant, ethereal beings, but entities whose presence could be felt in specific mountains, groves, and caves. The Cave of the Nymphs on Ithaca stands as a timeless testament to this worldview. It embodies the seamless fusion of a beloved story with the physical landscape, a place where every visitor, from the humble farmer to the contemplative philosopher, could embark on their own odyssey of the spirit, crossing the threshold from the world of everyday concerns into a realm where myth became a guide for living, and where the journey home was always, ultimately, a journey in depths of one's own soul. Yet from these more intimate family tombs, we descend deeper into the very bedrock of the early church, into a specific gallery where the weight of spiritual authority feels almost tangible. This is the Crypt of the Popes, a small, solemn chamber within the vast network of the catacombs of St. Calixtus in Rome. Discovered by the pioneering archaeologist Giovanni Battista de Rossi in the 19th century, this was not a random burial niche. It was the 3rd century equivalent of a papal necropolis, the official resting place for 9 bishops of Rome from the years 230 to 280. Their names, meticulously carved in Greek on the original ceiling slabs, read like a roll call of early church leadership: Pontian, Anterus, Fabian, Lucius, Eutychian, and others. For a Christian living under the intermittent but ever-present threat of imperial persecution, this small, underground chamber represented something astonishing: a continuous, unbroken line of leadership tracing its authority directly back to the Apostle Peter himself, a lineage defiantly maintained in the city's shadowy underbelly. The significance of this space for Christian initiation during periods of violent oppression cannot be overstated. When the Roman authorities sought to decapitate this new religion by targeting its leaders, the church did not disband, it went deeper. A catechumen preparing for baptism would be led past the humble loculi of ordinary believers, past the cubicular frescoed with images of Jonah and the Good Shepherd, and finally into the presence of these revered tombs. The journey itself was a lesson in courage and continuity. Here, in the flickering lamplight, the candidate would see the physical proof that their faith was not a fleeting superstition, but an institution with a history and a hierarchy that death itself could not extinguish. The baptismal vow was not just a personal commitment to Christ. It was an oath of allegiance to a community whose leaders had, in many cases, sealed their teaching with their own blood, becoming martyrs for the faith they proclaimed. To be initiated here was to be grafted into a lineage of witnesses, to understand that joining the church meant becoming part of a story far larger and more enduring than one's own individual life. This proximity to the tombs of the popes conferred a powerful spiritual authority on the clandestine rituals performed nearby. The early Christians held a profound belief in the communion of saints, that the faithful on earth remained connected to the faithful who had died in Christ. To celebrate the Eucharist near the graves of these heroic bishops was to call upon their intercession and to stand in their apostolic legacy. The bishop administering the sacrament of baptism or presiding over the Eucharistic meal was not acting on his own authority. He was the successor of these very men buried in the crypt, part of an unbroken chain of laying on of hands that stretched back to the apostles. This tangible connection provided an immovable foundation for the believer's faith. In a world of religious pluralism and imperial persecution, the Church could point to its bishops, their succession, and their martyrs as evidence of its authenticity. The Crypt of the Popes was the ultimate archive of this claim, a silent but powerful argument for the legitimacy of the Christian faith, hidden safely away from the destructive hands of the state. Ultimately, these underground spaces were the crucial infrastructure that maintained the church's continuity through its most turbulent early centuries. When public worship was impossible and meeting in homes was too dangerous, the catacombs provided a permanent, secure, and sanctified headquarters. The crypt of the popes was its beating heart. It was here that new bishops were likely elected and consecrated in secret, ensuring the apostolic succession continued unbroken even when the Roman See was literally vacant due to martyrdom. It was here that the Church preserved its core teachings, ordaining new priests and instructing new converts far from the gaze of hostile officials. The catacombs were not a sign of a weak or dying movement. They were the strategic command center of a resilient and rapidly growing spiritual army. By burying their dead and worshipping in these galleries, the early Christians were making a profound statement that the power of life and faith resided not in the marble temples of the empire above, but in the quiet, hopeful darkness below, where the witnesses of the resurrection lay in peaceful slumber, waiting for the final dawn. But while the Roman catacombs represent a faith in hiding, our journey now takes us to a landscape where an entire civilization turned the earth itself into a fortress for the spirit. In the heart of modern-day Turkey lies the otherworldly region of Cappadocia, a place where wind and water have sculpted the soft volcanic tuff into a surreal panorama of cones, pillars, and fairy chimneys. And deep within this stone wonderland, early Christians performed one of the most ambitious acts of faith in history. They didn't just take refuge in caves. They carved out entire subterranean cities and adorned countless rock-cut churches, transforming the very ground beneath their feet into a vast, hidden sanctuary. This was not a temporary hiding place. It was a permanent, thriving underground world, a spiritual stronghold where the rituals of Christian initiation and worship could continue uninterrupted, safe from the prying eyes of Roman soldiers and later Arab invaders. The scale of this endeavor is almost beyond comprehension. The underground cities of Cappadocia, like the sprawling complex of Derinkuyu, are feats of engineering that descend as many as 18 levels deep into the earth. These were not simple shelters. They were meticulously planned metropolises capable of housing thousands of people for months at a time. Imagine a labyrinth of tunnels connecting living quarters, stables for livestock, wine and oil presses, chapels, and vast storage rooms for food. Massive circular stone doors weighing half a ton each could be rolled across key passageways, sealing entire sections from invaders. For a new convert arriving in this hidden world, the descent was a complete and total separation from the life they had known above. They were leaving the sunlit world with all its dangers and temptations to be reborn into a community whose survival depended on secrecy, cooperation, and an unshakable shared faith. This physical journey underground was the first and most powerful step of their initiation, a symbolic burial with Christ, from which they would hopefully emerge as a new creation, a fully committed member of the body of Christ. Within these subterranean citadels and in the hundreds of smaller, rock-cut churches carved into the fairy chimneys above, the core work of spiritual formation took place. For a catechumen, the years of instruction were illuminated by the very walls around them. The interiors of these churches, from the simple and unadorned to the magnificently decorated, served as a three-dimensional catechism. In churches like the famous Dark Church or the Apple Church in the Gurim Open Air Museum, every surface is a vibrant textbook of theology. The frescoes that cover the domes, apses, and walls are not mere decoration. They are a comprehensive visual narrative of Christian salvation history, designed to instruct a largely non-literate population in the foundational stories and doctrines of their faith. An elder would lead the initiate through this sacred art, using the images as a starting point for each lesson. In the dome, they would look up and see Christ Pantocrator, the all-powerful ruler of the universe, his stern yet compassionate gaze a reminder of the final judgment and the cosmic authority of the Church. Scenes from the life of Christ would unfold across the walls like a divine comic strip. The Annunciation, the Nativity, the baptism in the Jordan River, the Transfiguration, and the Crucifixion. Each image was a theological statement. The baptism scene, for example, was not just a historical record. It was a direct reference to the sacrament the initiate was preparing to receive, teaching them that through the waters of baptism, they too would die to sin and rise to new life. The Anastoses, or the harrowing of hell, where a dynamic Christ is shown pulling Adam and Eve from their tombs, was a powerful promise of the liberation from death that their faith offered. The progression of the artwork itself often mirrored the initiate's spiritual journey. Early, simple symbols like the fish or the anchor gave way to more complex dogmatic scenes as the church solidified its theology. The initiate learned to read this visual language, understanding that the harmony and order of the images reflected the harmony and order of God's plan for creation. The very act of worship in these spaces, with their echoing chants and the flickering light of lamps illuminating the sacred stories, was deeply immersive. It forged a powerful emotional and intellectual connection to the faith, ensuring that the lessons were not just learned but felt in the soul. This visual indoctrination was crucial for preserving doctrinal purity in a region often cut off from the major theological centers of Constantinople, creating a resilient and doctrinally sound Christian identity that could withstand external pressures. This hidden world was not a short-term experiment but a centuries-long testament to human and spiritual resilience. From the early days of Roman persecution in the 3rd and 4th centuries, through the iconoclast controversies when the veneration of images was violently opposed, and into the era of Arab raids, the communities of Cappadocia adapted and endured. The hidden valleys and underground cities provided a perfect defensive refuge. When danger approached, the entire population could vanish beneath the earth, sealing the great stone doors behind them. Life would continue in the dim, lamp-lit corridors. Worship would carry on in the rock-cut churches, the chants of the liturgy echoing through the stone. This ability to retreat and preserve their way of life allowed a unique and intensely devout form of Christianity to flourish in isolation, developing its own distinctive artistic style and monastic traditions. The legacy of Cappadocia is ultimately one of transcendent hope carved from stone. It demonstrates a faith so powerful that it could literally move mountains, or at the very least, hollow them out to create a sanctuary. For the initiates who underwent their spiritual transformation in those underground chambers, the experience was utterly defining. They emerged from their symbolic burial not only as baptized Christians, but as part of a community that had literally built its identity from the ground down. They were custodians of a secret world, guardians of beautiful, hidden churches that testified to a belief that no earthly power could extinguish the light shining in the darkness. The cave churches of Cappadocia stand as a permanent monument to the enduring human need to seek the divine, not only in the heights of heaven but also in the quiet, protective depths of the earth, proving that sometimes the most profound spiritual revolutions are the ones that happen just beneath our feet. The profound impact of the Cave of the Apocalypse rippled far beyond the shores of Patmos, seeding a powerful and enduring tradition within Christianity that prized isolation as the most fertile ground for divine encounter. John's solitary exile became the ultimate archetype for the monastic and eremitic life, inspiring countless men and women to seek their own wilderness, their own cave, in the hope of hearing the divine voice with similar clarity. In the stark deserts of Egypt just a few centuries later, the Desert Fathers consciously emulated this model, fleeing the distractions of the burgeoning and now legal Christian society to live in caves and huts. Their goal was not to escape the world, but to engage in a more intense spiritual warfare within the battlefield of their own souls, following John's example of patient endurance on Patmos. Figures like Saint Anthony the Great saw the desert as their Patmos, a place of spiritual testing and luminous revelation, where the silence of the cave amplified the voice of God and the clamor of demonic temptation, forcing a confrontation that would lead to profound personal transformation. This ascetic movement, born in the deserts of Egypt and Syria, directly channeled the spirit of John's isolation, establishing a spiritual pathway that equated physical remoteness with proximity to the divine. This ideal of the hermit's cave as a sanctified space for revelation became a cornerstone of Byzantine spirituality and spread throughout the Christian world. On Mount Athos in Greece, the monastic republic that became the spiritual heart of the Orthodox world, the most revered figures were often not those in the grand Coenobitic monasteries, but the hermit monks living in dizzying cliffside caves known as skeets. These ascetics, much like John, sought absolute stillness or hesychia in their remote cells. Their practice of the Jesus prayer, a constant, repetitive invocation meant to bring the mind into the heart, was a direct attempt to recapture the state of being in the spirit that John experienced. They believed that in the profound quiet and deprivation of their cave dwellings, far from human conversation, they could achieve a state of pure prayer and perhaps even witness the uncreated light of God, a visionary experience seen as a direct parallel to the brilliant light and overwhelming visions described in Revelation. Their caves were not merely homes, they were furnaces of prayer, spiritual laboratories where the methods of inward journey pioneered by John in his grotto were refined and practiced for centuries. The cave's legacy also profoundly influenced the very architecture of Western monasticism. The great Saint Benedict, whose rule would come to organize monastic life across Europe, began his own spiritual journey by living as a hermit for 3 years in a remote cave at Subiaco. This period of extreme isolation and contemplation was his personal Patmos, a necessary preparation for receiving the spiritual insights and disciplinary wisdom that would later be codified in his rule. While Benedictine monasticism ultimately emphasized community life, it always retained this core respect for the hermit's path as a valid, and in some ways superior, expression of devotion for those proven strong enough. The Carthusian order, founded in the 11th century, took this even further, architecturally enshrining the cave ideal into their monasteries or charter houses. Each Carthusian monk lives in his own small, Spartan cell, a kind of man-made cave where he spends the vast majority of his life in solitary prayer, study, and manual labor, emerging only for liturgical services. This structure is a direct institutionalization of the Patmos experience, creating a permanent colony of contemplatives whose entire existence is designed to facilitate the kind of receptive silence from which John's revelation emerged. Even beyond formal monasticism, the story of the Cave of the Apocalypse has continuously fueled the Christian imagination of what it means to seek God. Throughout the Middle Ages, the lives of saints are filled with individuals who, feeling a call to a deeper spiritual life, retreated to caves. Saint Cuthbert in the windswept British Isles, Saint Francis in the caves of Mount Sabasio, and countless unnamed mystics sought out these natural wombs of stone to strip away worldly attachments and attend to the divine whisper. The cave became a powerful symbol of the inner journey, a metaphor for the soul itself, a hidden, often dark, space that must be entered with faith and which, through prayer and grace, can become illuminated from within. The physical descent into a cave mirrored the spiritual descent into the depths of one's own being, where the ego is confronted and the true self, the self made in the image of God, can be discovered and purified. In the modern era, this ancient archetype has lost none of its power. While few may literally dwell in caves, the concept of the spiritual retreat, a deliberate withdrawal from the noise and haste of everyday life, is a direct descendant of the Patmos tradition. Christians today go on silent retreats at monasteries or seek out hermitages for weekends or weeks, consciously creating a temporary cave in their lives. Their goal is the same as John's, to quiet the external static in order to better perceive the internal signal, to be in the spirit long enough to receive guidance, comfort, or clarity. The Cave of the Apocalypse, therefore, is far more than a historical relic. It is a perpetual invitation. It stands as a testament to the enduring belief that divine revelation often requires a sacred space of separation, a voluntary exile from the familiar, reminding every generation that sometimes, to hear the most important messages, one must first have the courage to enter the silence and listen. Crossing from the prophetic isolation of the Christian ascetics, we arrive at the rooftop of the world, where the thin, crisp air of the Himalayas seems to sharpen spiritual focus. Here, in the high, rugged valleys of Tibet and the surrounding regions, the cave takes on a role of unparalleled importance, not as a place of hiding, but as a crucible for the most profound and systematic transformation of the human mind. For Tibetan Buddhists, a cave is a drupak, a meditation cave, a sacred power spot where the boundary between the ordinary and the enlightened mind becomes permeable. These are not merely shelters, they are considered living vessels of spiritual energy, often associated with past masters and deities, where the raw potential of the human consciousness can be forged into wisdom and compassion through the most demanding and immersive of practices. The journey into a Tibetan initiation cave is the ultimate confrontation with the self, a voluntary enclosure where one willingly faces the ghosts of their own mind in order to liberate them, emerging not just as a changed person, but as a beacon of awakening for all beings. At the heart of this tradition lies the formidable structure of the 3-year, 3-month, and 3-day retreat. This is not a casual period of solitude. It is a meticulously orchestrated spiritual boot camp, a complete dismantling and rebuilding of an individual's entire psychological and spiritual framework. A practitioner, having received the necessary preliminary teachings and empowerments from their lama or teacher, voluntarily enters a designated retreat cave or a purpose-built retreat center modeled on a cave's seclusion. The door is sealed metaphorically and sometimes literally, separating them entirely from the outside world. Their contact is limited to a retreat master who brings food and provides essential guidance, and their days are governed by a ruthless schedule of practice. From before dawn until late at night, their life consists of cycles of meditation, ritual chanting, complex visualizations, and profound philosophical study. The goal is to break the habits of a lifetime, to still the chattering mind, to recognize the nature of reality, and to actualize the enlightened qualities of the Buddha within their own mental continuum. The role of the cave in this process is multifaceted and deeply psychological. The physical isolation is the first and most obvious tool, stripped of social distractions, entertainment, and the constant input of modern life. The practitioner's mind has nowhere to go but inward. In the profound silence, every thought, every emotion, every hidden fear and latent desire rises to the surface with startling clarity. The cave becomes a mirror, forcing the practitioner to confront what Tibetan masters call the kleshas, the mental poisons of attachment, aversion, and ignorance that are the root of all suffering. The initial phase of retreat is often described as a tumultuous and painful period, where the practitioner must sit with their own inner chaos without the usual means of escape. This intense confrontation is not seen as a failure, but as a necessary purification, a burning away of psychological obstructions in the fires of sustained awareness. The cave's darkness is not an enemy, but a friend that allows the inner light of pristine awareness to eventually shine forth unimpeded. This tradition is powerfully embodied in the life of Tibet's most beloved poet, Saint Milerpa. His story is the ultimate testament to the transformative power of the cave. Before becoming a great master, Milerpa was a murderer, using black magic to exact revenge on relatives who had wronged his family. Racked with remorse, he sought out the Guru Marpa, who subjected him to years of brutal physical labor, building and dismantling stone towers, to purify his immense negative karma. Only after this grueling preparation was Milarepa sent into solitary cave retreat. For years, he lived in utter austerity in mountain caves, his body turning green from a diet of nothing but nettle soup. He faced unimaginable hardships, from demonic manifestations in the form of hostile local deities to the temptations of worldly pleasures conjured by demons of doubt. Yet, through unwavering devotion and the profound practice of tummo, or inner heat yoga, he did not just endure these trials, he transformed them. He famously sang songs of realization to the very demons that assailed him, converting them into protectors of the Dharma. Milarepa's caves, like the famous Eagle's Nest, are pilgrimage sites to this day, not because they are comfortable, but because they are places where the raw, destructive energy of a tortured soul was alchemized into the radiant, unconditional love of a Buddha. The practices undertaken in these caves extend far beyond silent sitting. Tibetan Buddhism, particularly the Vajrayana or Tantric path, utilizes a vast and sophisticated toolkit of methods designed to accelerate spiritual growth. A key component of the 3-year retreat is the receipt and practice of Ngondro, or preliminary practices, which include hundreds of thousands of prostrations, mantra recitations, and visualizations to prepare the mind for higher teachings. Following this, initiates engage in deity yoga, where they spend countless hours visualizing themselves as an enlightened being, such as the compassionate Chenrezig or the wise Manjushri. This is not mere role play. It is a profound technology for transforming one's self-image from a limited, suffering being into a vessel of boundless wisdom and compassion. They also practice with mandala's intricate cosmic diagrams and work with the subtle energy body through techniques involving channels, winds, and drops. The cave provides the perfect, undisturbed environment for this intense inner work, where the practitioner can maintain a continuous state of contemplative awareness without interruption, blurring the lines between meditation and post-meditation until the enlightened state becomes their new, unshakable reality. Remarkably, this ancient tradition has not been extinguished by the profound political challenges of the modern era. Following the Chinese annexation of Tibet in the 1950s and the subsequent Cultural Revolution, thousands of monasteries were destroyed and countless lamas and practitioners were killed or forced into exile. Yet, the flame of the retreat tradition was carried out of Tibet by masters like the 16th Karmapa and Dilgo Khyentse Rinpoche. In exile in India, Nepal, and Bhutan, and now across the Western world, these masters re-established the 3-year retreat system. Today, you can find traditional retreat centers operating in the foothills of the Himalayas, where Westerners and Asians alike voluntarily enter the same rigorous confinement. Furthermore, inside Tibet itself, despite ongoing restrictions, there has been a quiet resurgence of practice. In remote areas, courageous practitioners still seek out caves, undertaking solitary retreats at great personal risk, their devotion undimmed by political circumstances. The continuity of this practice against all odds is a powerful testament to its enduring power and the unwavering human yearning for liberation. The cave, as both a physical space and a spiritual archetype, continues to offer a path out of the wilderness of the confused mind, proving that even in a world of constant noise and distraction, the profound silence of a Himalayan cave remains one of the most potent gateways to the deepest truths of human existence. Yet another dimension of the cave's power emerges not in solitary wilderness, but integrated into the very foundations of one of the world's most iconic spiritual and martial traditions. Nestled on the forested slopes of Songshan Mountain in China's Henan province, the Shaolin Temple is synonymous with Kung Fu, but hidden in the hills above the temple's bustling courtyards lies a network of quiet, unassuming caves that were for centuries the true crucibles where Chan Buddhist monks forged the unbreakable link between meditative stillness and explosive physical power. The most famous of these, the Damodong or Bodhidharma Cave, is a modest grotto where, according to enduring legend, the Indian monk Bodhidharma sat in unwavering meditation for 9 years, facing a wall in utter silence. This wasn't an act of simple contemplation. It was a radical demonstration of a core Chan principle, that enlightenment is not found in scriptures or rituals, but through direct, intuitive insight into one's own true nature, an insight that can only be uncovered by relentlessly confronting and stilling the restless mind. The cave provided the perfect vessel for this intense internal work, its stone walls serving as both a physical and metaphorical barrier against distraction. Bodhidharma's legendary wall-gazing, a practice known as Biguan, forms the mythological bedrock of Shaolin's entire culture. The story goes that his concentration was so profound that his image was eventually seared into the cave wall itself by the power of his focus, a permanent ghost in the stone. In another version, he became so frustrated with falling asleep during meditation that he tore off his own eyelids. Where they fell, the first tea plants grew, providing future monks with a stimulant to aid their vigilance. While these are likely apocryphal tales, their symbolism is profound. They illustrate the extreme discipline, unwavering patience, and total mind-body commitment required for this path. For a Shaolin initiate, Bodhidharma's cave was not a relic to be viewed passively. It was a template to be inhabited. A novice monk would be sent to this cave or one of the others dotting the mountain to undertake his own period of intensive solitary meditation. The goal was to face the wall, meaning to face the inner wall of his own ego, his attachments, and his illusions, and to sit with them until they dissolved, revealing the Buddha nature shining beneath. This profound inner work, however, was inextricably linked to the development of a formidable physical discipline. The legend continues that Bodhidharma, upon emerging from his 9-year retreat, found the monks at the temple physically weak and unable to endure the long hours of seated meditation. In response, he is credited with developing a series of exercises to strengthen their bodies, known as the Muscle Tendon Change Classic and the Marrow Washing Classic. These exercises, combined with the monks' need for self-defense in the perilous countryside and their study of the fluid movements of animals, gradually evolved into the complex system of Kung Fu for which Shaolin is now famous. The caves thus became holistic training grounds. A monk might spend hours in deep, motionless meditation, cultivating a mind like still water, and then rise to practice the dynamic, powerful forms of Kung Fu. This was not a contradiction, but a perfect synergy. The stillness of meditation cultivated the focus and mental clarity needed to execute complex martial techniques with precision, while the physical exertion of Kung Fu strengthened the body and taught the practitioner to maintain a calm center even in the midst of explosive, dynamic action. The cave retreat was an essential and often grueling phase in a monk's initiation into the deeper mysteries of Chan Buddhism and the Shaolin arts. Lasting for months or even years, this was a period of radical simplification and total immersion. The initiate would live in stark austerity, his world reduced to the small circle of lamplight in his stone cell. His days were governed by a strict regimen of seated meditation, the study of koans, those paradoxical riddles designed to short-circuit logical thought, and the repetitive, mindful practice of martial arts forms. The isolation was a powerful tool. With no one to perform for and no social distractions, every mental habit, every flicker of fear, pride, or laziness was magnified. The cave echoed back the state of his own mind. It was here that he learned the most critical lesson of all, that the ultimate opponent was not an external enemy, but the internal chaos of his own unmastered self. By conquering the boredom, the loneliness, and the physical discomfort within the cave's confines, he built an unshakable inner fortress. This unique synthesis of spiritual depth and physical mastery, incubated in the mountain caves, is what allowed the Shaolin Temple to become a legendary institution that has endured for 1500 years. The monks who emerged from these retreats were not merely skilled fighters, they were living embodiments of a philosophical ideal. Their martial prowess was an expression of their inner cultivation, a physical manifestation of disciplined mind and focused intention. The famous saying that all kung fu is born from Shaolin speaks to this profound origin. The flowing, circular movements are not just combat effective, they reflect the Buddhist principles of adaptability, softness overcoming hardness, and the interconnectedness of all things. The power of a Shaolin punch was understood to originate not just from the muscles, but from the relaxed, centered, and wholly present state of the practitioner's mind. A state forged in the silent, demanding darkness of a cave while facing a wall, just as the great teacher Bodhidharma had done so long before. Yet from the windswept plateaus of Tibet and the martial valleys of Songshan, we find a profound testament to the enduring power of the cave in the most unlikely of places, the heart of a modern metropolis. Carved directly into a lush hillside on Hong Kong Island, far from the bustling streets and soaring skyscrapers, lies the cave of the 10,000 Buddhas. This is not an ancient grotto discovered by archaeologists, but a vibrant, living 20th century temple, a deliberate and stunning recreation of the ancient cave sanctuary designed for a contemporary world. Its very existence speaks to a timeless human need, demonstrating that the spiritual impulse to seek transformation in the earth's hidden chambers did not vanish with the ancient world, but has been ingeniously adapted to resonate with the soul of the modern urban seeker. To approach this site is to witness a fascinating dialogue between tradition and modernity, where the sacred geography of the cave is consciously harnessed to provide a sanctuary of silence amidst the city's relentless hum. The creation of this cave temple in the 1930s was itself an act of profound devotion and continuity. Unlike the natural caverns used for millennia, this space was meticulously excavated and shaped by human hands, following a blueprint laid down by centuries of Buddhist tradition. The temple complex, known as the 10,000 Buddhas Monastery, requires pilgrims and visitors to ascend a steep path lined with life-size, golden statues of arhats and enlightened disciples of the Buddha, each with a unique, expressive face. This arduous climb is the first stage of the modern initiation, a physical exertion that separates the worldly environment below from the sacred space above, mirroring the difficult approaches to remote mountain caves like those in the Himalayas. The journey upward forces a slowing down, a conscious leaving behind of the city's pace, preparing the heart and mind for what lies within the cavernous hall. Stepping across the threshold into the cave's interior is an experience of overwhelming sensory and spiritual impact. The air is cool and still, a stark contrast to the tropical humidity outside. And then you see them, the walls from floor to ceiling and across every available surface are completely covered with thousands upon thousands of small, golden Buddha statues. They are arranged in neat, symmetrical rows, creating a mesmerizing, shimmering tapestry of serene faces. Each statue is nearly identical, seated in the meditation posture, yet the collective effect is one of breathtaking diversity within unity. This is not merely decoration, it is a powerful, three-dimensional mandala, a visual representation of a core Mahayana Buddhist teaching, that Buddha nature is not singular but exists infinitely within all sentient beings. The 10,000 is not a literal count, but a classical Chinese term for a number beyond calculation, signifying the boundless potential for enlightenment that resides in every corner of the universe and within every human heart. For a spiritual initiate or a devout visitor in this modern setting, the cave functions in much the same way as its ancient predecessors. It is a place for quiet contemplation and meditation, a controlled environment designed to facilitate an inner journey. Sitting in the center of this golden hall, surrounded by the silent, witnessing gaze of 10,000 Buddhas, has a profound psychological effect. The repetitive imagery stills the mind, guiding it away from scattered thoughts and toward a single pointed focus. The sheer number of figures embodies the Buddhist concept of the Bodhisattva, the being who, out of infinite compassion, delays their own final nirvana to help all others achieve enlightenment. An initiate learns that their personal spiritual path is not a lonely, solitary quest, but is supported by this vast, invisible network of enlightened energy. The cave becomes a physical affirmation that one is never truly alone on the path. One is always in the company of the Buddhas of the past, present, and future. This modern cave also serves as a vital bridge, adapting the formidable, often remote, practices of cave spirituality for the reality of urban life. Few people in a city like Hong Kong can abandon their lives for a 3-year retreat in a Himalayan cave. The Cave of the 10,000 Buddhas offers a solution. It is an accessible portal, a place for a daily or weekly retreat that can last for an hour. It provides the essential elements of the traditional cave experience: separation from the mundane world, sensory immersion in sacred imagery, and an atmosphere conducive to introspection, in a format compatible with a modern lifestyle. An office worker can step off the busy street, ascend the mountain, and within minutes be transported into a realm that feels centuries removed from the financial district below. This adaptation is crucial for the survival of these ancient traditions, making profound spiritual states accessible not only to professional monastics, but to lay people living active lives in the contemporary world. Ultimately, the Cave of the 10,000 Buddhas stands as a powerful symbol of the indestructibility of the human spirit's quest for meaning. In the shadow of one of the world's most iconic symbols of commerce and material progress, this hillside grotto affirms that the deepest human needs remain unchanged. It proves that the cave, as an archetype of spiritual rebirth, is as relevant today as it was in the time of the Paleolithic shaman or the Egyptian initiate. It is a living monument to the idea that even in the most developed and fast-paced urban environments, we still crave places of quiet depth, spaces that remind us to look inward. The 10,000 golden faces are not looking out at the city. Their gaze is turned inward toward their own Buddha nature, inviting every visitor to do the same, to discover that the most profound mystery is not hidden in a distant wilderness, but is waiting to be uncovered in the silent, golden cave within. Across the vast and varied landscapes of North America, from the sun-baked mesas of the Southwest to the deep, old-growth forests of the Pacific Northwest, caves have long served as the ultimate sanctums for one of the most profound and personal of all human journeys, the vision quest. For countless Native American nations, these natural stone chambers were not feared as dark emptiness, but revered as wombs of spiritual potential, places where an individual, typically a young person on the cusp of adulthood, could go to die to their childhood self and be reborn with a clear sense of purpose and identity. This was not a rite of passage undertaken lightly. The initiate, often a boy but in many cultures girls as well, would be prepared for days or even weeks by elders and medicine people, learning sacred songs and receiving instruction on the solemnity of the task ahead. They were then led to a specific cave, a site known to the community for generations as a place where the veil between the physical and spiritual worlds was thin. There they would be left in absolute solitude, armed with nothing but a blanket, perhaps a sacred pipe, and the unwavering hope for a guiding vision. The core of the quest was a potent combination of sensory deprivation, prolonged fasting, and fervent prayer. For 3, 4, or even more days and nights, the initiate would remain within the cave's confines, consuming little more than sips of water. The physical body, weakened by hunger, became a conduit for the spirit, its mundane needs fading into the background as the mind, sharpened by the profound silence and darkness, turned inward. In this heightened state, every sound, the skitter of a pebble, the distant cry of an owl, the whisper of the wind at the cave's mouth could carry profound meaning. The goal was to achieve a lucid, waking dream, a visitation from a spirit guide, often in the form of an animal. A young Lakota seeker might be visited by the wisdom and courage of the bear, while a Hopi youth might receive a vision of the soaring eagle, a messenger to the heavens. This animal would become their lifelong spiritual protector, and the vision itself would provide them with a personal song, a symbol, or a directive that would shape their role within the tribe, marking them as a future healer, a hunter, a counselor, or a warrior. This was not a choice, but a destiny revealed in the sacred dark. The sanctity of these spaces is powerfully etched into the very stone, in the form of pictographs and petroglyphs that adorn the walls of Vision Quest sites across the continent. These were not casual graffiti or simple records of daily life. The handprints stenciled in red ochre, common in caves of the Great Basin and the Southwest, are believed to be literal signatures of power left by seekers to mark their presence and their connection to the spiritual energy of the place. More complex symbols, zigzag lines representing lightning or snake energy, concentric circles for the sun or the cosmos, and detailed renderings of buffalo, elk, and thunderbirds served as both a focus for meditation and a permanent library of communal spiritual encounters. An elder would often interpret these symbols for the initiate before their quest, explaining that they were walking in the footsteps of countless ancestors who had sought and received guidance in that very spot. The cave walls were a living text, and the paintings were prayers made visible, a collective spiritual heritage that each new generation was invited to join. Archaeological finds within and near these caves provide further tangible evidence of the rituals performed. In the dry caves of the California Sierra Nevada, bundles of sage, cedar, and sweetgrass have been found, left as offerings for purification. In the Ozarks, small, carefully crafted stone effigies of animals have been discovered in crevices, likely carved by seekers during their vigil as a physical invocation of their desired spirit guide. Perhaps the most poignant artifacts are the simple prayer ties, small cloth bundles containing tobacco, the sacred plant, found tucked into cracks in the rock. Each tie represents a specific prayer, a heartfelt plea for strength, clarity, or healing, offered up in the hope that the intense spiritual energy of the cave would carry it directly to the Creator. These objects were not discarded. They were deliberately placed, creating a cumulative reservoir of devotion that made each successive vision quest part of a continuous, unbroken conversation with the divine. In the face of centuries of forced assimilation, cultural suppression, and the profound disruptions of colonialism, the vision quest tradition has become a bedrock of cultural resilience and spiritual identity for many native communities. While the pressures of the modern world are immense, elders and knowledge keepers have fiercely worked to preserve these ancient practices. Today, young people from tribes like the Northern Cheyenne, the Oglala Sioux, and the Salish still undertake guided quests, often in the same remote caves used by their great-grandparents. This is not an act of nostalgia, but a powerful assertion of sovereignty, a declaration that their way of knowing the world, their connection to the land and its sacred places, remains unbroken. The cave, in this context, is more than a geological feature. It is a vessel of memory and a fortress of identity. By continuing to seek visions in these hallowed spaces, new generations reaffirm their place within a living spiritual lineage, ensuring that the wisdom received in the silent dark continues to guide their people forward into the light of the future. Our final descent brings us to the immense and labyrinthine underworld of North America, to a place that holds secrets from a time when great mammals roamed the Earth Mammoth Cave in Kentucky. This is not a single chamber, but a staggering network of over 400 miles of explored passages, a subterranean continent hidden beneath a forested landscape. For the indigenous peoples of the region, ancestors of the modern Cherokee, Shawnee, and other nations, this was not a geological curiosity but a sacred, living entity known as a gateway to the spirit world. Venturing into its depths was an act of profound spiritual courage, a journey undertaken only by those prepared to leave the sunlit world behind and communicate with the powerful forces residing deep within the earth. The scale of Mammoth Cave is almost incomprehensible, and its very vastness contributed to its sanctity. To enter was to be utterly enveloped by the primal darkness, a sensation of being swallowed by the planet itself, which for an initiate symbolized the ultimate surrender of the ego necessary for transformation. The archaeological evidence for this long and sustained sacred use is both abundant and poignant, preserved for millennia in the cave's stable, dry environment. Deep within the maze-like passages, far from any natural entrance, explorers and archaeologists have uncovered the tangible remains of these ancient pilgrimages. The most compelling finds are the perfectly preserved remnants of the initiates themselves. In remote chambers, the mummified bodies of ancient Native Americans have been discovered, individuals who journeyed into the cave and never returned. One of the most famous is the remains of a man now known as Lost John, a miner who perished in a tunnel collapse around 2,000 years ago, his body naturally mummified by the cave's unique conditions. His presence, along with the discovery of woven sandals, torch remnants, and gourd containers, tells a story not of casual exploration, but of deliberate, ritualized activity. These were not lost wanderers, they were spiritual seekers who undertook a perilous journey with a specific, sacred purpose, using cane torches to light their way into the absolute blackness, following routes that suggest a deep, generational knowledge of the cave's treacherous geography. What were these ancient people doing so deep underground? The artifacts they left behind point clearly to activities far beyond simple shelter or resource extraction. Archaeologists have uncovered sophisticated mining operations where gypsum and other sulfate minerals were carefully quarried from the walls. But these were not minerals with obvious practical value for tool making. Their soft, crystalline structures suggest they were selected for their ritual or decorative significance. This was a sacred industry. The very act of journeying miles into the darkness to extract these sparkling, otherworldly minerals would have imbued them with immense spiritual power. They were likely used in ceremonies as body paint for rituals or as offerings, their brilliant white crystals symbolizing purity, light, or a connection to the starry sky they could no longer see. Furthermore, the discovery of prehistoric cave drawings, including intricate geometric patterns and symbols etched into the soft rock walls, confirms that these spaces were sanctuaries for artistic and spiritual expression. These markings were a form of permanent prayer, a way to leave a lasting signature of one's spiritual quest in the belly of the earth, communicating with the ancestors and the spirits of the underworld. This physical evidence is powerfully brought to life by the enduring oral traditions of the native peoples connected to this land. In Cherokee cosmology, for example, the world was seen as a multi-layered reality, with an upper world, a middle world where humans live, and an underworld. Caves like Mammoth were understood as the literal entrances to this underworld, a realm that was not a place of punishment, but the source of powerful, chaotic, and creative forces. It was the home of the Octina, a great horned serpent, a being of immense power that could bring both great blessing and great danger. For a young person to undertake a vision quest in such a cave was to seek the favor and protection of these underworld powers. The journey mirrored the great myths of the culture, where heroes descended into the earth to retrieve knowledge, rescue lost souls, or prove their worth. The initiate would spend days in prayer and fasting, listening to the echoing drip of water in the silence, their senses heightened, awaiting a vision from the spirit of the cave, the Octina, or an ancestral guide. Success meant returning to the surface with a new name, a personal song, or a sacred duty, having been spiritually reforged in the darkness. The legacy of Mammoth Cave and other sacred subterranean sites across North America, like the anion-infused caves of the American Southwest used for healing, represents a profound and continuous thread in the tapestry of human spiritual experience. It connects directly back to the very first caves we explored, from the painted bison of Lascaux to the ecstatic rites in the Coruscant cave. The fundamental human understanding remains constant, that the Earth's hidden chambers are places of power where the veil between worlds is thin, and where an individual can undergo a symbolic death of their old self to be reborn with a new identity and purpose. For thousands of years across every inhabited continent, our ancestors repeatedly chose the darkness of the cave as the stage for their most important transformations. They understood that to truly find the light of wisdom and courage, one must first have the bravery to willingly enter the dark, to listen to its silent teachings, and to emerge forever changed, carrying a piece of the eternal mystery back into the world of the living. This grand, sweeping journey we have taken through 50 caves of initiation has been largely pieced together from the fragments they left behind: the painted walls, the votive offerings, the tools, and the bones. But what happens when we turn the tools of our own time toward these ancient sanctuaries? The story of these sacred spaces is far from finished. It is being rewritten in real time by a quiet technological revolution that allows us to see through stone and earth without ever lifting a trowel. Modern scientific investigations are peeling back layers of history with a delicacy our ancestors could never have imagined, revealing hidden chambers, lost pathways, and a vastly more complex picture of how these subterranean landscapes were truly used. At the forefront of this revolution is LiDAR, which stands for light detection and ranging. This technology involves mounting a laser scanner on an aircraft or a drone, which then flies over a dense landscape, firing millions of laser pulses toward the ground. The magic happens when these pulses hit something: a leaf, a branch, the forest floor, and bounce back to the sensor. By filtering out the returns from vegetation, sophisticated software can create an astonishingly precise, three-dimensional digital model of the bare earth beneath the canopy. This is how archaeologists are discovering that a seemingly empty hillside in the jungles of Belize or Guatemala is actually riddled with undiscovered cave entrances and previously unknown ceremonial structures, all hidden for centuries under an impenetrable green blanket. It is like gaining X-ray vision, revealing a sacred geography that was always there but invisible to the naked eye. Beyond revealing new sites, these non-invasive techniques are allowing us to re-explore known caves in breathtaking detail. Ground-penetrating radar can send pulses into the cave floor to detect buried artifacts, voids, or even ancient hearths without any destructive digging. High-resolution 3D laser scanning is used inside the caves themselves, creating perfect digital replicas of every nook and cranny. These virtual caves are more than just pretty pictures. They are permanent, perfect records that can be studied by researchers across the globe. Scientists can analyze the subtle acoustics of a chamber to understand how sound shaped ritual experience, or use photogrammetry to create interactive models that let them walk through the cave of the Sibyl or the depths of Lascaux long after the original is closed to the public for preservation. This digital preservation is crucial, as the mere breath of a visitor can introduce moisture and microbes that slowly degrade irreplaceable ancient paintings. Now we can safeguard the physical site while granting limitless access to its digital twin, ensuring its legacy for future generations. However, this powerful new way of seeing does not come without profound ethical dilemmas. For many indigenous communities around the world, from the Aboriginal custodians of Australia to the Maya descendants in Central America, these are not abandoned archaeological sites. They are living, breathing sacred spaces. They are the houses of the ancestors, places where the spiritual energy of the land is concentrated and where traditional laws governing access and knowledge remain in force. The very act of a scientific team, often from a Western institution, flying a drone over a sacred mountain or scanning a ceremonial cave can be seen as a deep violation, a form of technological trespass that disregards indigenous sovereignty and spiritual protocols. The central, critical question becomes, who has the right to know the secrets of these caves? Is it a global scientific community driven by a desire for pure knowledge? Or is it the descendant communities for whom this knowledge is not academic, but a core, living part of their cultural and spiritual identity? There is no easy answer, and the most responsible archaeologists now understand that their work must begin not with a research permit from a government, but with long-term, respectful consultation and partnership with the traditional owners of the land. This collision and collaboration between Western science and traditional knowledge is producing some of the most fascinating insights, often confirming ancient stories that were once dismissed as mere legend. In Western Australia, for instance, scientists used luminescence dating to determine the age of the sediments covering artifacts in a cave said to be occupied since the Dreamtime. The results came back at an astonishing 50,000 years, powerfully corroborating Aboriginal oral history that has steadfastly maintained their continuous connection to that country. Similarly, in the Americas, genetic analysis of remains found in sacred cenotes is beginning to trace the origins of sacrificial victims, confirming stories from Maya codices about long-distance pilgrimages and tributes from rival city-states. Science, in these cases, acts as a powerful validator, providing a material proof that aligns with and reinforces the deep historical memory preserved in oral traditions. It is a powerful testament to the accuracy and longevity of these non-written histories. Yet, science also frequently challenges our assumptions, forcing us to reconsider long-held interpretations. For decades, the dominant theory for the purpose of Paleolithic cave art like that in Lascaux and Chauve, it was sympathetic hunting magic. But detailed microscopic analysis of the pigments and the cave surfaces is now revealing a much more complex picture. Researchers are finding evidence of repeated repainting and renewal of the same animal figures over generations, suggesting the act of painting itself was a core, recurring ritual, perhaps more important than the finished image. The study of acoustic hotspots within these caves, places where sound resonates most powerfully, shows a compelling correlation with the location of the most significant art. This suggests the caves were chosen not just for their walls, but for their soundscapes, and that the rituals involved chanting, drumming, and flute playing that would have created an overwhelming, disorienting atmosphere to facilitate altered states of consciousness. Science is moving us beyond a simple art gallery model to an understanding of these spaces as fully immersive, multi-sensory spiritual technologies. The ultimate lesson from this new era of investigation is one of humility and convergence. The most profound discoveries are no longer happening solely in the field or the lab, but in the space where scientific data meets indigenous wisdom. A LiDAR map can reveal a hidden cave network, but only a community elder can explain its significance in their people's creation story. A chemical analysis can identify the psychoactive compounds in residue from an ancient cup, but only a shamanic tradition can fully articulate the spiritual purpose of that visionary journey. The future of understanding these initiation caves lies in this respectful dialogue. It requires scientists to be not just technicians, but listeners and partners, and it requires indigenous communities to find ways to share their profound knowledge on their own terms. Together, they are weaving a richer, more nuanced tapestry of the human past, revealing that the impulse that drove an ancient seeker into the dark, the yearning for transformation, for connection, for a glimpse beyond the veil, is a thread that connects us all across the chasm of millennia. The caves may hold their silence, but with these new tools and this new respect, we are finally learning how to listen. From the flickering torchlight of Paleolithic France to the silent, star-lit grottos of New Zealand, from the ecstatic drumming in Greek caves to the disciplined chants in Himalayan retreats, our journey through these 50 sacred sites reveals a breathtaking tapestry of human aspiration. We have explored how cultures separated by vast oceans and millennia, the Minoans on Crete, the Maya in the sweltering jungles, the Dogon on their escarpment, and the Aboriginal peoples in the Australian outback, all independently arrived at the same profound conclusion. They each recognized that the Earth's hidden chambers, those natural wombs of stone and silence, were the ultimate arenas for the most important drama of all, the transformation of the human spirit. Whether the goal was to become a warrior, a priest, a shaman, or simply a fully conscious adult, the pattern remains astonishingly consistent. A voluntary descent into darkness, a symbolic death of the old self, an ordeal or revelation, and a final emergence back into the light, reborn with a new identity and a deeper understanding of one's place in the cosmos. This remarkable convergence points to something fundamental in the human psyche, a universal archetype that transcends any single creed or culture. It speaks to a deep, innate need for rites of passage, for structured experiences that help us navigate life's most significant thresholds. In a world without such rituals, these transitions can feel confusing and unresolved, leaving us untethered. But within the carefully orchestrated confines of an initiation cave, the chaos of transformation was given form and meaning. The terrifying unknown was mapped onto a symbolic landscape that an initiate could physically walk through, and the community's most cherished truths were not just taught but viscerally experienced. The cave served as a powerful container for this psychic energy, a sacred technology that used sensory deprivation, overwhelming sound, powerful imagery, and physical ordeal to catalyze a shift in consciousness that mere words could never achieve. At its heart, this global tradition represents humanity's enduring and collective search for meaning, a quest to understand not just how to live but why. These subterranean sanctuaries were the laboratories where the great questions of existence were confronted directly. What happens after we die? What is the true nature of the self? How do we relate to the divine, to the community, and to the cosmos? The answers varied from the promise of eternal life in the fields of Aru to the serene liberation from the cycle of rebirth, from communion with animal spirits to alignment with celestial forces. Yet the underlying impulse was identical, a courageous reaching beyond the mundane, a yearning to touch something larger, older, and more enduring than the fleeting concerns of daily life. The very act of leaving the familiar world of sunlight to seek wisdom in the darkness is a powerful metaphor for this entire spiritual endeavor, a testament to our species' irrepressible drive to find light, even and especially in the deepest dark. So what becomes of this ancient human need in our brightly lit, hyper-connected modern world? Have we, with our scientific understanding and digital distractions, outgrown the need for such primal rites of passage? The evidence suggests quite the opposite. While we may no longer crawl into physical caves in the same way, the archetype of the initiation space is more relevant than ever, simply manifesting in new forms. Consider the intense, transformative experience of a silent meditation retreat, where individuals voluntarily withdraw from society for days or weeks to confront the contents of their own minds in profound silence. Think of the demanding physical and mental crucible of military boot camp, designed to break down a civilian identity and forge a new one as part of a cohesive unit. Even the journey of a dedicated athlete pushing their body to its absolute limits in pursuit of a goal can function as a modern initiation, complete with its own ordeals and a distinct before and after identity. The digital realm itself has spawned its own versions of these spaces. Online communities can provide a profound sense of belonging and identity for those who feel like outsiders in their physical environment, offering a kind of virtual initiation into a new way of thinking or being. And for many, therapy serves as a deeply personal initiatory process, a voluntary descent into the dark caves of one's own past and psyche, guided by a modern-day shaman with the goal of emerging healed, integrated, and more whole. The containers have changed, but the human need for transformation, for structured journeys that mark our growth and redefine our sense of self, remains as powerful as it was for a young Minoan stepping into the Psychro cave or a Roman soldier kneeling in a Mithrium. The caves of our ancestors stand as silent, enduring monuments to this timeless quest, reminding us that the journey into the depths, wherever we may find them, is ultimately what